the opening day of Season 3. I'm Rivington Bison III on the way to the Summoners Cup.
And each week, 16 pro teams across North America and Europe will fight for their spot in the playoffs. The stakes are high because these teams are battling for the chance to represent their region and get their shot at immortality in the World Championships later this year.
That's where these teams will face the best League of Legends players from the rest of the globe. They'll go head-to-head with pros from Southeast Asia, Taiwan, China, and Korea, and the competition will be fiercer than ever, since every team will be looking to claim the title of global champion. But before we get into our first match,
and of course, Team Marn.
And now these teams are going to have to prove themselves in every match and every game as they face each other throughout Season 3.
So you've heard the names, you know what's on the line. Here's what you need to know about each North American team.
First up, it's going to be Team Solo Mid, probably the best performing North American team from 2012. The man to watch here is going to be Reginald. With their last podium finish being at the North American Regionals, these guys have had somewhat of a lackluster performance, and with Reginald coining that aggressive mid play, he'll be the one to start the fireworks.
Now next up is Team Dignitas. Now they got a second place finish at last year's North American Regionals, and the guy to watch really here is Kiwi Kid, because they lost, and they got Crumbs as well, of course. So right. Crumbs took place he took the jungle over from I Will Dominate, who got dropped from the roster, unfortunately. And then
Link in the middle as well. Doublelift has said good things from interviews. We'll have to see if he's right.
Now next up, we got Vulcun Command. You knew them as Team Fear during the live qualifier just last month. They had an amazing performance, 4-0ing the competition to get here. And the guy to watch here really is Zuna. He played for them as a top laner at IPL 5. He played for CLG Black as a jungler. Now he's on AD carry, and he's looking better than ever. This is the guy who's going to make the big plays.
Formerly known as Team Dynamic, it's Good Game University, who had a strong showing in the qualifier. The guy to watch here is the jungle, Nintendude X, released from the team, brought back from the team, now still one of the big playmakers. Keep an eye on him.
Now finally, not finally I should say, but next up is Curse.
Known as the Brunch Club. These guys had a great showing in the qualifier, and with a new sponsorship right out of the gate, they're known as Team Complexity. Louder Mortis is a great core member of this team as they made it one of the best junglers in North America. He is going to be starting the initiations and calling the shots for his team. An aggressive, gank-focused jungler is something you need here in Season 3.
And finally, with a bit of brotherly love, last but not least, Team Marn. Huge underdogs throughout their entire career, actually, just squeaking through, the only team to make it through the online ranked team qualifier, and they're really led on the back of Mega Zero here, who was just
nothing like a good old-fashioned grudge match to start off the day here.
It's going to be awesome. And right after that, we have Skara and the men of Dignitas, who are going to battle out against Curse, who are on quite a hot streak, honestly, after their dominating performance in the qualifiers. Third up in the day, CLG is getting back into action for their first match against Good Game University. We'll see if the newcomers at GGU have what it takes to handle the veterans of CLG.
That we will. And finally, Team Solo Mid returns for one more game when they go up against Vulcun Command. Vulcun looked tough the last time we saw them, but facing a fired-up Team Solo Mid, it's a scary proposition right there. Guys, we've seen lots of different strategies in the North American
of the entire tournament here. And so guys were very, very afraid to make big moves. But here we've got clear underdogs, clear favorites. It's a best of one. These guys are going to come through kind of with guns blazing and arms swinging. They're going to be doing a lot more risky things here.
And something else we just made point to, as I said, Season 3 items. They've also completely increased champion pools and the possibility of the champion play.
Exactly. Last season, we would have said AP mid, Reginald, Link. These guys are
Not
AP
anymore.
mids. Not anymore. AD mids are really, really common. I mean, Lee Sin was kind of the first to show up, but now you've got guys like Jace and Kha'Zix, and you're going to see these champion pools grow and grow and grow throughout the season.
You know, Freak, this is the first time we've really seen just one-on-one games. These teams don't have a best or a set to really pull out the stomps in a second game, so we may see the crazy strats right off the bat.
Yeah, and that's going to come through lane swaps a lot as well. Now, again, you look at Season 1, and it was 1-1 and 2, 1-1 and 2, AD support bottom, AP mid, you know, fighter up top, and we've seen that break apart more and more overall. We have lane swaps here. We've got two members mid to shut down someone like Kassadin. Two will go top, one goes bottom because Olaf's a good 1v2, and we've seen these lanes get broken apart. We've seen roam supports sitting in the jungle for 4 minutes just to steal buffs away.
Yeah.
The lanes, they're not normal anymore. It's all going to be all over the place.
All right, guys. Now that you've heard our thoughts, we want to hear from you. Log on to Twitter and tell us what strategies you expect to see this season.
We're at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS and tell us what your thoughts are in 140 characters or less. We'll be responding to your tweets live on air later in the broadcast.
All right, guys. The first match of Season 3 LCS begins right after this short break. When we come back, it's time to settle a score. Team Solo Mid versus Counterlogic Gaming. Stick around.
TSM CLG, oh my god!
Welcome back to day one of the League of Legends Championship Series. If you're just joining us, we're about to see longtime rivals Team Solo Mid take on Counterlogic Gaming.
And CLG right off the bat here is with really a new roster. If you haven't seen them since the end of Season 2, Chaucer's moved to the jungle. They've actually picked up a new support, Aframu, formerly the AD carry from Fear, and they've got Link now in the mid lane replacing Big Fat LP, and I'm really excited to see what that's going to look like for them.
It's going to be different. TSM, many are wondering what they're going to be doing as well. This is a whole just book of empty pages that need to be scribbled down right now, and these teams are about to write some amazing stories for us as we come into these games. So on the blue team, it is going to be Team Solo Mid. As you know them, it is Dyrus in the top lane, the odd one in the jungle, Reginald in mid, Kaox at AD, and Xpecial behind him on support.
And of course, for Counterlogic Gaming on the red team, they've got that new lineup we just mentioned. The top lane, Hotshot GG, he's back to his top lane glory. Chauster taking over the jungle. Link up in the mid lane, double lift on AD carry. There's Chauster on your screen right there. And Aframu bringing up support.
So, Freak, when we go into these matches, each week, each match, we're going to have a featured matchup. And our featured matchup of the day comes from the mid lane with TSM's Reginald versus CLG's Link. And I think this works out perfectly. We kind of spoke back and forth. Reginald, the captain of the team, very aggressive on the team, kind of goes against the exact opposite of much of an unknown.
Exactly. So Reginald, he's just the big playmaker, right? He's that aggressive play style guy. He's the shot caller for his team. He tends to actually play initiators more often than not. You look at him on guys, you know, he'll play like guys like Ari or Morgana who just will lead the charge there. Now, Link is not a guy we know quite as much about. I mean, all these teams really have been practicing fairly in secret. But actually talking with Doublelift before the show on yesterday, actually, he said that Link is actually very consistent, very consistent, a strong player. Obviously good enough that they actually replaced Big Fat LP with him. But as far sort of the read I could get, they're not that same like crazy all-out like aggro player as Reginald.
Right. Well, Reginald, we haven't seen these guys, as we said, since the North American Regionals really putting on a really strong show. So, as we said, it's kind of up to him to start leading that for Team Solo Mid. And they are a team that will be in your face right in the beginning of the game. And they are going to try to bring that kind of play to the table.
Yeah, and that's what I like from Team Solo Mid. They are always a very entertaining team to watch because they go big or they go home. You know, whether they win or lose, they always grab a lot of kills. When you look at even the games they lost, like they would put on really, really good numbers. They had really great play, and they're always aggressive.
All right, guys. So these guys almost ready to get in. I believe Champion Select is about to start. We were saying a little bit about Link as well. Doublelift said his play is consistent. He's not one to make huge impact plays, but he is somebody to rely on in lane, and that's exactly what you need if you can't get impact plays out of him. You still need the consistency.
Yep. So here we go, guys. We're going to see what these people are really looking to pick or ban. Now, as a reference to what patch we're on, it's actually live -1, so the nerfs to Olaf, Warmogs, Nunu, those are actually not live right now, so you're seeing that Nunu ban right away, and look at that. Team Solo mid, they know Hotshot's back in the top lane, the early Needly ban here. These are actually some pretty... These are expected bans here. I mean, Odd One is famous for Maokai, Dyrus. Just for giving Olaf on first pick is always a scary proposition. These are... Right now, they're looking like safe bans where they know each other pretty well, and they're like, yeah, these are the things we remove.
It's like being back in Season 2 when these guys played each other. Like, when have you seen these bans coming out? We didn't see that much Maokai except for Loud and Mortis. There's a LeBlanc going out, and that was Reginald way back in the day, I think in one of the Hanover competitions or Civic competition. He's like, I am Kiev. I am Kiev. He's like, I have a trick up my sleeve, but maybe they've seen it recently as well.
And the other thing on top of that, too, is Xpecial can play everything. Like, he was one of the first Elise players. Like, he would just, like, top lane and solo queue and crush people. And we've seen support LeBlanc in Korea. It was called LeBlurgot. It was LeBlanc Urgot. And that lane dumps on people straight up. Like, it is a good lane because the thing with LeBlanc, actually, we'll just kind of move on from here, though. The first pick, Xin Zhao, I like a heck of a lot, though.
It is coming out, and it may even look like it's for Dyrus himself, which Dyrus, you know, playing a little bit of Kha'Zix, a little bit of Jace, likes the AD heavy caster top. So we'll have to see what he chooses for that. Tarek and Lee Sin on the other side for Chowster in the jungle.
That's actually really, really good. Chowster is really sort of referred to as possibly the best Lee Sin in North America. I think his most famous jungler is Lee Sin, and TSM would know that, and they actually are respecting that quite a lot. I am, however, surprised by the early Tarek. He's not one of the supports we normally saw really being contended for, so I'm interested to see how that works for them.
I know a lot of times back in Season 2, it was muttered that in the roam strat, Tarek was the one to be used if your jungler was going to be roaming early. So they may try to pull that out. Still, like we said, all the stops are going to be pulled out here in Season 3. Kale now to be hovered over as the odd one. Probably going to select a jungler. I mean, they can give something here, but they don't have to give anything away by selecting that jungler.
So they've hovered over and locked in Elise. Now, this is interesting because with Kale, Xin Zhao, if it is going to be Kale with 1 second left, Kale, Xin Zhao, and Elise, they can literally all three top lane, jungle, or mid. And I have seen actually support Elise out of China as well. So this is actually a fairly vague lineup. I expect, holy crap, Urgot and Syndra have already been locked in. CLG has got a strategy ready.
I absolutely love these teams. Compositions we really haven't seen synergize before, but we're about to see that now. You can just imagine being swapped in and fully stunned into that party of people with Lee Sin crushing your face, and there is so much burst damage to be had there once you're swapped around.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this team is super I'm sorry, I'm just like taken aback by the fact that in our first game of LCS, we saw
full effect.
Yeah, and we saw a Nexus run it at IEM Brazil as well, the Terra Urgot lane. So that's actually, it really is no stranger to competitive play, but certainly a very strong one. And in talking with Doublelift, he said that he and Afremu actually make a lot of plays in general. They're just aggressive and they make things happen. Urgot Tarek is a lane that can make things happen.
Yeah, it's a lane that also says you're not going to make anything happen. You don't want to go all in on these guys with levels 1, 2, or 3. It's just going to be bad news. So that's a poke game for them, and sustain for just Tarek to sit back and heal Urgot as he fires off.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really good. Now, the last pick here is going to be almost definitely a top laner for Counter Logic Gaming. Now, the read on Solo Mid's lineup is probably Elise top, Xin Zhao in the jungle, Kale up in mid, and of course that Ezreal Lulu lane, which we've seen so very much. And they've grabbed Malphite here in the top lane. So CLG has really, really, really good fight initiation, and whomever they catch can get bursted out really hard. The difficulty, though, as well, that first pick Xin Zhao really opened a lot of doors for them. Both these teams are good at starting fights. Both teams have good burst. Both teams have pretty good persistent damage output as well. They're, in a way, strangely similar.
I like the way that they came in here, too, in their selections. You can kind of see that these guys did what they came to do. It's not like, oh, we need to start countering something. These selections were premeditated completely.
Yeah, nothing looks like a huge counter pick overall. CLG really saw those top lane choices. And the thing is, Malphite, I wouldn't have considered like a counter lane to Elise necessarily.
For sure.
However, that actual passive shield is going to regrow. And if he does it right, he can keep blocking Elise poke. So In retrospect, actually, I can totally see Malphite being a bit of a counterpick against Elise. Now, both these top laners are running teleport. I know in Europe we saw a heck of a lot of teleport mid. I don't believe we have that on either guy here. We have teleport top lane, which is sort of the more North American thing. I take it back, actually. Yes, Link has teleport in mid, and he's going to get evaporated.
Freak, in that you were talking about the Elise and the Malphite matchup. With that, Malphite not usually needing as much CS to get to his, formidable state as a tank later in the game. Can Elise go through the same thing, or does she need to get a little more fed?
Elise actually needs to stay in melee range to do her job very well, and so she's kind of a champion who really must get farm, because she to do any meaningful damage must go into melee range, must take some hits, and has to chase someone down and put out enough damage to hurt them. Now, for Malphite, he can just die and at least still do part of his job. He can ult in, land the ground slam, slow someone, and at the very worst...
I have to see. So Reginald going Kayle in middle and Link on Syndra. Not super AP heavy on both sides. How would the blue invade affect either?
It'll be interesting. So Syndra certainly has some nice tricks for dealing with brush. I don't believe her Q actually reveals Fog of War, but at the very least it is a skill shot, and that way she can sort of poke people out. If they do see someone in the brush, if they can sort of invade a little bit, they have good tools there, good long-range tools. Or if they get into a fight, Link can always learn Scatter the Weak, that E, and just, knock back and disengage. So a lot of tools there.
All right, so it looks like we are going to be getting back into this one. Is the first Aphromoo on support. Doublelift have been singing praise about that. Says Link is a consistent mid, but can he start to make the impact plays? It's going to be a big factor here coming into Season 3. Freak, they make their way out of the base, and the game is on.
So yeah, you're right. Link is going to be really on an impact champion here. Their damage output is not super massive. Pretty much it's going to be a lot on Link. Reginald about to get spotted a little bit. Challenger checks a brush. Looks like they're pretty much safe here. CLG, though, off the bat, right? We talked about that. In the qualifiers, the regionals, people were a little bit scared to invade. Not here. Right off the bat, new picks and some new strategies.
And it's really that power of half.
And that's a really good thing for CLG. Now, the fun thing about them, though, is unless TSM did a really good job of counting wards, they're actually not sure which camps are revealed and which ones are just going to be kind of blind. So heavy ward coverage from CLG. And the thing is, again, they're running 2 teleports. They can use these wards to catch people in the jungle. So out of nowhere, Link and Hotshot can be like, surprise, odd one, and kill him in the face.
That level 2 could be pretty crazy as they go for the red buff, Freak.
Right now, they're looking at blue.
We have seen Hotshot and Chaucer return to the jungle so they can start that.
Link just W'd that golem right across the wall. They used the Explorer 60-second duration ward, and look at that. There's no way they can jack this golem. That's a beautiful steal.
Very nice job pulling it over the wall. They take it for themselves, and Freak, I guess we get to see what happens if they get denied that blue buff. Now this is going to Urgot in the top lane, and they have called the swap back.
Okay, this is going to be very interesting. So Urgot is someone we actually saw able to 1v2 with just a blue buff. We saw that actually at IEM Kiev from the old Moscow 5 lineup. Right now, it looks like Aphromoo is going to camp with him for a while, but you could see that turn around. He could start roaming at pretty much any point in this game.
We'll have to see what the Odd One has been doing to counteract any effects like this throughout the Season 3. He will now find it and have to clear those camps. The bottom lane, as we said, it's going to be Hotshot versus Dyrus, that Malphite on Elise. How's this matchup going to play out right in the beginning?
Well, right off the bat, we're seeing basically both have point-and-click damaging sort of ranged abilities, and so they both have the opportunity to harass or farm. Now, when you look at Hotshot right now, he's sitting very far back, he's shooting out long-range Qs and just last hitting with them. He grabbed the early flask as well, so he's looking very, a lot of potions early on, so he's looking very defensive here.
And we're looking now into the mid lane. Haven't seen too much Syndra play onto that Kayle. Kayle's been used quite a bit lately, however.
Yeah, so Kayle is really popular. She's very strong, scales quite well, and has a lot of opportunities for builds. We used to see AD carry Kayle from Dyrus from Team Solo Mid. Most recently in Korea, actually, it was Leandry's and Nasher's Tooth, the sort of attack speed carry, and then we've seen every once in a while actually straight up AP Kayle with a death cap. So we'll see which kind of build she goes for here.
And then up to that top lane, Counter Logic Gaming doing a beautiful job completely pushing out this wave, staying just a level ahead of TSM the whole time.
And there they go. They're pushing right onto this turret. A lot of pressure for them. Looks like there's no jungler coming over, but the wards do see Reginald coming for a counter gank, so Chaucer's coming over as well.
And there it is. It's going to be about 4 minutes. Chaucer now happily through his jungle double buff
Chaos
on
is so
him.
close to dead right now.
He's not
tools to stop you from dying to
Urgot.
Urgot.
There it is. They're going for it. The exhaust goes down on Explosive. The Dazzle was there, and the final hits will be for Doublelift. First blood for CLG.
That was a beautiful play right there, and they're just going right for this turret now. Very, very nice setup. Chauster not involved in the gank himself, but put a shield down and is up pushing this turret. Odd1's here by the turret. Honestly, he'll survive a 1v3 here, so he's going to keep that turret alive. Yeah,
especially with getting hurt in the jungle. He's trying to bolster himself back up here. He's going to soak up the experience as Chaos most likely is going to take that gold. And we already have a backing
here. Actually spamming Q in the base.
Walking the lane. That's
yeah,
awesome.
He's walking the lane, spamming Q while running just to charge that up a little bit faster. And I want to point out actually the builds for this. What's now the bottom lane here, Hotshot GG versus Dyrus. So Hotshot's been back once and picked up a null magic mantle, but he is still very far behind Dyrus. So we saw the flashy first blood, and that's helping CLG here, but realize that Dyrus is almost at double Hotshot CS right here.
Dyrus doing very well. Hotshot mitigating correctly, though. You don't want to build health against that percentage damage. You're just going to kind of stack magic resistance.
Hotshot has just been staying back and using his mana to last hit because he can't melee them. He'll take too much damage.
More aggression being put on the mid lane as Reginald forced to back here. Looks like he will be grabbing a Haunting Guise first if he decides to finish that build on his next back. But the aggression here is Counter Logic Gaming showing Chauster, but all the lanes are actually pushing.
They're putting a lot of damage onto Special up at the top lane here. You could they drop into a third as long as Dazzle lands, and that's how they're playing it actually. Is Doublelift is waiting. As soon as Aphromoo lands Dazzle, he gets the very easy Noxian Corrosive charge, and they go in from there. Here comes Chauster for a gank though, but it doesn't really rough for them. So their victory right now is going to have to come from Elise, who's doing an impeccable job of farming to be sure, but the duo lane right here is going all Doublelift's way. Now, I want to point it back to the mid lane, though, because the Syndra lane is actually going quite well for CLG. You're seeing 54 to 38 on the minion kills, which is a really good setup here. Link is farming very successfully. He's looking to do, you know, he's really the new guy on that CLG roster, and he's performing very, very admirably.
Well, if consistent was the word, it looks like he's proven it to us here. Looks like he's going Catalyst Rod of Ages first. If he continues to complete his build, his blue buff may be up as well, so he's going to get...
Here, though, is they don't have the timer on the blue buff. The Explorer Ward timed out before Odd1 killed it off,
right,
so they don't know for sure. However, because they're stronger in the mid lane, stronger in the current top lane, they would win a jungle fight over blue if they knew it was there.
So the blue buff is up. It looks like they kind of wanted to push top lane, but they said, let's get blue first, and we'll see what their movement is since the lane is already quite pushed out. You can hear a lot of pings, and it actually, CLG is saying, I think there are some of them in the forward bush. They may be going for the lane gank here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the thing is, now Reginald finally has Golem buff, so he's going to be able to start making some moves. He's got a couple of levels on him. He's 6, so that ultimate's going to tax quite a bit as a mid laner.
Indeed you do. Even, what is it? Froggen runs AD on his Anivia just to do a little bit more damage as well.
And last hitting is like horribly difficult as well. Yeah, she's great auto attack range for the harass, and as well, like, it's just woefully difficult before blue buff in level 6 that really helps him keep up.
So a first blood and then a slowed down game so far. 9 minutes into this one, it's only about a 600 gold lead. And the advantage now being pushed back in that top lane. Gotta say 50 to 67 in minion score. So Chaos not that far behind, being pushed to his turret the whole time, but they're baiting this one out perfectly here. It's going to be Odd1 in there, and he's gonna go right onto them, pushes them back with the ultimate of Jhin. And it looks like they're not really gonna be able to fight this one too strong. It's just way too much coming from CLG here. Everybody forced to use their summoners on Team Solo mid.
Elise teleport with his ultimate. I think it was baited out, but we have Unstoppable Force on cooldown. We saw the teleport come out from Dyrus and then didn't actually show up, but we actually did see Link.
Yep, those cooldowns are pretty close to being set together, and they are able to grab.
He got the execute in the base.
Oh,
he got chased out, but got around and found the execute. So that was actually a really nice play by Special.
So the gold lead not really going up too much there. The 10-minute mark has hit. Again, pressure in mid from CLG as Chauster helps to push that through. Link still doing good for himself. 81 to 72 of Reginald. He actually just went. No, he didn't go back. He's going to grab camps. Wait for these guys to get their full builds. The Haunting Guys on Elise as well, so a lot of that Magic Pen coming out in the early game for these guys so they can win those trades. Yeah,
Magic Pen Elise is really the build here. I'm expecting Sorcerer's Shoes pretty likely, and then into some kind of a build from someone like Doublelift here, who's got, you know, that, I'm going to guess, yeah, that 42 magic resist. So if he gets 2 penetration items, he's going to be right there.
So knowing that, you know, Hotshot was having that troublesome down bottom, Dyrus was doing well. Got to give credit here. CLG is just continuously putting the pressure top. Odd1's forced to continuously come top and help. We haven't seen him in any other lanes, and Chaos is almost dead after 3 shots from Doublelift.
That really fast Manamune pickup is just amazing. He doesn't spend a whole heck of a lot, and he's getting 42 attack damage off of that item, which is actually quite efficient. And
Reginald is forced to go back middle, so he gets nothing out of it once again. But the Odd1 waits right on the side here, poised in this.
Well,
you know, they could dive here.
They might look for Odd1 is up in the mix. He's trying to pull some aggro. They do hit Odd1 here. And Charles is going to pull right back out.
There's the Acid Hunter hitting him down. He is able to get a few more corrosive shots out. And they are just dictating what's going on at this turret. They have no fear right now.
They don't. And the thing is, TSM, they don't have a good mix of damage and durability here yet. You look at Odd1, and he's got Madrid's Razors and a Ruby Crystal, which is just not enough tankiness to survive those 3 members of CLG. So he can't be there and ult and pretend it's going to work.
So they are in a 3v3 here, but like you said, Freak,
Yes.
But he hasn't really been able to back and buy with Link beating him in the lane.
That's okay. I mean, Reginald, honestly, if he doesn't have a rough lane and he can't really look for kills in this lane either, it's okay to sit on gold for a while in lane if it doesn't make a difference.
Right.
But when he does go back, you know, he's wearing 2,000 gold around his neck right now. That's going to be a really important pickup for him. He'll be able to almost pretty much just one-shot a Leandries if he wants it, which is going to be a really important pickup for him.
So looking at this Urgot build, looks like he's going into a Brutalizer next, and the next chance he gets to back, they're going to re-swap the lanes out after taking that top turret. We haven't seen too many of the 3v1 ganks coming in here. We see Reginald and Dire.
So much damage.
Yep.
CLG has a numbers advantage here, and this Dragon is almost definitely theirs.
That is a great move by Counter Logic Gaming, and it looks like they won't even get a contest from Team Solomid on this one. So it's going to be about 14 minutes into this. Odd1 is going to be saving that for his smite for red buff as he takes it down, and the Dragon goes to Counter Logic.
And that's really, really important here. And CLG is going to get their 3rd blue buff of the game. Actually, both have respawned on the map, but Link once again is going to have a heck of a lot of mana to spend right here, which is an important thing for him. Abilities come off. There we go. 70 gold for him. And Link once again able to spam things out. That Rod of Ages, it is completed.
He's going to kill our half hotshot, getting caught here. All forced to use his ultimate to get out of that one. Here comes Reginald from the queue. He will flash, but he forces the flash as well. Hotshot is slowed, and he's going to go for a teleport without having anything to pop him up. Almost from Odd1.
He dies to the ignite.
Mana. Wow. Great job.
Oh, and that's just amazing right there. The flash initiation, Odd1 tried to, he like hoped that the passive would tick off in time, but either way, he got the damage he needed. That was a very, very good play.
So they will be able to pick up an evening or a kill that evens everything that actually has been stopped, as it was not coming in from Dyrus.
Yeah, Dyrus wanted to come in there and look for a kill, but they realized that everyone from CLG was running away. The channel would be too long, so he's like, you know what, I'll refund half the cooldown, and I'll just go back to this top lane here. Now, this is an interesting setup, because Reginald's been running around the map very successfully, and I think, you know, the teleport from Link hasn't done a ton right now in this game. I don't think it hasn't been turned into a kill just yet. And so basically now we've got Dyrus and Hotshot up in the top lane. They both got teleport, but again, Dyrus is still sort of winning this matchup. Now, and the thing is, both players can stop teleport from
Link.
Well, it's kind of a different sort of champion here. Link is, you know, again, we're going to wait for a second item to be sure, but I'm going to guess it's a very damage-heavy build from Link, and specifically burst damage-heavy. For Reginald, it's going to be sort of damage over time. It's a little bit supporty because he has a heal and that ultimate, but he's going to look for longer duration fights because that Leandry is going to tick over time, and he's going to really enjoy, you know, longer engagements, and so we'll see if they get them.
Well, that could be the fight between our two our 2 lanes of the day. Or lane, I should say. 1-to-1 Cyrus trying to get those damage trades in, and they're always in his favor, getting those Qs out whenever possible, and just taking them almost down to half health.
Yeah, and Dyrus is okay to kind of sustain that a little bit. He's just doing a very good job of sort of surviving you know, any kind of damage the Hotshot throws at him. He's got the Magic Pen there, the Haunted Guys are there, the Sork Shoes are there. Looks like the Warmogs is next up for him, so that's that Elise build. It's Magic Pen into tankiness, and it will allow him, honestly, to pretty easily jump anyone he wants and deal good damage there.
And a lot of the team actually synergizing cooldown within their builds. Locket of the Iron, Solari coming
off of that afterwards, a very, very good build for him, and still gives him good tank stats, pretty close to what he would from getting other tank items.
It looks like Dyrus going for the tanky build as well. The first Giants belt we see coming out here. Chowster grabbing one for himself. We'll have to see where they decide to go with those. Obviously the Warmogs to come out. Need to have somebody on that team that buys the Warmogs.
Of course. They do need tanks, of course. Like that's definitely a requirement for both of these lineups here. Right now, Sin Zhao's doing a good job of that. Dyrus will get there eventually. He's halfway through his build. Zhao's taking a bit of punishment there. Is going to AP. He's got a little bit of Magic Pen. I'm curious to see if he goes Berserker's Greaves or Sorcerer's Shoes here. That'll kind of change his playstyle a little bit. But CLG already looking aggressive again.
Pushing down on this mid lane. Very good pushback here. A dive in coming from the odd one, but he gets stunned up. Isn't able to pop anybody up for himself. And now they're forced on the run. Both tops with their teleport on. You can see him kind of leaving and entering back into the lane as they waver whether or not to come into this fight. It looks like this mid turret will drop, though, within the next wave.
Well, they're going to look for it, certainly. It's a 4-on-4. Let's see.
Ivor coming in. We do have Hotshot back in the base. Elise is coming in from the side, so if we get a repel initiate here. No, she's just going to throw out a Spiderling, and they are going to back off the fight.
And they've got teleport from Hotshot anyway, but the thing is, they want him more for the initiation role. So they're actually going to leave him in the lane here. Now, CLG's just pinged Dragon. It has respawned this second, and so this is going to be interesting. They've got good ward coverage, but they're going to contest Dragon here.
This is a really good fight for them. You can just see Chaucer at Hotshot trying to get her on the backside. They want to fly in from the backside of the fight, being seen from nowhere. That shield that you're not expecting, that Malphite ult that you're never expecting is completely the fight changer. Reginald taking a lot of damage. They're inside the den, and they've split the fight quite hard here. Dyrus is, however, going to stand in the front. These guys are really tanky for what was just happening in lane, and TSM's fight team looks pretty scary.
Wow, CLG, what? This doesn't look like a good fight. They will easily just give up Dragons because they do not want to throw away a fight out of nowhere.
Right. Hotshot's also being down in that time, that window for them to play with actually made a huge difference there. If the Hotshot ult could have been up, I think they may have tried to go for it a little bit stronger. This turret going to be going down in mid. 20 minutes in now, we see that second one going down for TSM. It is 3-2 in turrets. We'll have to see if they can continue this down the mid lane.
And I just like how amazingly close this gold score is. We've seen Dragon split 1-for-1, Kill split 1-for-1, though CLG got an extra 150 gold for it being first blood themselves. And turrets are just 3-2 here. So if minion kills are concerned, they've split it evenly across the team.
So I like the team coming in here, but I have to question Odd One on Shin. Where does Zen come into the play for this team? Since everybody else is kind of attacked from the outside and he is the dive-in. Yes, Lulu's going to be with him, but...
Well, every team needs an initiator. You simply must have one because otherwise it becomes woefully difficult to win games.
Very true.
Especially against top teams who know how to defend. And that's just very, very important. You need someone who can dive in there, be tanky, which is why he's going ranged form and toss out cocoons and disengage as well. Or they can dive the heck in there and start fights.
All right, let's see what they decide to do. The Dazzle goes out. Doublelift got, wow, a lot of damage there from True Shot Barrage on the outside. Link just trying to turn some damage back as they run out of this fight. They back off once again. Very cautious play from both teams. A lot of damage coming put onto Doublelift throughout that little fight there, but they did not choose to go on it.
No, but I'm impressed, though, by CLG's ability to kind of group up and find the turret out of nowhere and back out very successfully. Chauster burned his ult to disengage Elise in that one. Was a little bit afraid of getting jumped on, and it really gave them a lot of options. Now, the funny thing is, theoretically, Tarek could be buying the promote item. Like, you know, Promote Summoner Spell is gone here, but he really could be grabbing that if they really wanted to be true Season 2 ending CLG. I don't think that's super likely necessarily. I haven't seen that in competitive play just yet, but they're certainly good at this low-kill game economy.
And Odd One putting a ton of pressure onto Hotshot just so Chaos can start hitting the turret. They go ahead and throw on the Locket of the Iron Solari when the fight starts. They make it out of that one easy. So as they gain ground here on the map, they're still pushing Counter Logic back little by little, but Counter Logic definitely has that mid lane to themselves. Almost getting a teleport in from the top lane, so Link's teleport is actually going to be wasted as he thought they were pushing top there. If that was seen, again, TSM may be able to use that.
He's going kind of utility-based. He's not going for that Death Cap, not a Deathfire Grasp, anything like that, not even a pen stacking build. It's Rod of Ages into Zhonya's Hourglass. So he knows that he is probably the least safe champion on this team, you know, having no innate escapes, being in general a little bit squishy, but having a Zhonya's and a Roa, they can't really dive Link anytime in this fight, so they can't really go for him first. TSM's a little bit assassin heavy, just a little bit. They're kind of going to all in on one champion, and they've got to pick, like, Urgot? No one wants to go in on Urgot. No one wants to go in on Locket of Iron Solari, half of Warmog's Lee Sin.
Right.
No one wants to go in on half of Warmog's Malphite. No one wants to go in on Tarek first. So
whoever uses that in good fashion is going to be very well off, and that comes with a Hotshot ultimate as well as Link's crowd control. It's going to be really hard for anybody to stop that. Like you said, the Odd One and Dyrus can go in, but Reginald, Chaos, and Xpecial are kind of still in the back line on that.
Yeah, and that's going to be really where the damage comes from. So, like I said, the assassination attempt, I don't think is really available here for TSM. I don't think they can really all in something. But the
that extended fight.
Exactly, that extended fight is what they want here. And Chaos, despite being You know, 0-0-0, and he's a little bit down in minion kills overall. He's still got Bloodthirster. He's got most of the, he's actually got enough, just barely enough right now for a Last Whisper. He's going back for that right now. And so he's going to have decent damage output here. And again, that Leandry's build, with actually Magic Pen here, has gone Sword Shoes on top of that one. So he's got very good damage output against health stacking teams here. That's Reginald on Kale. So there's honestly some pretty good tools here, and actually as I go through the lineup, they've got Oddwood and Dyrus as well who do % health damage. So this Warmog's team that's really tanky, you know, they won't kill him right away, but they all scale against that. So TSM's going to scale very well throughout the endgame.
They are going to scale, but it's been made hard by counter logic so far. It looks like Dyrus the only one to win his lane, about 70 CS up. And we look at the other lanes. We look at Reginald versus Link, our matchup of the day, 184-2. Take it out, and it is going to be back and forth. Hotshot picks himself up a kill, but Afromu falls as well, and TSM is coming out on top of this one. They're still stuck in the pit, but that's not a good spot. Xpecial forced to flash. CLG tries to turn this one on TSM's head now, but Oddwood doing what he can to stay alive for the last few melee hits. It's going to be up to Dyrus to get himself out alive, as they just kept going through the I think I can mentality and stayed in a bit too long.
Wow, beautiful play by CLG. Right off the bat, they went for Chaos, and they found him. They absolutely found him. He went down first in that fight. And the rest of that TSM lineup, they put out some good damage, but they found Reginald second. They went down the line, found the squishiest target, killed him. Link kept himself alive, had some very good spell casts there. Definitely looks like he's been practicing Syndra, because he was landing some great stunts in that fight.
And we saw how much they focused Double Lift in the beginning of that fight through the entire den to the back of the den, and then he almost was able to walk out going down. All the defense that he has, all that the shatter defense from Tarek as well, plus his shield, and he's 242 CS over 185. So that means he's level 14 to level 13, still tankier in that aspect. They went for an 80 carry they almost couldn't kill, which is scary.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the difficulty here, is that you've got this guy who's going to start going just tankier and tankier over time. Just look at Double Lift's build here. Certainly started out damage focused with Muramana into Black Cleaver, but he's got Hex Drinker now, which is kind of a mix, and now he's starting on that Warmog's armor most likely with the Giant's Belt there. So pretty soon it's going to be a difficult to kill champion.
Even going for the cooldown boots to get those attacks off. Ever so more. We have, looks like a Sunfire Cake going for Hotshot. He wants to go into split push mode faster than he goes into tank mode on this one. Although Chowster is actually quite big right there, so they're going to leave that first tank position up to him. And we'll see if Hotshot goes back to his old split push beat GG self.
And I'm actually excited by Chowster's build a little bit, because he's going for a Randuin's Omen, which is cool because it gives them even more sort of initiation power. You can jump in there, pop that for the movement speed slow, and that's going to help them really pin people down and really help CLG start fights. And as we just saw, CLG are able to win fights on their own merit. They're able to go in there and just win a fight, go, what, 4 for 2, I believe, in the battle, and that's just a good place to be.
A lot of wards being placed around Baron Freak. It's about 29 minutes in the game as I hover around and look for an Oracle. So we do not have one yet, so those objectives likely not to be pressured until we see that. We've made mention of it when we were in Brazil. A lot of teams, when you're ahead, you don't need to make that chance for Baron. It's a possible loss for you in the situation. So we're going to see these guys just kind of battle it out back and forth until somebody gets caught out.
And I just like what Chowster's been doing there. He pops the shield and says, yeah, I can get 2 attacks off in the turret before I back on out. And just, it's like 50 free damage, but why not? And there we go, CLG on the pressure once more. No minions left, though. It's going to be a difficult fight.
Hotshot still pushing that bottom lane. He has teleport to come in. They go on Afromu. He's taking quite a bit of damage, but they focus down onto the support. He's just going to sustain back up. CLG doing a very good play of mind games right here. They jump onto Chowster, but they go for double lift on the execute there with Elise. Dyrus is forced to back out at half health now. Reginald trying to go from the side, but Hotshot sees him in the fog of war. They may be able to take him down as the intervention goes on. Swap back into the fight. Great job by double lift, and they are going to clean this one up. Chowster over the wall. Now the focus onto Kax as he puts off the cleanse. They are forced back now, and Afromu lives with a sliver of health.
And that is a difficult thing right there. You put all your damage onto the support, and he didn't go down, which means all the damage dealers here, the guys who need to actually be in range to fight, they're perfectly fine, and the push is on. This is a very good place for CLG. They've got a full 5-on-4.
Dyrus going aggressive. The ult from Zen. Odd1 trying to keep himself in there, and Tanky, a great ult from Xpecial, but it's not going to be enough. They just have too much consistent damage, and the lengthy fights are starting to go in favor of Counter Logic.
And that's right here, because he started to build utility, started a bit tanky, but he's now up to about 300 ability power, 1,600 gold in the bank. That's enough for a death cap right now if he wants it. We'll see when that gets grabbed.
The Oracles was picked up right now by Afromu. A few more wards as well. Those sight stones, a must-have for the supports on your team. And they are going to start getting a little bit more vision on the map. We can see right now all the wards going out. 1, 2, 3, 4, well, 6 wards coming out in a vision ward forwardly placed by the blue buff. So they want to keep pressuring that. They do not want to give Team Solo Mid any advantages. We'll have to see if Team Solo Mid can keep on their toes and get their vision wards out here too. They only have a few, and they're all placed defensively now.
Okay, so let's take stock of the situation. You can see CLG now. They've just finished the death cap there on Syndra. CLG are the winning team right now. They're definitely ahead. But let's see what they're doing. Hotshot, he's putting together a bunch of just durability and utility items. He's got some magic resist, he's got some health, he's got some armor, he's got some cooldown reduction. It's just an amalgamation of stats right here. And, you know, he's performing very well as the tank for that team. You look down at Chowster. He's really tanky as well. At some point, he's going to get, I would guess, the Randuin's Omen completed, and he's going to become a big initiator threat as well, and he's really tanky on top of that. We just talked about Link. He's got the damage, but he's also very, very hard to kill. Now Doublelift, he's sat there just in the Giant's Belt. Huge damage threat. He's probably the biggest damage dealer on that team, possibly even in the game, and he's got a little bit of tank to back him up. And then finally Afromu there on support. No gold pretend items. He just went into the Ruby Sightstone onto Aegis of the Legion, a likely Runic Bulwark on the back of that one, and he's just tanky enough, but he's just kind of the utility member here.
Well, Freak, they are up in the creep score lead. 276 to 216 is the mid comparison to 3-0 and 2. Link having a very good game here and keeping consistent, as we said before. Dyrus trying to put out some damage there again onto the...
Really much vision for TSM to see them, but they're going to go in. There's Chowster in the front.
Chowster going, and we can hear the guys yelling from the back. Doublelift is just screaming it out. Who is going to be taking the most damage? The focus is going on to somebody right now. It looks like the Odd One's still taking it. The Odd One trying to go into Doublelift here. Doublelift is very low. Dyrus trying to execute, and they finally are able to take him out. But they have no abilities left in this fight, and you can see them trying to flash, get chased away. Great job there by Chaos, getting a kill for himself, flashing for Chowster, though. 2 for 1 in that exchange.
And they just forced him down, and that's the thing, that the guys who are actually in range to fight are big, big tanks. You saw the Odd One finally eventually go down, but they're not able to catch up to Chaos. Reginald positioned himself well, burned his flash, used his ultimate, but that was enough for him. It's almost easier, though they're a bit tanky here on CLG, it's easier for TSM to find those carries and kill them, where it's very, very difficult for them to actually get to Chaos, and honestly even to get to Reginald.
And that fight was really happened, I believe, without Hotshot, so they have to be careful on the next engagement there. They had a good amount of champions to push that next tower, but the just wave was not there. Syndra too good at that siege stop. Link returns to his jungle to start clearing up, and it looks like KX was actually looking for Dragon, but it is not up right now. 48,000 to 42,000. That 6,000 gold lead in favor of Counter Logic, and they've held the definitive lead throughout this entire match so far.
They have. They had first blood right away. They 30 behind. Hotshot only 30 behind Dyrus right there. The jungle pretty close together, but you're seeing an almost 90 minion kill lead between Link and Reginald, which is massive. And Doublelift compared to Chaos, again, 60 minion kills up. Those are very, very large numbers. And so, yeah, we're seeing Syndra just be scarier than Kale.
And we see Afromu clearing out wards around the Baron Den. You see Reginald and Link on your screen. And now the supports, Xpecial and Afromu. These guys trying to do what they can to bolster their teams within these fights. Chaos using True Shot Barrage to check out and see if they are doing that Baron. We've seen that he has picked up the Static Shiv. Chaos says that sometimes, a play style effect of how early...
And he can get it back, sure, but it's a very important spell just to reveal Fog of War and see, wait, are they doing Baron? We don't know. You see an Oracle's already on Afromu's Taric, and CLG... Yeah, they lost that last fight, but they are strangling the map right now. Hotshot GG, he's got teleport available. He's waiting at that turret for the minions to come up, but they can start the 5-on-5. He can teleport over there, and CLG, they're playing in the darkness.
Looks like a little bit of initiation onto Chowster there. He did take some damage. The teleport coming in from Hotshot from the backside, and they get out just in time. That would have been a great unstoppable force from the Fog of War, but now that they see them here, it's all up to Dyrus to kind of play the mind games in the bottom lane. Freaky's got a completely fully pushed wave, so they need to grab this mid turret because they definitely just lost one for that teleport and possibly a Baron fight.
That turret is there. They are running towards Baron, and they've got
of losing that turret. They want something to come off this, so now they're in the ante position. There's the unstoppable force, Elise repelling out, and they're going to dive way too far in, but the odd one's there to help. The crescent sweep to clear the team back. Will they be able to do enough damage? A beautiful intervention as Reginald just gets in range. Hotshot trying to peel them out. It looks like Chaos picks himself a kill up on the right side if he'll be able to, but no, Hotshot flashes out of the fight, and a double kill for Double Lift.
That was beautiful by him. He actually sat there by the wall the entire fight, so that when all the jumps were down, he flashed the wall, got in Fog of War, and played artillery.
Oh, Special getting caught out by the Dazzle, and a complete obliteration coming from Counter Logic there.
And there we go. This is their time to shine. They've got 20 seconds until the first respawn. They're in a 5-on-1. Aphromoo, no mana, but he'll get some back from his passive. He'll be able to heal. They've got that armor aura now as well. They could look for the Nexus. They could also turn back for Baron. And Chaucer to initiate. He's the tanky one. He wants to take that damage up front. You saw Xin and Elise. Dyrus and the odd one. They, in fact, did. They jumped across the map and went for Double Lift. They put some good damage onto him, but he tanked it out. The flash over the wall, again, that was mandatory. He needed that to survive that battle. And then suddenly, oh, you've burned all your cooldowns, but you're still in the middle of our team. They picked up those 2 kills.
Yeah, it even made it hard for Reginald. He had to take a few more steps into the fight just to put that intervention down onto them in the fight. He had to kind of push himself. Stopped as it regains health, and they look for the reinitiation on the fight. Unstoppable Force hits 4. Reginald makes it out, but he flashes into the fight to throw down intervention on himself way too early into the fight. But they may have enough damage here with the amount of people just piled on. No, it's going to be CLG. They're just turning this around in an obliteration fight in front of the Baron as all 5 make it out clean and head for the base.
And there was a huge burst damage, and I got to hand that one to Syndra. A great multi-target stun, an amazing ultimate to just help burst down the initial targets, and that's going to be the surrender vote. CLG 1-0 in the LCS.
To keep tabs on the blue eye. That's what I said. Are they gonna? You're like, oh, they don't have time. They didn't. They didn't even care about it, right? They didn't even go after it again. So they just played out of their minds in the first 3 minutes. It looks like TSM got really flustered about that.
That was a very good level 1 strategy. CLG is a team that we know as a team that's just so good at creating things in those first 4 minutes. And that first 4 minutes was awesome.
Yeah.
They grabbed Syndra, stole the blue away. They had the pink ward in that brush just to see if it was counter warded, and then they had a vision ward down below that. They used the sight ward just to make sure they could steal it away. It was a great opening, got them first blood. Great play.
Let's take a replay of that last ace in front of the Baron, and gotta make note of how quickly Reginald throws himself in to dodge with intervention.
So watch for TSM's initiation because it gets them in really bad shape. So there's Hotshot going in, a lot of his health bar. He's down to about 1/6. So certainly TSM could get the assassination started. They got CLG low, but they didn't have quite enough damage. And I think a lot of that was gold lead, because you saw him finally at that point completed Warmogs. If without completed Warmogs, that would have been a double lift, sure. But they built a very good gold lead throughout that game, winning small fight after small fight, and he was too big to handle.
All right, well, coming up, our next match features 2 powerhouse teams. It's Team Dignitas versus Curse. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
CLG, man. CLG.
Season 3 for me is the first step that Riot takes to make this game be like a real sport. And so there will be a lot of eyes on this first season.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Freak alongside Rivington III, and it is time for our second match of the day. As we just saw TSM, unfortunate 0-1 to the season, CLG up 1-0. But it's time for some new blood. It's time for some new guys here. Team Dignitas had the upper hand last time these two met. But Curse, they've been playing with a purpose.
You know, Dignitas is coming off quite an extended break, and there are another teams that likes to do things in secret. They've got a few changes to the team, so we'll have to see what they bring to the table. Crumbs, obviously known for playing as well in Jungler and Curse. But Kiwi Kid kind of birthed into a new role here, birthed into a new team as well, and he said that I'm still feeling a bit uncomfortable. These four guys have played together.
Season 2, now he's top laning.
For sure.
Filling pretty big shoes. Crumbs did very, very well on this lineup for them. And, you know, before they had Crumbs in the top lane, they had Voyboy in the top lane. There's a history of great top laners from Dignitas. It's really been, I think, a big key to their success.
Yeah.
And again, Kiwi Kid's new to this role. Now, we just saw Link do amazingly. I mean, he's been playing mid before, but still new to the lineup. Did great. I'm gonna hope the same, for their sake, I'm gonna hope the same for Kiwi Kid.
For sure. So Curse has been showcasing their skills in public scrims, North American qualifiers, Katowice. We've seen him pretty much all over playing a.
He's in just my opinion, and you can dispute it all you want. Feel free to hate me. I think Voy's the best top laner in North America. He's incredibly dominant. He's super aggressive, which can be a difficulty if your team's not ready to embrace that. But Curse is the team that embraces that, I believe. And so they're going to look really good here.
Well, in Season 3, you're looking for that laner that can take the attention of the jungler. And sometimes it needs to be aggression, and Voyboy's got it. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the blue side, we have Curse Gaming. As we were saying, Voyboy in the top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Jackie in mid, Comp at AD.
Toy, that recent support pickup.
So coming into this, we've seen that, you know, new teams are kind of a thing, but it really hasn't mattered. You know, Marn's team was made 2 weeks before the online qualifier, and their team was able to persevere in the last few hours, I think they said, of the 32-team qualification. So these new players, as Kiwi Kid said, he's going to play very hard. He's actually had previous experience, tournament experience in games on LAN. He is a seasoned player, so those nerves aren't going to be there. And those nerves are something we've seen Curse use to win tournaments.
Players here. These guys, they're veterans, though. I'm expecting, honestly, a really good show. And just like last time, we saw Seal do some very interesting strategies, some interesting level ones. I think something similar is in store.
Well, it has to be. I mean, we're watching Dignitas play, and lo and behold, they haven't pulled out anything recently. Back in the early IPLs, they were a team that kind of, you know, would shock us here and there.
Exactly. They went out in one IPL 3 kind of out of nowhere, and then IPL 4, they came up with this just new strategy that hadn't been seen before. Scar was saying that, I kept seeing AP mid Soraka in solo queue, and I was like,
what is this nonsense?
I'll bet you AP mid Soraka is actually really good, and started running it, and they kind of built a strategy around it. It was mid Soraka, AP Lulu in a 1 vs 2. They would just give him blue buff at level 1 and have him just 1 vs 2, use Glitterlance to farm, and then just played Protect the Kog'Maw with heals on giant AP ratios and shield.
Now, he's really just been one of the very orthodox mids that you would see playing, and you could recall it for him, AP mid, because when has he started playing, you know, a lot of AD champions? We really don't see him. We see him still play that supportive AP mid role, doesn't roam too much, likes to be passive, but his style is changing, and Season 3 has been causing him to kind of broaden his champion pool, so hopefully we can see that here as well.
Yeah, throughout the LCS, we saw him just on Rise and Twisted Fate 2 times each, so certainly that AP mid is still happening for him right now, but certainly he's been aggressive, he's been making plays, he's been initiating quite a bit, and that elements on Fiddlesticks or Blitzcrank will start fights, Jackie starts fights, St. Vicious starts fights, Voyboy starts fights. Like, that is an aggro team.
They all want to start fights. Like you said, St. Vicious starting the fights, and he's going to be up against Crumbs in the jungle. Now, both have actually jungled for the same team now, right? Crumbs obviously was on Curse. St. Vicious, I'd say that more aggressive, the more counter-jungling. But I think Crumbs kind of relies on the calls for what would come from Scar or what would come from somebody on the team to really make those actions happen.
Well, I want to see that, though, because, we don't ever watch Dignitas play. We really only ever see that team when it's match time, which is a huge advantage for them that they're so private. Yeah. Kind of has the same play style he did on Curse, or if he's changed that, if his experience in the top lane playing for a while has changed his gameplay. I'm really interested to see how he actually plays this match.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, you know, what we just saw last game and what we could see, because we didn't see any of the AD casters mid. We saw a lot of Wukong in Brazil. We saw a lot of Jace in Brazil. We saw a lot of Kha'Zix as well. Kha'Zix, Wukong, and Jace, I don't even think were bans or considered in that last game.
No, not at all. And so it's kind of interesting to see because these guys, I guarantee they have champions in their
Yeah.
pool available. Certainly, Cinder looked
Kinda
like
hold them back here.
a very strategic pick, of course, that
Right.
CLG had insta-locked pretty much every one of their 5 champions, said, yep, we need this guy and this guy
Yeah.
and this guy. And they had it pretty much planned from day one. They knew what they wanted to ban against TSM. I think the bans from TSM looked very standard. You know, oh, they banned Shen against Hotshot. They banned Neely against Hotshot. We're so surprised here that they've done this, right? Like, very, very standard sort of removals here. And so
Exactly.
you expect that.
So definitely.
Know those champions. We talked about it in the pregame where one of the common trends we saw was growing champion pools. We talked a lot about mid laners, about how they have to learn AD casters mid as well. But generally speaking, anyone worth their salt at this level of play needs to know all the relevant champions. Maybe you've got comfort champions, okay, that's fine. But like, if it comes down to it, right, like, you need to be able to grab Olaf if it's available there, right? Like, he was the biggest champion sort of in the most recent tournaments there. And if you're just like, yeah, I don't know how to play it, that's a really big.
I mean, not to bust out 20 minutes into the game. It's like, you're right. If the champion's there, you have to be able to play it. You have to be able to pick it.
Exactly, and that's just a rough situation. And we saw Hotshot do very, very well there, but that's kind of funny because that's sort of Hotshot's play style. Is he plays these almost supportive, like split pushy for a while, but ultimately tank champions. It's kind of like it's the guys he plays.
You remember back in the day, it'd be Cho'Gath in the bottom lane, and really before everybody was like, all right, objectives are focusing here, you'd see like 4 members chasing him, and then CLG would just go do Baron. It would take them like the entire time for Cho'Gath to get all the way back past River for them to even kill him, and they're like, he just got Baron before he died. Oh, that's what they were doing.
Yeah.
And he still continues to play that role. Where was he? He was top lane. He was bottom lane the whole time. Teleported in, sometimes stopped.
American Live qualifiers because, I mean, legitimately, the guy was like running into 1v2s and was like,
if
you do this,
if
and
you
just
didn't,
like kill
wait.
people.
We'll wait. Go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead and pull up the VODs if you like. LolEsports.com. I'm sure we've got them all up there. And yeah, like he would just run in there, and then you see him on your screen. Of course, that's Voyboy. And I remember the joke was actually 2 years old at this point, where when he first started beasting people, it's not Voyboy anymore, it's Voyman.
Yeah.
Because he was just crushing faces and. I don't know, like, he hasn't changed his name yet, so apparently the joke has to keep happening every tournament. He's got to become Voyman over and over and over again. But he's been just a huge playmaker. And, it's not so much the Malphite, it's not so much the Cho'Gath, it's I'm going to be Olaf and kill your face.
That's what you need from somebody. You need confidence in their play and every champion that they're allowed to play as well. We've heard that, turmoil causes problems in teams, and we saw it within a few matches. I believe it was at Katowice. A few teams weren't communicating as well. Tower dives didn't go, and bad things happened in the beginning. And we just saw what a blue buff to an Urgot did, and that wasn't even a super bad thing that happened. But that little minute thing in the beginning did give them the advantage. So all these things happen, so they're going to be ringing and racking around in their head. So we're only going to see them a few times, and then hopefully it's going to be all professional.
I'm going to like that actually a lot, though, because we've basically got, I think it's 6 teams come down every week. We get eight matches per week in each region, and the schedule's been posted, right? You can see all the matches for the season or for this split. They've already been posted out there, and so these guys know, okay, in a week we're fighting CLG. Okay, on Thursday, we're fighting Dignitas, guys. Just get ready for this one.
Right.
And they can prepare and say, look, here's what we know about you guys. Maybe here's what happened last time. Here's the big impact player, the big impact champion. And they've got to sort of prepare. Say, okay, here's our strategy. And you saw, CLG coming in said, here's what we're going to do in our first game of the season against Sola Mid. We can predict their bans. They had their strategy ready already, and they said, here's what we're going to do. Here's the 5. Here's the gameplay. And they played it out. Like, they played their game here. And I'm expecting here for Dignitas, for Curse, for everyone in this season to know, okay, here's our opponent. Here's what they like to play. CLG just bans Twisted Fate and stops losing to SK. No, it's game 1, win it, or try again next week.
It's really going to happen like that. And when you look at something like let's compare bottom lane, right? You have Cop, Elements, and Cutie Pie and Patoy. There's experience and length in both teams. Patoy being obviously changed for Locust, but that was long ago. So they kind of have a bolstered bottom lane on both sides. But I'm going to have to give it to Cop and Elements just for the length of time that they have been together in a sturdy composition, in a sturdy lineup. So coming in with those guys going at each other, what do you think it is for those lanes?
It's interesting because I feel like they run different champions.
Right.
Actually, when you look at someone like Patoy, it's like well, I shouldn't say different champions. Nunu, Lulu, and Blitzcrank I feel like are his big 3. And Blitzcrank's a big champion for Elements. He's had some really, really good hooks just in general. But the guy runs a couple of unorthodox champions as well. Support Fiddlesticks, we've seen work really well. He actually pulled that out in the LCS, the live qualifier. This just different champion pool. It's just interesting to see. And You know, sometimes you see bans, right? You saw the LeBlanc ban, right? Like you force bans that are
Right.
atypical that can only be used against your team, and you're almost nerfing the opposition because normally they rely on bans for their strategies. Like, yeah, we really want to run Olaf, so we'll ban Jarvan, things like that. You know, just these sort of counter pick bans that you really want to get going. And if then you force your opponents to ban guys like LeBlanc that most teams don't run, you've suddenly
They came up with 3 Dorans, right? You know, we haven't
Yeah.
seen him do anything since. It's like no real AD carry, but the Koreans really recently with the Scepter or the Lifesteal or just starting with Dorans again has been a change of anything. So I'd love to see if he gets that back under his belt, if he can start bringing out a few more builds. Because he's always been an orthodox AD carry builder. Usually we'll see him doing different things. He built Black Cleaver back in the day as well. So, you know, maybe he's thinking everybody's a hipster now.
Yeah, it's possible. Exactly. Yeah, everyone's now hipster in season 3 because PewDiePie did it first. But you know, it's interesting to see because you know you look at and there's a lot of different itemization options available, and we do see different builds. You see Iceborne Gauntlet on Ezreal quite a bit. You see Trinity Force a little bit less. You see Static Shiv or Phantom Dancer, and people have done the math over and over, and they're really close. And you know, a lot of times we call it kind of a style choice. There's a couple of extra strategic options, like Ezreal can apply it more easily. Definitely one of the progenitors of new and different builds. Yeah, we'll see if he plans out something new.
So caught playing mostly Ezreal and MF, I think were the 2 choices that came out of the qualifiers for him. Both of them actually Corki players back in the day, kind of shied away from that now. We'll have to see if he brings it back in. He's still one of the safest champions to be played and still works well actually with the Triforce if you can, you know, kind of sink the money into it in that early game, but then get the burst out of it in the mid.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting to see because these guys have really good champion pools, being hyper-experienced AD carries. They've been on their respective lineups for practically the history of the team. Like PewDiePie was, when Roxal became Dignitas, PewDiePie was already up level in tournaments for years. So they've learned these AD carries. They've learned so many of them. And new ones come out every once in a while. We have Draven now in the mix that we've not seen either of them play. We saw a lot actually at the European live LCS qualifiers. Varus has come out a little bit. We saw him in Brazil. We see him in Korea a little bit as well. We've seen Urgot come back ever since the European Season 2 qualifier. Thanks Marn and everyone running Urgot again. A little bit from GSG as well, the Korean team. Every once in a while, these oddball teams show up like, guys, Urgot's still here. And everyone's like, you're right. Urgot's still here.
Cooldown's Brutalizer. Oh, man.
We should play that guy.
It works.
Yeah.
So we'll have this match for you in just a bit as the teams set up and everybody is chatting it out.
Wow, the guys are getting into the game right now. So we are very imminent champion select. Don't turn that dial, of course. These games about to go underway. We got half the members of Curse, a couple members of Dignitas in here. All right, so there's Curse right there on your screen. There's Dignitas right there on your screen. You can see them sitting down. Half of them got their headphones on. We're about to get this game underway, man. We just saw a great match between TSM and CLG.
Yeah.
What are you feeling here?
I'm feeling that these guys are going to come out very strong. I feel like Curse is, you know, they want to make a statement. If they got on the team to kind of feel out those first few pitches, if you will, they'll let it come in. We know that Skara kind of plays a little aggressive in middle, so they may get tripped up in the beginning there. If Curse decides to pincer him in mid, Nijaki and Saint R2 to just go at somebody over and over. You know, Saint is just known for being able to counter like that.
Exactly. That's actually one of the big difficulties we've seen from Dignitas in general. When you look back at how they played, I think it's CBIT actually in their grand finals against Gambit. Well, Moscow 5 now, or Moscow 5 then Gambit now. Skara got told about them. They're just in the dark like all the time. We see Skara, you know, he streams solo queue and that's fine. He plays a bunch of Katarina and all that, and that's wonderful. And you know, he's a great streamer, but we don't see that team show up. They're just at tournaments, and like in my head, I'm like. I can't understand why Dignitas is good, but just because I don't see them frequently enough. But they always come out and win. They always impress, and then they're just in the dark again, and they show up and they do really well. I haven't seen them have a bad performance in forever.
Right. There are a few things that plagued Dignitas back in the day. I believe Dignitas spent a few weeks in Korea after one of the tournaments, but it was almost in complete secrecy, and we knew when they came back. So a lot of these guys are trying to push themselves to the limit. They'll still be remembering what happened out there, even though most of them, I think, got wiped on the floor with when they went out, they said. So, you know, that's back then. This is now, Season 3. These guys are now to re-bolster. We're actually going to see what happens all around the world with League of Legends play for Season 3.
Yeah, well, now you see them on your screen there, Dignitas. You got Crumbs in that top lane position. Sorry, in the jungle now. You can see them kind of front to back. So there's Kiwi Kid close to you. Crumbs There's Skara, and then down kind of at the bottom you see Cutie Pie. Actually, Patoy's like hidden behind one of them. There, you kind of see Patoy like peeking through right behind Skara's head. It looks like you know, they're just getting themselves prepared. We've got all of Curse in the game. Dignitas now peek around to make sure you can kind of see what's going on there. But yes, we are at the point where game's about to get underway, and I just like I've said that like 4 times now, but like. I was like, okay, so LCS is gonna start. Like, I'm excited, and then we went to commercial break before before the game started, before TSM
It's like,
CLG.
it's like you're watching Ninja Turtles and the shadow comes up in the sewer and it's coming up at commercial break. Sorry, guys.
And so the commercial break hits, and I'm just like, we're gonna cast. LCS is gonna happen, and I like freaked out. My voice jumped like 5 octaves.
I was like, God, I hope they cut the mic there. Somebody lost a subwoofer in their house.
I'm hoping it didn't get casted through. But guys, Champion Select is here. Curse Gaming in blue, Dignitas in red. Let's get it going.
And it is going to be Shen and Akali being banned out. A little respect for Voyboy.
Hey, you've got to really kind of see that coming there. The Shen ban, 2nd time in a row actually, by the blue team even as well. And the Kha'Zix ban up against, really could have been anyone. Crumbs keep
Olaf does not make it through.
I'm surprised that was actually Curse banning that though, because coming into this blind, I would have said Voyboy with the first pick Olaf would be able to carry a game.
Of course it will, but there's still a Mumu, MF, and Ezreal on the board, so that's 2 favorites for Comp. The Mumu is the initiator that they have, or a Cho'Gath, which Saint has actually been playing quite a bit of lately.
Yeah, but here we go. The Misfortune being banned out.
There is
honestly,
the MF,
that's kind of interesting to me because Saint, right, we know him as an aggressive sort of fighter player. When he plays guys like Maokai or Mumu, it's not the same side. Okay, here we go. So first pick Kale, the Elise Nunu. These are really good choices right there. So Nunu's going to pretty much set up any sort of bottom lane opportunity. It's going to automatically turn Cutie Pie into a hyper-scaling beast. Now, we have seen jungle Nunu as well. Actually, Odd One talked about it and said he didn't like it too much unless you counter-jungled super heavily. But Nunu, always a good champion, though. I honestly like him as a champion no matter where he goes.
Xin Zhao finding a lot of playtime coming up now in Season 3. Very aggressive early game jungler that they're looking to pick up within this selection.
And Lulu's a really good pickup here. Lulu Caitlyn is a very good lane for pushing and getting rid of turrets fast. And then when you have Xin Zhao come in there, you've got a really good setup. You know, again, I kind of am expecting Lulu to come out here from Elements, and with just Kale there to put down the support, they've got really good initiation, good, amazing crowd control. We'll see what happens.
So the Katarina's gone, and we've actually seen a few teams run this composition, the AoE comp with the Katarina, Twitch on the outside to soften up, and then the resets to jump in. So that's not going to happen here. We'll see what they choose to go in that last spot for Patoy, but Cop and Elements now to choose up. Elements has his Caitlyn on the board. They're definitely looking for support here. And it looks like they're going to hover on Nidalee for the time being. I don't see her fitting into this lineup.
Well, they could play split push and then long range, right? Like they could disengage with Xin Zhao. They've got Kale, Caitlyn, and Lulu for wave clear, and so they could just send Shane split push and triples, and that worked fairly well. So there we go. That's the lineup. They've got a lot of opportunities. It could be Bruiser Nidalee for split push, or it could be AP Nidalee for poke, and it's really gonna, honestly, whatever runes he picks is kind of gonna determine what this team is looking to do.
I think it is going to be that poke game. They're gonna find the spears. When Saint can, he's going to dive in, intervention, and they're going to just obliterate that first person that gets caught out. But that's going to be up to whoever's, you know, Voyboy throwing those spears out. If it tends to be that, unless he takes that Kale top. We'll actually have to see. Does Nijaki play Nidalee middle?
I mean, he's got to have learned this, right? I mean, these are guys who can still practice more or less in secret. Curses only have to play so many games in front of the camera, so they could always have things out there that no one's seen them practice yet. AP Nidalee mid is becoming more and more a very popular choice.
Very cool. So we see a little bit of displacement here. So nobody's going to be able to dive that I'm a Cutie Pie. You are not going to be able to get to the 80 carry. Dignitas is a very safe fight team, but that's exactly what Curse has, is a poke team that won't let you get into that safe fight.
So this is going to be interesting. So they've got pretty good engage here. They're kind of going to have to start fights off of Skara. If you can land really, really good ults, he'll just make things happen. And he's an amazing Gragas player, so I'm going to really like to see Skara's Gragas here. But jungle Elise in for the 2nd time. We see top Elise as well. But the real big guy to watch here on Dignitas
and Curse's attack speed.
Yeah, and that's awesome, right? Like they're an attack speed based team. in large part, really. And that's going to be kind of scary. When they get the attack speed slows, it'll be painful.
It's going to hurt. Zin's going to want to jump in. You want to get 3 talent as fast as possible. It's not going to happen as fast as you want, but that barrel's wasted on him. You still have the poke from the outside. So they have decision here, but they will have burst. A lot of front-end burst. The absolute zero. Lee Sin coming in to shield Gragas if he wants to body slam in. They have a lot of synergy with those fights. But, again, just keep poking at the poke comp. They're going to be going into these fights with 50% of their health, so they have to choose very wisely.
And what I really like, everyone else gets kicked out, and then you've got a 5-on-1 for free as everyone clamors to get back into range, and they can pretty much for free kill St. Vicious.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the second matchup of the day here. Curse versus Team Dignitas. As they go head-to-head, Curse is going to be your blue team. Dignitas will be your red team. We saw the lineups in Champion Select. Again, Elise being played for a top lane. And it is going to be in the hands of Kiwi Kid this time. We'll get to see what Kiwi Kid can produce, how much he has settled into the new role and his new team.
Okay, so right off the bat, we see defensive postures on both sides. So St. Vicious spamming out that taunt right there. Maybe it's the laugh. I'm not actually sure which animation it is, but he is already warming his finger. The Twitch Nunu is going to be a late-game terror that I don't think... It's going to depend on St. Vicious and Voyboy, really, because if they can get rid of Twitch immediately, then great. They have nothing really to worry about, and I think Curse can clean up the fight with the rest of their lineup. However, if they can't, QTPie will eviscerate that team.
Looks like the lane swap will be happening here, Freak. They're going to start putting him up top. Looks like Twitch and Nunu will be facing off against Nidalee. Pretty good for her. She will be able to sustain in that. St. Vicious looks to be grabbing his own blue on this one, so they are not going to give that to her. And how is this lane matchup for Elise, especially in long-range poke with no sustain?
I actually really like this lane setup for Dignitas. Is going to be in danger much less. And again, that Lulu Caitlyn lane has so much just turret-killing power that I don't know how Kiwi Kid stops that from falling.
And they're going for a super fast red for Crumbs here. They have had Patoy come down, give him the Blood Boil, and actually auto-attack it with him until it has died. So he has his might still up. We'll see if he can find anything fast from Crumbs in the next few minutes as he has gotten through his jungle a little bit faster here.
Okay, so right off the bat, we can see on your screen, Elements and Cop have completely zoned out Kiwi Kid. And right now, they're not even... Well, actually, Cop is last hitting when they're at very high health, so I believe they are looking to push here. Kiwi Kid is kind of running into the jungle and running back out, puts a ward down to... That's actually a very, very smart ward. The ward in the jungle to the top left right here will actually watch most invades. If Saint comes for a gank here, he will see it coming.
Yeah, definitely blocking out the 3v1 gank that happens in the lane swap. He's already... taking a little bit of health. He's still level 1 to what is level 4. He's got 4 abilities to come just forced back out of that attack.
And look at that. They got some free damage in the Kiwi Kid, a little bit of damage in the turret, and Kiwi's still at 0 minions. He's finally picked up 1 now, and that's a bad place to be. Kiwi Kid's going to be stuck here in a very bad situation.
So the lane swap right off the bat. Kiwi Kid probably said, you know, guys, I should be okay in this. We'll just have to see if that is going to be the truth. Crumbs is forced to stay here for quite some time, and really where you see the jungler come down and help right now is just to push the pressure off, but Curse isn't having any of it. They're staying right in their face. And he could go down here. Kiwi Kid takes a shot, but he misses the Peacemaker from Cop's end.
With more damage going on to him, he's not having a good time with this at all. And St. Vicious, though, he's waiting for the tower push. He's going to go in for a counter engage.
And it looks like he does show himself. No charge in, though, as Patoy saw him just on the end. They have quite a minion wave there as well, and Saint would take some good damage.
This is actually kind of interesting because it pretty much stops Dignitas from getting a lot of free damage in the Void, as the jungler is forced to play support a little bit. The jungler is forced to be sort of a babysitter in that 1 versus 2 lane, because you just saw how rough did that look for Kiwi Kid. The glimpses you guys saw.
He's just got 1 CS.
Yeah,
right?
he's at 3 right now. Void's only at 7. He's been dropped to no health over and over. He opened up with Flask, Potion, and Ward, and he's already out of all Flask, Potion, and Ward charges. He's spent all his gold just on consumables and is out. And Kiwi Kid's having a very, very rough time here. And Crumb's been sitting there just trying to support him. He's only at 11 minions himself because he's been sitting there at that bottom lane trying to keep him alive. He's used all his potions as well. Dignitas are not liking this lane swap.
And this is really going to show you, you know, we kind of poked at it before. I said, you know, Malphite can kind of take a hit in lane on CS and still be all right, still do his job as he gets into that late game. This will really be the test of, will Kiwi Kid be able to do the same thing on Elise?
And the difficulty here, though, is it's going to be interesting because, so right now, right, we talked about the early game where I'm a cutie pie on Twitch, is a really important one to watch for here, and that he has to be afraid basically of Voyboy and St. Vicious. But who's going to stop Blood Boiled Cutie Pie? And right now it's looking like no one.
That's true, especially when you don't know where he's coming to start off the fight. It's going to be a huge amount of front-end burst damage that your team isn't ready for, and these guys don't have a lot of shields. They have a few heals they can throw on themselves. They have Lulu's shield, but that ultimate hits everybody in the fight, and there's a good amount of area effect to go with it there.
Yeah, and so that's really what's going to be interesting here, is that it's very easy, I think, for Curse to put good early damage on kind of everyone.
Right.
They're good at kind of working everyone a little bit down. I just don't know how they get rid of Cutie Pie here, which is really the big scary thing, because, you know, I sort of said, yeah, you know, Lulu Kate's a really good 2v1. They'll shut whatever it is down. But that said, Lulu Kate would have beaten here. So they said, you know what, screw it, Cutie Pie, get your farm going. He's up 29 to 26 on minions, so he's technically winning against that Caitlyn, against Cop. And there you can see him on your screen right there.
He's a cutie pie.
He is a cutie pie.
Look at him.
The flowing long locks of hair, it's great. But yeah, you know, I think they're kind of putting all their cards in the Twitch deck.
Yeah, they could be. We'll have to see, actually, as the game now beginning to get underway again. Kiwi Kid got his mouse situation sorted out. The aggression onto St. Vicious in that top lane still continuing as the buffs sadly waste away for him.
There we go, a bit of damage onto him. And the thing is, actually, the funny thing about Twitch on a 2-on-1 lanes is once you actually attack someone, your passive lasts 5 or 6 seconds. And so you actually can't re-aggress on the turret if he's under the turret, because you'll immediately pull aggro again. And so you actually saw him put on a bit of damage and then have to walk back and like wait for the timer to tick away.
So much harass. 9 to 6 is the CS. So to say Voyboy's faring any better would not be fair. They finally dropped the bottom turret. Overall, Curse now picks himself up 1,000 gold.
And that's from really the lanes winning just a little bit, and from that turret there, 1,000 gold is quite the margin. Skara trying to keep himself healthy up against Kale. Not the easiest matchup. Actually goes in, but he's got a St. Vicious right behind him.
Oh, beautiful jump in, a flash in and a flash out. Skara could be going down here. One last attack from St. Vicious, and he picks up first blood.
There we go, Curse Gaming making it happen. Jackie, he put himself into harm's way, but he knew he could survive the damage just enough. Popped his ignite, flashed away and said, Saint, hope you got the damage. That was a really good move. He ignited and flashed away, hoping that the damage would be there.
Freak, is one of the questions we posed. Can they find what Reginald had?
It's a different opening. Oh, they're going to go on elements right here. A lot of damage coming out from Twitch.
Yeah, there it is. Coming out of that stealth, Cutie Pie gets a little bit of attack speed. You can just see him quickly bursting down a few shots. But Cop, keeping focus, says, I can still do damage a few more shots. And he's playing the lane mechanically well. I mean, he's just known for that.
Yeah, exactly. Cop is a very, very good executor in general in League of Legends as an AD carry. He's a very consistent player as well, so I like him a lot for that role. Damage output, and that's really strong as well.
So Freak, we have a back here coming from I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy. They did put a Vision Ward down on Dragon, so whether they want to swap these lanes back, they did lose the turret down there. We'll have to see what they decide to do here if there's any action for that objective. Skara taking a bit of damage as his barrels forcefully push the lane. Another one out there clears his wave. He is going to be 45 to 51 CS there. Nijaki doing very well of keeping himself on top. And we'll see how much turret that top is actually taking. And it's almost going to be down here. So will they decide to do this? And yes, it looks means that they want the gold right now. The ignite goes down up top. Cutie Pie looks for one. Elements could go down here, but he shields himself, stays alive with a sliver of health. Oh, he falls down. Oh, so unfortunate. 1-1 now.
Great kill right there for Cutie Pie. Getting the kill, honestly, on an AD carry is a huge thing right there. And he's stealthing up. He's going to look for Comp right here. He's been blood boiled. Cop smells it. And, I mean, who wouldn't smell Twitch? But there's the fight.
He gets in close. He can take one turret shot here. The expunge takes him out. Easier.
And that was really nice. Now, he still gave experience to Saint. Saint gained a good, pretty much almost half level from that. But, of course, not giving up 300 gold, really, really huge as well. So, yes, this is suddenly looking really, really good for Cutie Pie.
So Saint on that smites it out. He is going to take down this turret, make up for that dragon, make up for the death that they just had on their team.
Okay, so let's take stock of this game because a lot has happened in the last 3 minutes. 1 to 2-1 kills, Curse a little bit behind. However, they are up 2-0 on turrets. And despite being down a dragon, they have the gold lead here. I think the lanes went in their favor overall. If you kind of look left to right, you're seeing most of those numbers bigger on the left-hand side, and that's where a lot of their gold lead is coming from.
With the turret being pushed down up top and bottom, they're going to get the middle one as well here. In a very forceful play in the game of economy. It looks like the structures are trying to be dropped, and they are just trying to build that bank up. And
people and just push down a turret.
All the turrets.
Yep. However, Dignitas are doing a very good job of stopping that because, well, they've got Gragas with good wave clear. Nunu supported that out as well, so they're not just quite getting the damage output.
So buffs, not a super focus of this game for either team, just regularly grabbing and transferring those over to the mids. Scar is going to back after grabbing his. We'll see what he has to get. He does have a good 1,100 gold. Probably grab something of that AP status. And he does grab a blasting wand. Crumbs in the jungle. Looks like he's actually quite far behind. 62 to 51 in minion score right now. The full Wriggle's Lantern, as well as going for the Kindle Gem into that cooldown for Xin.
Okay, so again, the early sort of tanky with jungle speed build there, the Wriggles into what's going to be locked into the Iron Solari. We saw that build last time from the Odd One on TSM. It worked pretty well for him, just unfortunately.
See Cutie Pie in the lane with those 2 kills. Actually been doing well mid. Fight going down. Scar taking some damage there. Blasted out by exploding cask. Will he be able to get the last few hits in? St. Vicious flashes in. Puts the shield on. A beautiful job of the locker of the Iron Solari there. And it looks like they may be able to get themselves a kill. Crumbs on the outside. They could make this a 2-for-1 here if they can get a last attack. Voyboy there, but no heals for him. Nijaki will go down, and it looks like they're able to grab 2 for 2 here as they start to back off, Freak.
And that is why when you are there on the side lane, you roam and show up. Kiwi Kid enabled the first kill, and then Voyboy enabled the second. It's really, really smart play there by these guys. You always want to roam and show up for those fights. The 2 for 2, very, very well executed.
Where was that shield? Is he running barrier?
For whom?
It looked like they used a barrier or a locket. Maybe
Nope.
it was nothing.
Lee Sin.
Right, never mind. I guess it was a Lee Sin. It looked like a yellow shield. So now the game, the 2 turrets in favor of Curse. They had focus on that middle turret, but it seems like they've changed their mind. They didn't want it as fast. The 80 carries have gone back to the top lane.
Okay, so what we've got here now is, again, the late game situation for Dignitas is looking quite good. However, St. Vicious, he has been getting some gold now, right? The 3 kills on his team, Saint's been a part of all of them, and he was the killing blow on 2. So he's going to be in a wonderfully good shape. Nijak is actually doing quite well for himself. Not the highest minion kills, but he's already got the Nashor's Tooth, so he's accelerating his way on through this game. And honestly, the core members here of Curse are looking nice. And we should look at that Voyboy. Now, he hadn't had any AP runes, but he did take the Magic Pen Mastery, and he went from Chalice into a needlessly large rod, so it is going to be AP needlessly.
Those AP spears are going to hurt. We hear the aggression going on in the top lane. Cutie Pie could be going down here. The teleport comes in from his left. He is trying to dodge. One last charge from St. Vicious. Picks himself up a 3rd kill.
Here, he's going to continue to be the playmaker.
Right? I said it last time. It sometimes doesn't go with the comp, but you said, Freak, they need an initiator. That is the only one for them to do it. So you're right. For him to be getting all those kills is amazing. Spears trying to go out as Voyboy deters Skara from trying to guard this turret. Elements getting caught up as they give a little bit of harass back and forth. Kiwi Kid's going to grab up that bushwhack. He does have the double buff on. This actually just wore off.
And Curse right here, honestly, they can really start making the aggressive moves a lot right here. They've got 2 healers on the team. They've got low cooldown Kale, and they've got AP Needly, so they can play the poke game, and they can heal up the damage that Dignitas puts back onto them. This is actually a very good situation for Curse in the mid game.
Much more aggressive than game 1 already in each other's jungles at 14 minutes in the game here. Absolute zero to pop off as he's forced to flash out of his own ultimate. Cutie Pie takes damage as well, and Curse is dictating these fights in the jungle.
Yep, there we go. The red buff Steel Saint picking that one up with Smite. Just denying these sort of resources is great, but here comes Crumbs for a really nice counterattack move.
They can keep a little bit of control in the entrance and exits of the jungle. They won't be too bad off, but they need to make those changes to start getting the turrets, Freak. They need to start pressuring these lanes. The lanes not losing too bad, and actually Kiwi Kid coming out on top of Voyboy in the end, 91 to 74 in that creep score.
Well, Voy spent a lot of time in the top lane really trying to get the pressure going down, looked for that second turret in the top lane and helped steal the Lizard buff. And Kiwi Kid's been spending time being just kind of a jerk. You can see he's up 4,600 gold to 3,800 from Voyboy. Of course, the most gold there in the game is still on that AD carry Twitch. 5,000 gold. He's still going to be the biggest factor here, but he's got to kind of face up against St. Vicious.
I guess a great late game champion. Right now he's already doing good for himself. Besides those 2 deaths in mid, you can see him playing a lot more cautious now, especially with his support and jungler coming in.
Oh sure, I mean you kind of at the point of the game where you don't have any ward coverage in the mid, but you do have decent amount, not much ward coverage in the top lane, but a decent amount towards the bottom. But it's so much easier for guys to roam around the map right here. Now, only 1 teleport from Void, he's not the scariest ganker in the game overall, but you are still seeing the situation where a gank from Lee Sin Gragas or a gank from Sin Zhao Kale is just going to ruin someone's day. So they do want to be a little bit far back here.
Pressure in top lane. They're just kind of farming this one out.
This is smart from Curse because they realize that they can't force sieges on turrets right now, which is a really big credit to Dignitas because that Gragas choice, I think more than any other champion they could have grabbed here, gives them the best opportunity to disengage and keep them from losing turrets. A lot of damage on the Kiwi Kid, but I feel like he's going to live here.
They are going quite hard on it. St. Vicious is tankier than you would expect at this point. They're going to stand right in the middle. Perfect job. Can they get the last Talon Strike onto him? The dash in. And there's the spear to take it out. Great patience by Saint there on Shinzao.
Wow, so I take that back. Saint just was able to just completely chase him down. The amount of damage he had and
this time behind the first and second, and they're forced out of this one as the team just continuously tanks that turret.
And the tankiness of Saint is just huge. That last fight where they just dove Kiwi Kid and did not care about the turret. He then came mid lane and dove a turret again and forced Dignitas away. Saint is a huge playmaker for them right now.
In the mid, going to be dropped down. There's the third turret. All three outer turrets have been dropped for that first tier. 5-4 now, as it's 25,000 gold to 26,000 gold. So even being a turret up, the two dragons that Dignitas has kept their eye on keep them in 1,000 gold lead.
And that's just, it's so impressive. I can't really even believe it. Really important. You're seeing Twitch is still the biggest factor in this game. 6,500 gold on him. We have not yet seen him go into a team fight. That's going to be a huge unknown that we're just going to have to wait to see.
Pushing the mid lane out, Scar trying to stop that as well. And it looks like Dignitas is trying to grab back this map control here. They've grabbed the turrets quite quickly on their side. The middle one, or the bottom one rather, is still down, but it's nothing they really want to pressure at this moment unless it's going to be after a dragon. So we'll have to see how they play this out. Voyboy back.
Looking like, because it's basically going to be AP Needly playing long-range poke game, and honestly, I feel like Curse will play farther back in general, because I feel like they have better long-range poke tools. They've got Kale, Lulu, Caitlyn, and Needly all able to play from pretty far back, and then when they want to go for it, then they unleash Saint and he goes in and kind of makes everything die. For Dignitas, I feel like it's hard for them to find the right fight, but if they get it, I don't see how they'd lose.
Just clearing out wards right now. Dignitas actually has quite a bit of vision wards here as they go down towards the dragon.
And again, they don't have the easiest time of engaging fights, and they're facing a poke team. So what they need to do is kind of pull Curse into them. And the best ways to do that are honestly things like Dragon and Baron, that, you know, looking for these battles where Curse is on a timer, they must go in and fight, and it's like, great, please, come into Cutie Pie's ultimate, I dare you.
They are waiting for it right here. Voyboy just missing a spear on that. Trying to pull Dragon out of its den, so now it's anybody's business here. They are going to get some good damage onto Voyboy. Turned around, they have Nijaki caught up, forced to use a very early intervention there. The Flash Frost is down. Where is that attack speed slow coming in? The Gragas ulti, absolutely.
But I guess we've been watching St. Vicious tower dive people, and he's a tanky dude. You just look at his items and you're like, yeah, that's Locket, Wriggles, half of Aegis, and Ninja Tabby. Guy's pretty tanky. You look over it at Crumbs and it's like, you got an Aegis and an Ninja Tabby. So honestly, Crumbs can't dive the same turrets that St. Vicious can. That's actually really important here to kind of look at who can take what fights. Now, as far as that last fight is concerned, though, Curse, they did get the Dragon before they went 2 for 1 there. So Dignitas kind of traded out equally. What happened, though, was they did feed 1 kill and 1 assist to Cutie Pie, so focusing that gold, still very, very important. 178 minions, Infinity Edge.
Pink ward still being purchased out for Patoy this early. Obviously, the Oracles isn't going to be something that you want, but they're really striving for a lot of map control right here.
Exactly. This is, again, just where they're looking for the fights to start. It's really not on turrets. When you're up going for turrets, you're just in too confined of a location. It's too easy to poke against with Needly and Caitlyn. So they're looking for open field. They're looking for places where they can easily run backwards and kind of move around and find positions to go in and play that open field sort of battle. You saw in the last fight, they forced Nijaki's ult early, and then they came right back in. I just kind of watched Cutie Pie, and he positioned himself, stealth, came forward, said, okay, we found it. Gragas ult pinned them on the wall, spray and pray, just took 2 down right away.
Again, wards being cleared out already at the Baron, 22 minutes into this. Needlessly large rod, as we said before. The AP burst in Italy. These fight team, or their poke team, really hasn't been able to do much. We saw what happened when it gets closed in on. A great ult from Scar really separated that last fight. Crumbs, a little aggression here as Kiwi Kid missed that cocoon. See if they go in for a second time on this next wave.
Well, they've got a numbers advantage. There's no one nearby to stop this push. They've got a minion wave here. Void can't 1v3 on the turret and survive, and Kiwi's going to go in.
There it is. He misses to the right side. Void dodges left. Looks like he tries to throw out some damage of his own, and he is going to lose that bottom turret. So they find the press, the Infinity Edge from before, and actually Vijay went from Infinity Edge right into Last Whisper, so he must have had a chunk of change in his pocket.
Yeah, he did. And the thing is, he's got so much attack speed from Nunu that he's not looking for the attack speed crit build. He gets attack speed from his Q. When he comes out of ambush, he gets a bunch. He's got Blood Boil on him, so he just needs attack damage and critical strike chance. Those are the only stats he really, really needs here. And he's like, yes, I need to eviscerate tanks. I know Saint is fed. I know it's a scary place to be, so let's do it that way. Let's kill the armor tanks. Let's kill the beefy guys, because I'm going to hit everyone anyway. And that's a good build for QTPie. I really, really like that build.
Scar is back.
Magic Pen, and you look for an Abyssal Scepter and try to kill a Squishy. He just wants to hit the entire team.
Completely on the hunt right now. QTPie knows he's going down. Elements gets the ultimate, but they really didn't need it. They were able to take him down quite quick. Cop finds a kill there. It's going to be 1-1-1 for him. Looks like mid's going to get pressured off of this a little bit. Do they say they want Baron with the 80 carry down?
Yes, this is a good time. This is honestly a good time for them. They could bait it though as well, I guess, because they have the oracles. And the thing is, they know Elise can't show up. KiwiKid isn't even bothering. He's just staying at the bottom lane. And of course, they can always teleport Void if they needed to. They're just trying to bait and engage on Baron. They're not finding it.
The wards too much. There's the flash and the dash. Skara can still get himself out of this one as he walks away with Blood Boil. So they have wasted a flash here on the initiate. Guys have so much that can happen within the fight. And Curse isn't using the poke comp that much right now. They're just trying to get in there.
You're right, and that felt really weird to me for Curse because they had a 4-on-3. They knew KiwiKid stuck in the bottom lane has no way of showing up in at least 20 seconds, and they're like,
flash dive.
Well, I mean, like, I understand the purpose of, like, we're going to run into Baron Pit and try to bait you out. Holy crap, Void, a lot of damage.
Right onto Crumbs. He could find himself going down just out of range as they were all stuck around that. There we go, finalizing the kill there, as actually in a 1-for-1, Void finds himself going down there. Actually, Gragas was able to help, so there was a good amount of Drunken Rage on. He's trying to do what he can. KiwiKid is being a valiant tank for his team, but it is not enough. Saint was tanky from the beginning. Saint is still tanky now and still alive with elements.
That was absolutely amazing right there. You just saw that they found QTPie. Saint came in there as best he could, and Nijaki, you said it, the flash engage, the flash Q. I don't know where QTPie is going to go at that point.
No.
He'd already burned flash to disengage from Saint the first time, so when Jackie chased him down, there was nowhere for QTPie to go, and right away you saw Jackie's intervention on himself and just started auto-attacking. And he just put the damage output there, and there was nothing QTPie could do to escape from that one. That was a very, very important
time. He does it once again.
So they find Crumbs, he jumps in there, they get a lot of damage on him, and he'll die to the Kale ultimate. What's important is the point after this one, after he goes down. Okay, it's a 4-on-4, and they come back down. There's Cop, everyone's here. Patoy's stuck on one side, there's Skara and QTPie on the other. Saint across the wall, finds QTPie, so he flashes. Jackie dodges absolute zero, flashes, finds QTPie, ults himself, Skara can't stop him. The kill here on Cop is really, really awesome. That comes in just a second there. He's going to land an amazing cocoon onto a barrel. So here we go. He jumps over the wall, or he jumps with
Flashes were used, and Saint kept initiating with that charge, and they were able to finally capitalize on that last one. Even after we said, why aren't they using the poke comp? Bam, bam, just initiates from Saint. Kind of continuously now checking Baron, trying to see if they're doing it. Dignitas wants to buy some time to get back to base, get some items in. Get that scaling up. We have the Warmogs and Sunfire Cape now on to KiwiKid. We saw him doing a lot. He did exactly what he needed to last game. He threw himself in the middle. He tried to make himself a distraction, and it actually gave Scar enough time to go around. He was waiting on cooldown.
Difficulty, though, is that it is hard to keep him alive. Cop is more or less self-sufficient there. He's actually pretty good at running away from stuff.
Saint is just so big. Lulu ultimate coming over the wall. Elements thinking they could pop up Crumbs and probably take out the jungler, which would mean a for sure Baron. But it looks like they now just are back and forth to wait this one out, Freak.
And Void's going to split, and that's perfectly fine for them. Honestly, they're okay allowing him to go. And look at that, he's back up in minion kills as well.
All right, they are going to try to initiate in the mid here onto St. Vicious just for some free damage.
They didn't look for the hard engage, though. Scar did not ult, though. They didn't really want to go
back that damage off. Scar now drinking down the Drunken Rage, getting that sustain. He's already got his blue buff, and this is really where Gragas becomes super scary. The burst damage is constant from him, and the barrels you just see coming out, actually missing that one, but he can do that about every 3 to 4 seconds, and that, as we said before, is going to start shredding attack speed.
And that's going to be something that will come into play once in a while. It's hard to kind of read as far as the fight goes on, but certainly getting someone dropped down is really, really useful here. So the Baron attempt is there. They're going to be able to teleport in from from Voy. Let's see what happens.
Voyboy did use that teleport to come into the fight. Keep him alive. He can't even teleport out, or stealth out rather. Absolute Zero to kind of peel them off of Crumbs, but it's just too much. Voyboy insane, making sure they do their job to 100% and nobody can be protected.
And there we go, a 4 for 2 with the Baron. Curse doing a wonderful job in that fight, and now you can see that they are ahead, and Voy runs across the map. He's looking for that bottom lane. The turret is already low. That's his to take.
Nothing is going to stop him until it's going to be Patoy here. Patoy's Absolute Zero is actually down, so he does not have the siege clear on this. You're going to see Voyboy just kind of not even care that he's there. Take down the inhibitor turret. First one down in the game. 31 minutes here. Baron is
for the inhibitor turret, and just look how much they got for that. After the Baron, they got almost 3 turrets and an inhibitor, so they are in just a wonderful position on this map. And once again, you saw how those fights can get engaged. Saint Vicious and Voyboy, well, they found Cutie Pie, and Cutie Pie still did not have flash up in time on that fight, so he just did not have the ability to get out there. Scar's going to find Saint here, though.
Scar using the ultimate onto Saint, and I don't think he's going to have him. He does get the slowdown for Body Slam there. He's killing the attack speed. The blue buff has worn off of Scar here. He gets a little bit of help coming in from Crumbs, but here comes Elements. This is going to be a big saver here. Saint Fish is definitely going down, but he finds himself a kill. He'll heal up a little bit off those few pokes. But a 1-for-1 in what was
This is not. Okay, so looking back at the items, Skara, he's looking for, I'm going to guess, Zhonya's more so than Deathfire Grasp here, because he's in melee range. He's been a target of opportunity a heck of a lot here. So he's grabbing the Zhonya's to keep himself alive in the fight. Otherwise, a lot of damage from him. He's got the Home Guard Sorcerer's Shoes, the Void Staff, the Double Thorns Ring, the Death Cap. Skara is a big, big damage threat. Basically, this team reads as Gragas and Twitch, if you give them time, will kill your team. But you've seen time and again, Curse look to kill them first.
To be used a little bit more. We can see the burst of those spears from Voyboy, as well as that split push he's trying to put on for his team. Now they're going to pressure mid. They also have a great top on that push lane already. Voyboy looks to have about 45% time left on his teleport, so he's going to stick with the team for this. They also have Baron. They're going to just siege on this turret. It's got 1 shot left, then they have the inhibitor to go for.
It's likely going to be theirs right here, and you've seen this Voyboy transition fully. Holy cow, into AP Needly, which gives him some really good javelins.
And there you go, Freak. Like I said, starting that fight with people at 50% health. It's exactly
of Curse right here. They are a poke team. They've got long-range tools. They finally started the siege here, and they are just dealing so much damage. Every javelin so far has hit. That's the first one that's missed in, I think, 4 attempts there. Dignitas must defend this. They cannot win a game with no inhibitors.
A super methodical Curse, continuously just moving around the map right now. 1,000 damage shots coming out from Curse Cop. You can see Patoy and his team just waiting to set up a re-siege and stop the minions from coming in. Just look how much harass can be put out. Traps, bushwhacks, and everything. Those bushwhacks are going to shred a little bit of armor as well. Those traps are going to make it hard for anybody to cast anything, and there's 2 to be stepped in. Somebody's going to step in one of those during a fight.
Oof, and Patoy just takes another javelin to the face.
1-2 shots on the turret. 1-2 shots on the turret. There's one. Dodges that barrel, goes in for the turret again, gets hit to the right. They go for Saint Vicious. I don't know if that's what they wanted. A beautiful intervention, and they threw down the Lulu ultimate, but it doesn't matter if it was right on top of each other because they are just rolling through the HP bars of Dignitas right now. Kiwi Kid, Cop is actually tanking the turret as he takes down Kiwi Kid, and it looks like they will be able to push on to the last inhibitor here, Freak. Dignitas is just forced to watch it go down.
There we go, so that's a 1-for-1. That bottom turret is kind of the target of attention of these minions, but it's a 4-on-4, and Curse is not showing signs of letting up. They could close it out here. Okay, and you can just see just how well Curse has been disciplined here. They said, okay, you know what? You're right, you guys have healed back up. Skara's got great wave clear. Let's back it up for now. But Curse has pretty much 2 minutes of complete map control. Until that other inhibitor comes back up, they are pouring out 6 super minions every 30 seconds, and that will just leave Dignitas stuck in their base, unable to do anything but try to farm out minions. Now they've got the 1 inhibitor back, so it's now only 2 super minions coming out every 30 seconds, but still Dignitas, for the most part, are stuck in their base. It's Curse's map to take everything they want.
You know, Freak, it just looks like this Dignitas team, even by their items, should still be rolling through this game right now. We look at Cutie Pie. He's been able to, like we said, focus on just...
All 5 members of Curse participated in that fight.
Yep.
Yeah, the kill went to Saint, but you actually had 4 assists on that, so everyone down the line actually helped him pick up that kill. And with Baron spawning in 10 seconds, it's going to be difficult for Dignitas to stop this, because look at that. Look at Voyboy on the right-hand side on that mini-map. He's going to split push, and they don't have Cutie Pie anywhere nearby to stop Baron. Maybe he can stop Voy, but I think they could just get Baron in a 4-on-4.
Well, his teleport window is open, so even if he decides they want to go back in this fight, they don't have Cutie Pie from that, as you said. So they are going to be able to take down this Baron right here. The ward is there, so they'll somewhat have the time. Barrel's not going to do much. Actually, they're just kind of holding off.
Front of St. Vicious' smite. However, they're still at 0 inhibitors. Even with Baron, they might just die to super minions here.
Gragas coming in there. That is quite a bit of damage. They now start to push this in. Scarra with that home guard on. He is going to be able to help his team here. Baron is on. They will have a bit of regen along with those home guards. Do they have the damage to push them out? They get elements. They're only going to focus a few abilities onto that. Kiwi Kid trying to get out. And this is where the poke comp becomes so hard when you're trying to defend your structures. St. Vicious back and forth, knowing that it's not his time to dive in right now. Allow his team, allow these minions to get in here, and you can wreak so much more havoc when they're focused on using abilities for those minions.
And the guy to watch here is Cop. He's the longest range. He's the guy to hit turrets again, and they're going to keep pouring in. Let's see if they can do it, because, again, they have the numbers advantage. They have the minions. We'll see if they can.
This is that front end burst they were so afraid about. We were saying Gragas, scales pretty well into the late game. This is that point. You saw what a Q and an exploding cask did, was able to outsmite St. Vicious on that Baron attempt. So now biding their time, crawling back very slowly. They've got a few more minutes to do this one, but this Baron is not going to be used offensively in any way for them.
Oh, they can't at all. They've just lost the last 2 inhibitors. That respawn just went right back down right away, which just, I think, I'm just trying to think, like, how do Dignitas win this game? Because they are still stuck in their base even with Baron, even with close to similar gold.
That is one of the toughest things, actually, because they have the items they need. They have Bulwark, they have Frozen Heart. They are doing it synergy style with the team. It's not like everybody's focusing on their own build. They have what it takes. But this St. Vicious team, this Curse team, like we said, so methodical right now, so well trained in this position, and they have been playing in the public eye. We've seen them at tournaments, and it is definitely bolstering their play. A complete shutdown there, quickly going on to Batoy. This could be a final fight. Comes in and focused on the Nexus. It's going to be a little bit of both, and it looks like Curse will take the second game of the day away from Dignitas.
Congratulations right there, just that siege. And there they are on your screen. More relief than like, oh my god, like we finally got it. But it was like, oh man, that Baron steal getting stolen away from St. Vicious. You kind of see the grin on his face, despite a little bit of a misstep, but it worked out for him, of course. But the strategic play from them, right? They got the early turret kills. They kind of just kept a, I guess I wouldn't say they kept a gold lead. Dignitas looked good on gold overall. Right. But they found the right elements there. Congratulations again to Curse. But they found the right kills, and they turned it into a game win.
So well played by everybody there. An early game, we saw Scarra get caught out a little bit in the middle, but then again, he was able to come back as well. I think he had some of the most CS in the game, 357. So he still got himself bolstered up. He still got himself strong, and he was actually able to steal Baron there. With the team, they may have even been able to go back in onto that. That was an amazing fight for them if they were able to have that, because they had already, or St. Curse rather, had taken so much damage from Baron.
Sure, but the problem was they had at best a 3-on-4 or 3-on-5. They'd actually said, right, like, okay, we need to steal Baron and not lose this game. Let's send the jungler back to base. Scar, you got this.
Right.
I was like, okay, right? And I mean, it worked, to be fair. To their credit, that was a really nice move by them. But, even with the Baron steal, right? The fact that they had gotten inhibitor after inhibitor after inhibitor, Voice split pushing, taking that bottom lane twice, basically, that really enabled it. The gold was close. Twitch was actually safe in those battles finally at the end there. Minions were too big.
Too big. That's exactly what they waited for, right? Abilities had to be used on minions, couldn't be used on champions, and then even at the end of the game,
Welcome back. We are very excited to welcome to the stage Voyboy, who I just got word as well. The stream numbers just increased by 50,000 people the moment this interview started. Actually, congratulations. How you feeling coming off of the first victory here for week 1?
I mean, we feel like excellent right now. It's the first game of LCS. We weren't really sure what to expect out of Dig because they've been like really secretive with their scrims, but I mean, we've been practicing really hard. We've been putting a lot of effort into it, and we're just glad that we could start off the tournament with a great start. So
I mean, when you guys were at the qualifiers, you looked as sharp as ever. And when we had St. Vicious on, he said this was a good thing to happen to us, that we have to go through the qualifiers just because it lets us, recondition ourselves. So is this the curse that we should expect to see throughout Season 3, or do you guys feel like you've got a lot more to show outside of just this match that we see?
I definitely going to keep working towards that and see where it goes.
So coming in for your first match of the LCS, what were you expecting? What were your expectations? And, were they met from the other teams that you played?
I mean, we definitely expected like everyone going to be strong. I mean, I think that Dig is really strong right now. I think a lot of people might actually underrate them, but I think that they just weren't prepared to deal with like the split push strat, and that kind of caught them off guard. So I think that worked really well in our favor.
So you feel like you guys definitely had a definitive upper hand there?
Probably, yeah.
All right.
I mean, and with the back and forth there, is there any additional pressure on?
But then when you come into LCS, it's the best of one. I mean, it's definitely it's a lot of pressure, and you're going to be playing these teams multiple times throughout the next few months. But you really have to put your all into that best of one, because if you mess it up, you're not going to see this team for a few more weeks, and every win is so decisive.
A lot can change in those
definitely.
weeks as well. So of course you've sort of made your your tour around some of the teams in League of Legends. You're here on Curse now. How is it working out? People want to know. It's obviously you guys are gelling well, but how's house life?
I mean, it's excellent. Like, I'm very comfortable. I consider all of my team members like really good friends. I mean, obviously we're gonna have like those back and forths when we're discussing something like really sensitive, or like something that we need.
After one game, there's obviously many more to play. But where do you really see Curse after the end of the 12th league?
My goal is for our team to be at the top of North America. I think that we have a really good shot at it. I mean, for the past few months, we've been training hard. We've been winning a lot of online events, performing decently well offline as well. But I definitely think that we have a fighting shot. So as long as we keep our acts together, work towards it, and keep studying the other teams, keep coming to LCS and playing at our very best, I know we can, then I think we're gonna have a really good time.
All right, fantastic, Voyboy of Curse. Thank you very much. Guys, let's send it over to Freak and take a look at some of today's big plays.
Hey everybody, welcome here, and we've got basically the game-winning fights from both TSM versus Counterlogic Gaming and that last fight we just. So TSM in their first game, they had a pretty sort of all-in team. They hoped that sort of Ezra would keep himself alive in the back lines, and they tried really hard to find Doublelift. Problem is they couldn't find him when CLG went for a Baron fight. So let's get ourselves going into here. Gonna find actually the game, unfortunately. No, that's me. Hello. All right, so we're gonna find the game in a second. Sorry about that, guys. But once again, so that first game, it was about them trying to find Doublelift in an all-in, and they weren't really able to. In the second game, we actually found basically how well Curse could initiate fights where they found kills on a Scar and they found kills on a Cutie Pie, and kind of no matter what happened, it worked beautifully for them. So I'm gonna hope we find it. Unfortunately, it seems like we've got. Kind of as a recap once again, right? In Counterlogic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid, they looked to go all in. They had Sin Zhao and Elise. They jumped in. They looked for Doublelift, and they tried to kill that Urgot. But unfortunately, they couldn't find it. They couldn't find that battle. So here we go. We've got the replay going on, and look at this, right? The initiate comes in from Malphite. They've got a lot of great damage output there, and they do everything they can. But in the top corner of your screen, you see that Urgot, and the Urgot gets knocked up, but he refuses to die. And the flash over the wall, that's exactly what he needs, because now they're strung out. There's the kill on the Dyrus. He's got nothing to do. Malphite pretty much by himself makes the kill happen on a Reginald, and then CLG just gets to mop up from there, and they do it beautifully. They've got exactly what they need. Our second game, again, Curse versus Dignitas. And what really happened here was that Curse seemed to hold all the cards. They seemed to find those kills. So, when you talk about, well, if you can kill the back line, you're going to win, we just saw CLG do it right. They had ways to get Doublelift out of those fights. Well, this time, there was no way for Cutie Pie or Scar to get out of those fights. So there's the initiation in, right? Once again, you see Malphite go in, and they're able to just eviscerate that back line. And right, he's actually able to find Reginald. Reginald's got nowhere to go. He's just taking damage, and he runs in, tries to actually help kill off Urgot, and the entire time, right, Hotshot's hitting him, casting abilities. For once again, Dignitas versus Curse. This is going to be, again, a right around Baron, a Baron attempt started by Curse. They have Voyboy teleport in from the side. It looks really good for them overall. And again, they find Skara and they find Cutie Pie. I'm going to get that clip running for you guys, and you're going to see that when you find the back line, you win fights really, really easily. Basically, unfortunately, actually, we don't have the clip for you guys. So turns out we're going to hand it right back to you guys on the desk. See you in a sec.
Thanks, Freak. Well, we have been asking you guys to send us your thoughts via Twitter at LOL eSports, #LCS. And we asked you last time, what strategies do you expect to see this season? And here are some of your answers.
The ones that Freak and I were talking about, he said, you know, if a lot of people know what it's going to be like, they can use Vi very well, and we've seen Shushay do that on Dragonborn. So the EU LCS may show us a little bit more Vi, but maybe we'll see a little more things here as well. A lot more aggressive play due to the addition of things like Ruby Sightstone giving improved vision. So kind of, you know, a different take on that the vision will be more aggressive instead of cautious for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, even more so, of course, junglers, anytime they get ahead, the Sightstones, big
right?
advantage.
When you see the jungler pick up a Sightstone, it's bad news bears.
And good spot. So we have one more, I think, maybe a few more. I expect to see a lot of roaming supports, even more than we have seen in the past. What do you think about that?
Roaming supports given to us by, you know, the old Moscow 5 as Janna Shyvana, when it was just all about movement speed and getting themselves around the jungle. I believe we saw them take off Dignitas off guard. I believe it was Hanover the first time we saw that. It was absolutely ridiculous, but now, yeah, coming back a little bit here and there. We saw it a bit in Brazil as well, but Season 3 does allow for that. As we were saying, Tarek was one of the ones that was going to be used as a roaming support at the NA Regionals here in LA, but Team Solomon actually didn't get to use that. They wanted to use a roaming Tarek with their jungler. So we'll have to see if it does come out. Great Twitter answer, guys, and keep your responses coming. Keep it up. Remember, it's at LOL eSports, #LCS.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The LCS continues right after this short break with Counter Logic Gaming versus Good Game University. Stick around.
These players, like, I thought, like, I'd never get to meet them and stuff. Now that I'll actually be, like, playing in LANs and stuff, like, I'm pretty pumped up, you know?
Welcome back. We're live from Los Angeles, and it's time for our third match of the day. Counterlogic Gaming versus Good Game University. It's a battle of old versus the new. CLG has played at this level for a long time, but Good Game University have a few tricks up their sleeve as we look for GGU to push early, push hard, and look for a quick win.
That's kind of the play style we saw from the old team dynamic, really,
Yeah.
was they were always very, very good early on, very aggressive, good at killing champions, which is the old Moscow 5 style of play, see hero, kill hero. But they had always had a little bit of trouble closing them out. We've seen them get really, really big gold leads and then not always know what to do with it, which is really something that plagues new teams, and we'll see if they've kind of grown past that.
Well, you know, this is where it kind of helps that they come in with an unknown in mid. Shifter playing a lot of champions that haven't been seen in competitive play and bringing out Ziggs to make him quite viable within the North American online qualifiers, the live qualifiers as well. They did very well. He's going to be versing Link in the middle, who actually just had an astounding game on Syndra. The first time we've seen her in Season 3 competitive LCS.
Yeah, well, I think it's the first time we saw any champion. It was the first game. Sorry, you're right. It was the first Syndra we ever saw in Season 3. And the first Lee Sin. And, yeah, the first Ezreal. That was rare. The very first Ezreal played by Chaos.
A lot of firsts.
Chaos, you're the first Ezreal of many. But, you know, yeah, so Link we just saw do very, very well.
Yep.
Shifter, it's actually surprising. I actually profiled him. His top ELA was like 2059, right? Which is rather high. He's an exceptional player, but, like, a lot of these guys are like, oh, yeah, I hit like 2,700, and it's like, it's interesting to see that, right? Where, like, their solo queue ladder is not nearly as high as someone else, but yet they're still on that same stage, and it's interesting, I think. And so,
well, some of the most proof that they come from anywhere is the 1,700 diamond procs, right?
yes, exactly.
Which shows that they can come from anywhere.
Exactly. So you know, we saw Link do really, really well. Shifter put up really good numbers throughout his the live qualifier.
Right.
So yeah, it'll be a fun matchup.
Right on. We also have Afro versus I Am Anjo. We just saw a little bit from I Am Anjo there, kind of thrown into the support role after being a testing support in a game that they were playing. And they said, you know what? He kind of whipped our support's butt. That's really good. Let's bring him on the team. And Afro just all around an amazing player from one of the best AD carries in North America in a solo queue perspective to then support, which means his mechanics are very sound.
Yeah, and that's always really, really powerful, honestly. That most of the support players I've seen, honestly, in most seasons and in most teams, they came from other backgrounds. They were they were mechanically very sound, mentally very sound, and said, you know what, I can rock support. You know, let's do that right here. You look at Xpecial from Team Solo Mid, he can play basically anything. You look at Chouster, who was the AD carry / AP mid, then became the support, then became the jungler for Counterlogic Gaming, and now you've got Aframu, AD carry became support. And it's always a cool thing to see, right? That just these guys can switch roles around and oftentimes thrive.
I mean, yeah, look at Chouster, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Running all over the place. So, with Counterlogic having that game, we remember that it is Hotshot in that top lane. You're going to have in the jungle Chouster in that mid lane coming in very strong. Is going to be Link for them. And then you have your AD carry and that double lift and Afro move.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, over on the red team, you've got Good Game University, Zion Spartan up at the top, Nintendo X in the jungle. They've got Shifter, we just talked about him, and then they've got Don't Mash Me and Anjo there in that bottom lane, and they've looked very good. You know, they had a single, like they had what, 2 games lost throughout their tournament at the North American LCS live qualifier. There we go. Sorry guys, but they looked really, really good.
So another key to success for Good Game University coming in here for this match is how well can Nintendo X, you know, play throughout the jungle. Let's take a closer look at his journey here to Season 3.
Yeah, they've both been really supportive.
I would probably be his #1 fan. Even though he probably doesn't like that, I probably am.
Also, my brother Matt, he kind of got me into League about 3 years ago. He never really got into the rank stuff. He just played for fun. He didn't really care about the competitive stuff. But I still occasionally play ARAMs with him and whatnot. He always makes fun of me like, oh, I'm in a game with a professional, oh my god. So he always gives me crap about that, but I still love him for it.
We found out about League of Legends when he came to us and said, Mom, I have something to tell you.
And then IPL 4 came around and we qualified, and I had to explain that. I won a trip to Vegas over the internet. They thought that was a huge sham.
And I'm supposed to believe this?
You know, I had to kind of ease them into it.
We don't know what to expect. We're just standing there like with our jaws dropped like, huh? What do you mean everybody knows our son? It's like we're living with the rock star and don't even know it.
And once I went to IPL 4, they were pretty hooked. From there, they've been completely supportive, and I've been really glad for that.
So when he went to Santa Monica, I was on pins and needles. I'm an emotional wreck.
They knew how high the stakes were.
Again, his dad and I and family are very excited for him. And to be able to live your dream playing a video game, isn't it every kid's dream?
Being able to make the first part and be kind of a part of history here is really the big deal for us. I guess it's just really important that my family is supportive of me, because when all of them are believing in me, I think I believe in myself a little bit more.
And there you go, just where some of these players are coming from, how it's come to fruition for them. And pretty much, I gotta say, my parents said the same damn thing when I started esports. They're like,
Take an unpaid internship.
and you're like, but what?
Wait, really? Okay, sure. And then off to, yeah, it's great. And so, you know, Nintendo's mom, I think, is, I'm a fan.
It's cool. You know, I never thought I'd have to share my work desk, but I'm more than happy.
Woo!
Right? So, guys, this game almost ready. Champion Select is just about to get underway. Good Game University versus Counter Logic Gaming. Counter Logic finding their first win in a way of causing TSM to surrender that one out. So they're definitely riding a little bit of a momentum wave here. Good Game University for their first game of the LCS to come out now, and we're into Champion Select.
Okay, so we're going to see what kind of research these guys have done. CLG up in the blue team. Yep, they've banned Twitch against MashMe. They definitely watched the live qualifiers and said, yeah, that's a champion you guys play. So we'll see what else they drop out here.
All right, so yeah, that Twitch, that Nunu going out. Looks like Afro was really the one to kind of play the more random AD carries that we see here that Cutie Pie picked up on Twitch last time. So he'll be actually banned out on that side for his team. So I guess Doublelift isn't one to play and say, Afro, how did that happen?
No, basically, yeah, like, you know, we've seen the Nunu ban now twice against Afro. They've really wanted to remove that. And it makes a lot of sense, I feel, because Doublelift is a super all-star player. He's really, he tends to be more than not the carry of CLG. And so them dropping out Nunu, removing that option is really smart, I feel.
Yep. So we have Nidalee coming out as well. No more split push coming in on this one, but Hotshot will probably still try to do so.
So we've literally had the same 3 bans twice in a row against Counter Logic. So they are respecting basically Afro and Hotshot again.
And there's Hotshot himself waiting to make the calls and the picks for the team.
It's taken a while. Honestly, there's a lot of opportunities available. Xin Zhao we saw first pick by TSM in the first game of the day. And now CLG's turn.
100% pick Xin now in the game. Again, that aggressive early jungling. We saw how good Saint used him to effect last time in a poke comp. Just still being able to dive face first into that composition with what they had. Let's see if they can make it an initiator again. Hovering coming in for Good Game University. Zion Spartan, the top laner, and the jungler Nintendo X now to choose for their team. You can kind of see him looking back, wavering on their choices. As he's locked in the beautiful Karma so far.
Yeah, well, I don't expect it to come through, but you know, we've seen stranger things, to be fair. We saw the LeBlanc fan earlier. Basically, Zion Spartan, he's an aggressive assassination sort of player. Guys like Katarina, Akali, Aurelia are really his marquee sort of champions. The difficulty is hard to play a hardcore assassin when you face Xin Zhao. He is going to go for the Katarina. It's a pretty good pickup for him.
And it looks like they will be able to stop the dive in here. They do have the Taric, so they kind of create a little bit of appeal for whoever they're trying to keep safe. But where do the resets come from Katarina? It'll be interesting to see where Good Game University goes with their composition there. And 2 very fast pickups. We saw quite a bit of Twisted Fate through the qualifiers. We'll have to see if it's going to prove useful here with the Ezreal pickup.
I like it a lot, actually. The sort of trio right here with Xin Zhao in the jungle, Ezreal's the AD carry, and Twisted Fate in the mid allows them to kind of pick fights whenever. So whenever Xin Zhao looks for a gank, once he's within about, let's say, 1,000 range, Twisted Fate can show up and land a stun, and by that point, Chouster will be able to show up on Xin Zhao, get into range with the Audacious Charge, land the 3 Talon Strike, knock his target into the air, and by that point his target's been locked up. If it's in the bottom lane, Ezreal's already putting out the damage. If it's across the map, maybe he'll go for the global ultimate.
It was slow, they chose their fights accordingly. We're really able to just dissect TSM left and right. So like you said, you know, that early mid-game, but we know them for not being a team that would force anything that's going to put them in a bad position. So we'll have to see how they use that comp. And that's what they kind of have, you know. TF to clean up the crumbs of a fight that didn't go very well. You get it and you get out with the Destiny. Yeah. And then Diana coming in for a team that says, in your face here, coming from Good Game University.
All right, so right now, and you asked, right, where do the resets come from? Well, it's a bunch of burst damage.
Exactly.
Diana, Taric, and Graves, all of whom are going to be able to pretty much go in your face and deal a bunch of damage at once. And that plays that GGU playstyle, right? That's what they kind of do here. They are an aggressive team. They look for kills. They try to make things happen, and they usually succeed at that. Now, when you look at the rest of the CLG pickups, I like these a lot as well. They still serve that same purpose. Leona's got Solar Flare, again, another tool to start fights with. Cho'Gath, You've already got a bunch of kill a guy CLG team.
So let's see if Hotshot decides to go back for teleport as he gets on to Cho'Gath in that top lane. We're going to have Chowster on Xin. Was playing Lee Sin last game, left open this game, but decides still to not go for it. We'll have to see if that affects the jungle play at all. Their jungle, remember last game, it actually was hit up pretty hard. Or they were hitting up the jungle pretty hard, so we'll see if they do that this game too.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. They've got a very good level 1 team overall. It's a good game University looking for Nocturne. So, wow, both these teams just want to start fights and just mash heads together. The cool thing for CLG is if that doesn't go well, they've got Poke. They've got Twisted Fate and Ezreal to deal damage from afar. Now, the one thing to point out, though, is that Cho and Xin Zhao could swap places. You can run Xin Zhao top and Cho in the jungle. I expect it to lock in like this, but you don't know for sure. But again, the thing to sort of watch out for, CLG is all in, GGU is all in, but CLG has a backup plan. And that is something to always be sort of keeping in mind.
And if we don't see Hotshot taking this teleport here, he's definitely going to go for
Cho'Gath letting him 1v2 and letting Katarina have kind of a bad 1 versus 2. But as we just saw actually in our last series, I said at the very beginning, like, ooh, I'm sorry, you're not going to have a very good time here, Kiwi Kid. You're 1v2, you're 0 minion kills after a full wave push to your turret. And he ended up getting like second, well, I guess third place minions on his team, but he still got over 200, still went like 7-3 in that game, had a phenomenal performance for himself. So, you know, we've never seen lane swaps really shut someone down. But at the same time, it's still kind of, I think, a strong play to go for.
It always is, because you're taking somebody out of their comfort zone. That's the first thing that you can do is, you know, mentally task somebody at the beginning of a game. Whether it was through a little bit of trash talk before, as Team Martin likes to do gracefully, or whether it's through the champions picks and bans, and to really just kill out that comfort zone, because you got to start somewhere.
Of course you do. You've got to do something to build an advantage over the opposition. And you never get that advantage by playing passively.
No.
At this level of play, you don't make a lot of mistakes. I mean, sometimes you'll do a bad tower dive, but generally speaking, the team that wins is the team that makes the move.
Week this season. Saturday, Sunday is going to be the EU LCS, but we still have a full day and a match left today for the NA LCS. CLG right now versus Good Game University as we were coming in here. CLG already with a win on the day. More than happy to have that along with Curse. Right now, we see Link and his team being quite aggressive to start this one off, just putting down some jungle vision.
Now, the funny thing I want to talk about with CLG, actually, is we spoke with Doublelift yesterday, and he said that there's a big difference between the top 4 in LCS, which was them, TSM, Dignitas, and Curse, and the bottom 4, which included Good Game University. And he said that we've scrimmed everyone a whole heck of a lot, and there's a clear distinction here. And we, meaning CLG, he said, we don't have a lot of practice for late game, because when we play these bottom 4, we just win too fast, and we never get to late game. So, you know, we talked early on about GGU having to start out strong early on because their late game might be weak. Well, CLG apparently, if you believe Doublelift, they just win early game anyway.
Safe here. The lane swap does not come out for CLG, but it does for GGU.
All right, it's going to be interesting, though, because, I mean, Graves Tarek is good at shutting a champion down in general. They're very good at picking fights and doing really bad things to people. However, of anyone to try to shut down, Cho'Gath has probably the best time of it in that he has some free sustain, and he's got good wave clear, so I don't see his turret dying super quickly, but, you know, I could be corrected here.
So you saw him move out into the tri-bush. You saw that he's in a 2v1 lane now, so he knows to play passive right off the bat. He's not going to take any extra damage he doesn't want. Blue buff going around, red buff for Chowster. We'll have to see where they will go after this. I don't expect any fast ganks coming from them just yet. With this lane swap, though, it's going to be quite hard to gank a Cho'Gath in the first place. So that those 3v1 attempts may be a bit harder.
Well, we'll see. They've got the potential fear coming out from Nocturne. They've got the point stun from Tarek, and they've got some good burst to follow up. So they'll grab the buff, and at level 3, we'll see if they go for a gank.
Link trying to play that lane kind of in the face.
Oh, Zion Spartan.
Oh, they did go quite low, or quite hard on him right there, taking him down, forced to pump those potions in. He did go for wards and a whole lot of potions, so he's going to be able to sustain on that one. I think he's got about 3 charged up to go ahead into his health bar right now. Nocturne is backing. Chowster stays in the jungle still. We'll see if Nocturne is going to go for a lane gank here. He does have Katarina pushed up quite far bottom. They may try something on that bottom lane.
Did not find anything just yet. Nocturne is running down the right-hand side, though, so we'll see what it looks for. Chowster, though, is actually making his way across the map, which is going to be interesting. He's not going to find a Wraith camp able to get a gank, but he is looking for Shifter.
And there's the ward right in that bush. You can see Shifter pinging it out. Nocturne has made his way down bottom still. He's only level 3, so it's going to be a lane gank coming in on here, and Shifter, they miss. Nintendo Dex shows himself, and this is just going to be for some lane pressure.
All right, the nice attempt of the mid lane gank. You saw Twisted Fate lock a gold.
Need to do a few things to get some CS that may take some damage. Do that. Everybody's communicating right now, especially with the vision of that jungler. And Chowster has been spending a lot of time over here by Wraiths. Through all that time, he's just going to get the smite away on the big one, and he's actually waited for this ward to go, but he was seen there by Nintendo.
Yes, okay, so Chowster's still not quite finding the stun. Little bit of damage on a Shifter. They're going to go in.
Oh, the gold card was not there. I don't think Link was really anticipating a full dive there. Chowster moving back out.
Okay, again, the damage on the hot shot, they're putting the damage onto this turret, and you're seeing it take some damage. It's down to about 3/4, 2/3. They're getting some pressure there, but you can see hot shot, 14 minions, really not getting pushed out here. But Zion Spartan actually having the worst of it, only at 9, but his turret's actually a little bit more health.
And you see those early wards they placed, not for so much aggression, still helping in the lane. Link playing that one so calmly and actually waiting for Chowster for the reinitiation there. Very nicely played.
It's Link in the mid.
Oh, Link actually flashing the terror just before it goes off. Do they have enough damage? Actually forcing 2 flashes there for nothing. So a little bit of an upper hand grab there for the next few minutes by GGU.
That is really, really strong here. Nocturne's going to try to get himself closer to level 6. He's going to look for another gank attempt soon. Shifter close to 6 as well. And that's going to be the really big point here. That advantage right there. They burned the exhaust and they burned both flashes. This is huge for GGU. Expect another gank on TF soon.
Nintendo Dex coming up from behind here. He may be able to get them. Why is he not going out yet? He actually dodges the initiation from Zenith Blade there, but they choose not to go in. It would have been a hard one. Hot shot GG could be going down here. A beautiful flash rupture. Gets himself over Tarek.
There we go. We're just seeing the summoner spells getting burned out here by CLG. The lane swaps, they're putting on good pressure. Again, Hotshot's having a slightly better lane if you don't count summoners than Zion Spartan, but his turret a little bit lower. And again, the mid lane, it's just winning a little bit. So GGU, they're making those early moves. We'll see if they can find another gank soon.
The jungler's quite close to hitting 6 here. Great harassment onto Zion Spartan. He's used up all of his wards. You can see him placing them just behind him in that tri-bush to stop the 3v1 ganks that Chowster is actually going to formulate in the top lane here, which we would be countering if it were a 3v1 rather. And it looks like he's just going to, again, the jungler is coming to the bottom lane only to apply pressure and get the sieges, or get the minions off the turret.
And right now, you're just kind of seeing him. That's what we saw actually in the first game of CLG versus TSM. The jungle find fights. Nintendo's on that side of the map. They can look for TF here.
Looks like Nintendo's going to get his little take back on the Wraiths as well as his were stolen out earlier. We saw Aframu placing wards in the 3v1 gank spot as well down in Zion Spartan's bush. And Nintendo's actually going to stay in this jungle. He's going to start pinging around. They say he may be towards our red buff. We really need to be careful. You can see Aframu making that move to make sure he's not.
Yeah, Nintendo had timed that red. He could have really easily estimated the fact that blue was coming up. And look at that. They actually pinged out that Doublelift and Afternoon were coming from the bottom lane to jack him on that blue steal. So we right away, or sorry, the red buff steal. So right away Nintendo had to leave and leave that alone.
And actually, as you were saying, going for the blue buff now, Shifter takes that up. Not going to be any movement from CLG to try and grab that. And we do see in mid lane, Link does not have his yet. Should be up in a few off of that.
The difficulty, though, is that CLG, if this plays passively like this, is going to go in their favor. I mean, yeah, we had some aggression, but no kills will come out. Teleport top for Katarina.
Oh, hot shot really close to the lane here, and it looks like he could be caught out. Shifter jumping in. That was the teleport in that came up. A dazzle down on a hot shot. He does have a bit of health left, but it's not going to be enough. He hits a full rupture, but goes down in the end.
There we go. That teleport, sorry, from Diana. That was the one. And very, very good gank coming in there. Chowster is actually holding the blue buff safe, though, for Link. So, early aggression happened for GGU. Those ganks coming in, and they're going to get the first turret off of it as well. The top turret is going down, and Good Game University have really opened up. I was going to say opened up nicely, but CLG just tied it up with their own turret kill.
Yeah, very great job as they're making sure the map awareness is there. Something's happening top. We need to pressure the bottom, and they kind of prepped that the whole time to make sure they just had something if it went down. Zion Spartan now is going to be able to farm this lane up. We'll actually have to see. This is that time for Aframu and Doublelift to back. The AD and support to switch up. Destiny coming in here onto Zion Spartan, and it looks like he's just going to kind of walk it down with him. The gold card hits. He forces the flash out. Again, it's just harassment coming in from CLG after they lost that little bit of initiation.
Yeah, it's a very smart gank there from Link, showing up and forcing the flash was the best he could have done. Very smart by Zion Spartan to know that if he didn't run away fast enough, Afro would have been in range for Solar Flare. So even though he wasn't going to die to TF himself, he knew he was close enough to Leona that he had to flash to not die to the ult afterwards, so smart play.
Pushing on to the mid turret here. They have quite a bit of aggression going down. They have wards on both the top and the bottom side. We see Hotshot sticking to his lane. Tarek, even Andro throwing off the ultimate so they can get more damage down into the turret and a little bit more defense, but a great ultimate, the sweeping or a crescent sweep coming from Xin Zhao and Chaucer, and he's going to be able to back them off.
Okay, so as the lanes are set up right now, we actually see pretty much the old lanes from before. You see Graves going up towards the top, Hotshot near the top as well, and no one's really done anything to change. Well, the mid lane, it really seemed to go in Link's favor if you don't count that first blood gank. He's winning in minions, and honestly, none of the ganks against him have really done too much. However, CLG, by pulling Cho'Gath down, have got control over Dragon.
Dragon's pulled out. They are in a pretty good spot to take this here at 10 minutes into the game, Freak. Gold lead's going to increase that much more. Now just about 2,000 gold, or just a little under, I should say. And it's going to be going to CLG. So we'll make that mark, 16 minutes, 30 seconds. The next time we'll see that Dragon attempt come up from both teams. Mid now being pressured. They're looking for more global gold here as the pressure is put on from Shifter in middle on Diana. Continuously throwing out those Qs, but they are not going to care. They're going to get this turret, and they are going to continue. No, they push back. It looks like they're going to start clearing the jungle.
And they're going to look for Mashme to push to the left-hand side. The problem, though, is that they can always set up a kill on him with Twisted Fate. So CLG has to be a little bit careful here. I like that Mashme's getting a bunch of free farm, but he's going to be unsafe here.
Yeah, he has nothing in his mana pool to get himself out alive. If he were to get caught here by a Rupture, he can get chased down by Cho. But looks like Hotshot's not going to even attempt to find him there. Farming out the lane, doing as he does, 59 to 61. As the CS between Hotshot and Zion Spartan. The only real difference we have here is going to be that 91 to 74. Link still doing very well in mid. The consistent play definitely coming through for him as he is up. But the one kill going to Shifter equals the amount of CS probably that he's up.
Yeah, you can see 3,800 to 3,300 in the mid lane, 39 to 35 down at the bottom. Those are the really two big impact players on both these rosters. You know, we'll see how that pans out right now, because just right now, Zion Spartan does not have much gold. He's not going to be that crazy, fearsome Katarina until the Haunting Guys comes through, until he gets some magic penetration. So right now, it's all about AD carry and mid on both sides.
Sightstone already picked up on GGU's side, so their map control is going to be pretty good. But look at all the wards, double, triple wards placed down on the bottom right side there. They're playing very safe towards the Dragon area as they push into this mid. And it looks like they won't be able to get too much damage down onto the turrets. You can see already wards in mid. They can see what the reinitiation would look like, and you can back and forth right now.
And that's kind of the thing, though, is that it's hard for GGU, I feel, to actually get some pushes going, and that's difficult for them because, again, they're against really good pokers. Look at Link. He's got great wave clear there. He's able to, yeah, it takes two abilities, but he's able to actually really remove these minions from mid lane rather easily. They've got an Ezreal on the team as well. They've got a Cho'Gath on the team as well, so it's not easy for GGU to play the Siege game. When you look back at Curse versus Dignitas just last game, they couldn't Siege against Gragas. They didn't have the tools to do so. Or rather, Gragas has the tools to stop sieges, and so what kind of had to happen there was they said, yeah, well, you know what? We'll just kind of wait in the background, and we'll look for opportunities somewhere else.
You can see Ezreal trying to steal away the blue buff with the True Shot Barrage flying across the map as everybody just getting their farm on right now. Again, as you said, don't mash me, trying to farm that outside lane by himself. He's been left alone, but we see it, he's almost still the same CS with Doublelift, who's just getting kind of in lane with his team. They're just allowing him to get the CS himself. So if these fights were to happen and Don't Mash Me is there, he could be in very big trouble here. 2,000 gold up. Now it's about that spread for CLG. 3 minutes until Dragon. Everybody can really put the focus around the map here. They want to look to grab this top turret down. We'll see if they can do that, transferring the red buff over to Mash Me.
Well, thankfully for GGU, they're nearby, so they should be able to react to this in time, keep the turret alive. And they've already rushed an Oracle's Elixir, though, which is remarkably early for Oracles normally now in Season 3, which tells me that they're looking for a fight to start somewhere. They're looking to try to find things, right? They're playing aggressively. They're assassin-based. We'll see what they can do. However, they've got to be afraid.
There's Destiny. Can they pick up a fight here? They are going to get turned on, and it is going to be the Paranoia coming out from Nintendo Dex. He puts himself in the middle of the fight. Beautiful job by Shifter as he also gets in there, pulling everyone back in, and he makes them straight change their mind about this fight. Dazzle goes out on a double lift. They're trying to just kite and fight right now. The fight stops, and there's split push GG.
Split push Split push GG indeed. And the thing is, though, no one's really got teleport unless they send Shifter against him one-on-one, who's now got a big cooldown to wait for. So Hotshot is going to really draw this game out, which I like for CLG, right? CLG, I think, them playing late game, being able to tank through the lineup and not give Katarina resets is a better situation for them.
Bus being picked up. Looks like everybody kind of slowed down after that little engagement top. They didn't really like the fight too much. 1-0 still in this game. We've had a slow game, a fast game, and then again, once a very slow game. I think this is our slowest one so far of the season out of the three, Freak.
Yes. Well,
it's just such a statistic.
CLG. It is. Yeah. It's so significant, of course. But, I mean, that is the old Counter Logic gaming we saw back in the day, right? That was the Season 1, Season 2 Counter Logic gaming. They played very measured games. And Double Lift, ooh, he got found a little bit there.
That's called pain, and he just wasted the last bit of mana that he had. These guys really have to be careful. Shifter is using that first blood to some big force.
And that's really good, honestly. This is Good Game University trying to find those ways to get in on the map. Yeah, they got the Oracles on Tarek, and that was pretty good for them. And right there, you saw them kind of sort of tower dive Ezreal to force him back, and they pulled in Nintendo to get some turret kills. And that's really, really good. CLG, you know, allowing CLG to play a long game is not in your best interest. And so I like that they're, you know, trying to find opportunities. They're trying to find fights. They're trying to find turrets. Right, the Oracles to sweep and look for ganks. They try to initiate at the top turret. This is what GGU needs to do. They're looking to find fights, find battles, and they're going to keep that going.
So with Shifter in these fights, these guys are going to be all over it. We can see nobody's even focused on the top lane anymore. Everything's going through their mind about this next objective. You said the early Oracles was grabbed. They still have some pink wards. They're about to go for this.
All right, here we go. Once again, great cover over this dragon. This is a different CLG, though, than we saw from last time, who would reasonably give it up. Oh, here comes the attempt for the steal.
And he did not get it. Chowster is able to smite that out. Do they decide to keep going? Hotshot and Chowster very low to start off the fight. The resets may just come out, and it's going to be actually Aframu picking up the first kill on the Nintendo Dex. How have they not fallen yet? They both got out of the fight. There goes Chowster finally. Hotshot has flashed over the wall. That's why he's safe. And it's going to be kills coming in huge for Don't Mash Me there. Chaos, or Double Lift rather, tries to pick himself up one, but goes down in the end again from Shifter.
Great out. And he wasn't able to go in and put in a silence later on. Hotshot was out of the fight, and in retrospect, Shogath is like the guy you pick to stop Katarina, because when she goes in, you burst her down. When she goes in, you silence her for 3 seconds. You well, 2.5 now, but he is the guy you pick to stop Katarina. And they forced him out first, and that is so huge for them.
And that's usually one of the things you say don't do, you know. It's attack the closest thing. Sometimes you have to. You attack Shogath, take him out, and it was the biggest factor of the fight. You are absolutely correct. 17 minutes in, not that far apart here as it's 5-2 in kills, and that's scary because they're going onto a Diana, and that's going to be pretty big for that mid-late game.
Yeah, Diana got 2 and Graves got 2, which is really, really awesome for them. By now, Zion Spartan's got all the damage he's probably going to grab. Normally we see Magic Pen into a bit of a tankier build, and as long as he positions well, he doesn't necessarily need the tankiness to survive the fights. However, he's peaked really well in damage for 18 minutes. He's in really good shape for dealing damage, so Zion Spartan is in the perfect place for him to be. Honestly, the gold can go to everyone else, and they're happy to do that. They're actually looking for a bit of a bait. They're letting Zion Spartan and Shifter. No, they pulled the team out of the brush. I thought they were going to try to bait and engage.
It looked like it. I mean, there's no reason why he would stand and just run out. Maybe they wanted to. There's the initiation onto Link. He's forced 6-4 as they start to close that gap.
That was really, really beautiful play by them. They landed so many crowd controls in a row. Rupture, Solar Flare, Xin Zhao's ultimate. Yeah, they dove Link and they pretty much one-shotted him. Nice engage there, GGU. But all of CLG was ready for it, right? That team has to play as assassins. They are in melee range on top of you. Rupture and Solar Flare. Oh man, is that wreck faces.
We just saw how many faces indeed it did wreck. And CLG was forced to flash, get out of that. They were forced to use a lot of summoners. Still, Hotshot was able to push that back. A great re-engagement there. Nintendo Dex very low, probably not going to
Gage, Nintendo too low, the rest of the team too far away. It was an opportunity for him.
It was close. They do finally grab that top turret down. 3-3 in turrets. The gold lead about 2,000 now in favor of CLG here. But the kills are still going back and forth. As we take stock of the teams, 141 minions in mid to 140, but that 3-0-3 of Shifter is going to be so big. It's actually only putting them up about 200 gold. So with the assists and with that creep score, props to Link of still trying to stay close in that even matchup.
The problem with this Twisted Fate pickup, though, is he hasn't really found those opportunities normally. When you look at sort of Twisted Fate, Messiah put up a guide, Messiah from Team WE in China, put up a guide about Twisted Fate and said, really, you pick him there as a sort of supportive champion, and your first 2 ultimates are the most important times of your life as Twisted Fate. They're the 2 biggest sort of impacts there, and he hasn't really found a lot out of that. I think his 2 assists came from that prior fight where they picked up the 2 that dove him at the end there. But, you know, certainly he's not really forced engages here for CLG, so I'm interested to see how it pans out here for TF, because he will scale, he'll get some good damage, and, you know, he'll become a really, really good wave cleaver, but he hasn't built that, like, supreme early game lead you expect to come out of TF.
Still just biding his time, throwing down some wild cards to push the lane. You're right. Not too much of an impact play right now. We'll have to see, though. They do have the initiations. If he is not able to do so, as we said, they have the Solar Flare and the Rough Strike coming from Hotshot. So it's not all lost if Link cannot get himself in. I am Anjo, rolling around in the jungle with his team now. Good wards going down, as we can see. Pretty much complete vision for CLG and how confident they are to walk through the jungle here. They said this may just be our jungle. Seeing Zion, Spartan, and Nintendo Dex there. This is where Hotshot starts to become a bully. This is that Cho'Gath we were just talking about in pregame, where he's left alone by himself with 4, and the rest of the team is going to start doing things. Right after they split, we'll start seeing this.
All right, but here we go. CLG, though, you've just seen them take down a turret. They are in position. I'm trying to check the timer on Dragon, which is going to be 22.5 minutes, so it's only 15 seconds away, and that's going to be vital. I mean, CLG's waiting around. They just killed the last one. They should have it timed, but actually they're recalling, which I'm very surprised by. We'll see if GGU goes for it.
Hotshot actually building quite differently from what we've actually seen here in the qualifiers and recent tournaments. He doesn't even go for a Giant Spell first. He goes all for the magic resistance that he needs. He's really scaling off of the health that he's getting from his feast or on each level. So he's kind of just mitigating all the armor, and really, they can't kill him yet.
I like that really a lot because, like you said, Cho'Gath gets a lot of health through his ultimate. He's been using that constantly to get himself farmed up. And Hotshot's good at not dying, so he's going to keep those feast stacks. There's the Dragon. Great job picked up by GGU. Pink Ward to make sure. Spotted by Double. If CLG knew they were giving that up, though. But yeah, Hotshot's building a resistance build because he has the health already.
Let's see where he decides to go. They are going to back a few more items for themselves, and yeah, there it is. Going for the Glacial Shroud. Gets himself a little bit more mana and a lot more armor.
And that is what he's going for. He's going for a resistance build, very similar to what we saw in Season 2, and really from most Cho'Gath. I mean, I shouldn't say Runic Bulwark because it didn't exist, but that Aegis Frozen Heart sort of build is, I really like that build from Cho'Gath.
I think Randuin's may have been his last item up in here, and he's really not going to need the Frozen Heart for too much of anybody. It's Katarina and Diana to come in there, so maybe we'll go for the Randuins once again.
Well, I mean, Randuin's won't build off of Glacial. I mean, he might just do
not
it
now. Right?
Yeah, I mean, he might just do it for the clone erection. To be fair, I could see that, but I mean, Diana scales up attack speed a little bit. Just Frozen Heart in general is good. It just is, and you know, that's all I can really say. Like, it's just a good item, even if you're against a double mage team like this. It just is good.
So we do see double Zonias coming out. One for TF, one for Diana here. Shifter and Link both getting a core item under their belt now. The Haunted Guise for Diana, and that Sheen coming in for Link. So he's looking to do a bit more damage, a little more burst in lane.
And that's really interesting to me because once again we look at that CLG lineup, and they're not going to dive Cho'Gath, they're not going to dive Xin Zhao, they're not going to dive Leona. Good luck diving in Ezreal. It's possible, but he's got really good escapes. And so who do you go for? Twisted Fate. Well, like on his Syndra game, he grabs a Zhonya's Hourglass early on to say, nope, you're not going to kill me first.
Freak, they have vision of Mash Me Top, and they said we have way more than enough damage to take down this turret here. May not look like it, though. The Paranoia coming in from Nocturne. They shut down the vision. He dives in, but they dive out. Shifter says, I'm diving in as well. Collateral damage from Mashme. Actually only one though health bar for CLG. Shifter in the same situation as they are forced to start flashing out of this one. The re-engage, the TF ultimate. Link finds himself a kill.
And they focused on him, they got that kill, but right, you said it in a prior fight, where are the reset's going to come from? Right now, nowhere.
Yeah, Nintendo X jumps in with Paranoia, and he kind of let it go until the last point and said, I can still do some damage with my ultimate, but he just hopped on to Chowster and back out as soon as possible for a bit of free damage. So these guys are a bit, like you said, on the struggle for finding an initiation here. As they go back, we'll see what kind of items they get as well. Hotshot picking up 3 wards, a pink ward coming in for the
top lane. But if they can always bait out a dragon, this is something they're very, very good at. You look at them against TSM. They baited out the Baron fight, the one we kind of saw on the Telestrator earlier. It's a good setup for them. They can bait the fights, start those battles out on their terms, disengage properly, and it's just a good way to get yourself some more kills.
Looks like Katarina going for the Abyssal Scepter Haunting Guys build as well, helping out Diana a little bit here, as well as that ultimate from Tarek to be smashed down, just kind of buffing everybody up. So these guys are really trying to synergize with their build, with the team. That Locket of the Iron Solari coming out for both junglers. We've just seen it become such a formidable item of regen, cooldown, and everything. It's just what a jungler needs.
Yes, exactly. It's just a great pickup overall, and you're going to see them, once again, mash their heads forward. CLG is going to like this fight. They don't want to fight under the turret so much because it opens up a lot of risk to them, but they should be able to disengage well.
I have to see how the Zhonya's is used from both sides. Lynx is really going to be used after that teleport. If not, it's to save himself. We see Shifter jumping in. It's going to be used after that, and once he's in the middle of the fight after the combo. It's used in 2 completely different aspects for these guys. Shifter with the blue buff. See if Link is sporting one as well. They do have their blue buffs, so they're looking to get their damage out in this. True Shot Barrage coming out as they check to see who else. Oh no, they're just clearing the top wave. Yep. I was like, no, 2 of them couldn't be doing Baron. Oh, top wave.
Yeah, they had a ward on it anyway. Now, CLG, though, with the Oracles themselves now. Andrew picked one up earlier. Didn't get a lot out of it, honestly. But here we've got Aphromoo on one, and that's kind of the right time. CLG are going to start strangling control of the Baron pit overall, and they're going to start it.
Here we are, Chowster taking quite a bit of damage here. They really need to back off of this right now. That's even going to be a difficult re-engage for them, especially when they see the health of Chowster. They do not want that to happen.
They can't see it.
And it looks like they are going to start diving in here. Nintendo Dex, very low on mana right now. Great job dashing out of that one. So the ultimate from Nocturne is once again down, Freak.
This is good for them, though, because they basically just burned the ultimate and the flash out of Link's Twisted Fate. He's still got Exhaust, which is cool, but basically now it's GGU's turn to really make some moves. Andro gets a new Oracle. That's going to be important for them. They are, trying to now blind CLG and bait them in, because CLG's big global reveal from Destiny, that's gone. Now, they've got to actually respond to the split push, which is a very smart strategic choice by CLG. They forced GGU back to their base again.
Yep, again, they go for the turrets. Straight ahead, they throw down Locker to the Iron Solari there, giving a little bit of armor. But they have to be very careful. If Shifter can get in range here, he can start something big. No, it's going to be stopped up by Chowster. They decide to go in on this one. A little bit of damage back and forth. Chowster is now out of range for his team to help. He may go down eventually here. A very nice ultimate coming in. Does not save him, and they only are able to take him out. It was a great job by GGU.
That was a really nice opening for them. Unfortunately for Nintendo, he actually whiffed his E, but they had enough chase down there, which was really, really nice for them. Mashme is having a very good game, right? This is one guy we haven't really talked about too much or really glamorized here, but he is 4-0-3, 257 minion kills. He's over 10,000 gold, the richest man in this game. Graves taking that gold to the bank, buying himself some items. He is a very huge threat here.
I just remember right now Mashme standing up with his Cookie Monster belt on, pointing at it after he did so well as AD carry, and I feel like that's, just what's pulsing through his veins right now, just that
Cookie
determined face.
Yeah. Cookies are pulsing through his veins?
Yeah.
Nice, dude. That's the secret of that's the secret to winning games, is cookies. Riv, you have found the secret to being pro, and it is eating cookies. Or a Cookie Monster belt, one of the two.
I'd been pro millions of years ago then.
That's true. Well, yeah, what? I've been eating cookies all my life. How am I not winning games more?
I'll talk to you about that later.
Okay,
Freak.
thank you. Yeah, I need help.
30 minutes in, we're going for Dragon once again. It's been a little bit back and forth. GGU on the first one, CLG on the second. They've been able to grab them, I believe, since then. And as well, the fight could begin here. Hotshot in the front. Hotshot and Chowster were the first ones to get caught at a Dragon fight that GGU won last time. Remember, they were banking down bottom just like this. and it was Chaucer and Hotshot that had to flash out of the fight, and they could not shut them down. But it's a little bit different now. Those core items, there's the Destiny. He's going to put himself in the middle of the team. A beautiful Solar Flare Shifter. Not enough room to breathe, and he may go down here. A beautiful Zonius keeps himself alive. True Shot Barrage just missing on the tail of Diana, and it looks like they're able to get out of this one. They have definitely tried to dodge a lot of death here, but I Am Anjo finally falls.
They found Anjo. Mashmi has no cleanse, and CLG is 5 strong, and no one on GGU has health. This turret is theirs. Mashmi, I feel like he's a little. I feel like he should heal, because if he takes a gold card, he'll die.
I feel like it's a good idea for him. Going in for some free damage as the inhibitor goes down. GGU in a last-ditch kind of stop attacking our base. They're trying to just do enough damage to prevent any more of happening to their base, but he may be able to kite this one out. Looks like double lift, no mana for either. 80 carry, flashes in, gets a double kill. Don't mash me coming up there big time.
That is an ace.
Triple.
Wow, that was impressive. Zion Spartan got a pretty much full channeled Katarina ultimate there. He was exhausted, but he found the time to go in with no crowd controls. And Mashmi, I was wrong, that dude stayed, and he found the fight. He actually flashed after me to not get stunned there. He got double lift there. He actually tried to flash away himself. The last bullet came out. Really, really, really nice play there. Mashmi, once again, dude, you can see him on the screen there in the bottom right. That's Mashmi. The dude. What a good pickup for that team.
That was
you
how
can't no,
good.
Mashmi, you can't solo Baron. You can't. Like, this is not going to work
Well,
for
he's
him.
got Nocturne right there, man. He's fine. He's got the heal from
He's gonna
Terra
be at
coming
half
in.
health. Like, he's just wasting his health bar. Like, look at this. Mashmi. Bro, like, you're awesome, but you can't solo Baron.
Oh, God. Chaucer's coming in here. They don't have vision on this. He is going to try to clear this area, though. Oh, man. If he sweeps in the right direction. Go up. Ah, don't. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, he just felt good. I mean, those cookies going through his veins, man. He felt like he could do that. But
he's like, I can start it. I can start it. Guys, get over here.
Oh, well. Nice try. But, you know, the idea was right, but you actually saw Chaucer right away. He's like, you know, Baron's on the table here.
Yeah.
Mashmi might try to solo it. I'm going to look.
So let's take a look now. It's going to be that 5-on-5 with pretty much, you know, more than 50% of the core items that are necessary per champion here. Hotshot is actually kind of still sitting on that bulwark, and he got the Glacial Shroud, and he's gone for his boots, the tier 2 boots, and then he goes for all wards for right now. So he's got captains. He's really looking to support the team, really looking to help them. We have more tank coming out onto Xin, the Lich Bane being finished on Twisted Fate, as well as the Zonias. We saw Shifter just using Zonias in that last fight to a great extent, keeping himself alive for the majority of it. The 80 carries quite fed now. Ezreal a little bit more on the bursty side with his Triforce, but you're going to get that from Graves' Buckshot anyways.
So basically GGU are looking pretty happy right here. Oh, there's a base trade opportunity. They're going to be trading turrets right here.
That is a turret meant first for that bottom side. Both of these 80 carries have that bit of a speed steroid, and it looks like, no, they're going to go in and they're going to try to stop
He's
CLG.
going to get stopped by Ezreal.
They are going to hit the ulti, actually misses everybody. They get out in time. That would have been an amazing job there. The home guards to stop them. It's all about the inhibitor right now, and they are going to back off of this. They gain a lot of ground and drop their second inhibitor turret.
That was absolutely amazing strategic play by Counter Logic Gaming. They read that mid push coming, and they're like, you know what? We're going to find the turret top, and we are going to be able to outrace you, because you look at their damage to turrets, and it is really, really, really good, especially because they have Ezreal, the Essence Flux, now rank 4, granting a lot of attack speed to his teammates. Twisted Fate with a Lich Bane, great at eviscerating turrets. Xin Zhao in general drops those down, and here they go for TF.
Ultimate going on to Link as he kind of tunnels himself in there. That would not have been a good initiation. Once again, Paranoia is down, and it's not the worst ult for them to lose.
Now, but they again burn Twisted Fate's ultimate and his flash. However, Link is going to be able to backdoor this top lane unless he gets found.
As they start to push in, Freaky is very close to being on the other side of Baron. Link trying to get together with this team here. The second he is seen not with them, there's definitely going to be movement from GGU. Now that they see all 5 members getting ready to poise on this Baron fight, the Oracles is in the hands of Anjo, so they're able to clear their way in here. The vision is only going to be set until they break into that Baron den. 12-9 is the score right now. Up by 3,000 gold means anybody's fight. That's really not definitive. Shifter is going back here. He has teleport to get in. They have a ward in place, and it looks like they are going to start clicking on Baron a little bit here. They are getting the damage down. They're trying to keep it from rezzing too much. Great smoke to try and split this up. They're doing everything they can to try to just get everybody backed off of Baron.
Yep, but
being
down to
a
half
very
health.
good deterrent.
That was very, very well done by GGU, basically. They knew they were poking on Baron. They didn't actually have direct sight of it, but they kind of inferred the health bar on it and said, no, we can poke you, you'll back off.
So it looks like they play the mind game of backing very quickly here. They've seen how much they can stop GGU from going in and going out. So feeling that they can dictate that fight, actually both teams back and kind of concede the Baron.
Yeah, well, right now, Ezra's been picking up a lot of really big items. Bloodthirster, Trinity Force, and Last Whisper. He's got a Quicksilver Sash now, which makes him very difficult to catch there. There's basically 2 huge crowd controls to worry about, which is Tarek, both with Stun and Exhaust, and the fear coming out from Nocturne. He's going to want to QSS at least one of those 3. And, you know, Doublelift, he just wants to be safe. He's got great damage output. He's just going to be as escapey as possible. Meanwhile, Mashme, he's already got Cleanse. He's saying, you know what, I don't need to worry about too much more than that. I'm just going to go for Warmugs and tank it out.
Once again, Freak, here it comes. The Baron attempt back and forth. I think this is the first time where, you know, we usually say the team's not going to do Baron if they have a definitive lead. But this is a Baron to try and grab a definitive lead. And it looks like they're going to be able to get it. Spartan just on the other side could get in there. No, they're actually going to stop Baron. It's very low. Paranoia goes down, but it looks like GGU takes a good amount of burst damage right off the bat. They've split themselves out. Once again, Hotshot is out. Death Lotus has already been used, and there was no reset there, but they're able to go 1 for 1 so far. Chaucer goes down from Zion Spartan, and they will continue this fight. Doublelift trying to get some health back, just farming off of the Wolves as he moves around, and it looks like GGU pushes them out of a fight again. Look at all the blinking health for CLG.
Wow, they trade 1 for 1 right there. Good kill on a Chauster, and that's actually, to me, very, very impressive, especially for Don't Mash Me on Graves, because they killed one of the 2 tanks. Well, I should say one of the 3 tanks on the team. But they killed one of the tanks on the team first successfully. They killed him off. Shifter, he actually would have lived, but he was stunned for too long, could not pop Zonias in time. Otherwise, the team could have collapsed and forced everyone back. But we saw once again, actually, Doublelift was forced out. He got low. They found him just enough for damage and forced him out of that one. Really, really well played there. And yeah, Shifter died, almost could have Zonias'd it, but they were able to kill off a tank, which reads really well for GGU.
Looking at the items as we go around here, Katarina 228 to Cho'Gath 163, but still we can see how big of a part that Hotshot is playing in these fights. But now losing his stack, it's going to start hurting that he hasn't purchased that health yet. He also went for the Warden's Mail on that, so that's going to help him out a little bit there with the armor as well. But he has the Glacial Shroud before that. He kind of stacked a little bit on there and plateaued with no HP when he needed to get it. So we see Hotshot rather going down a little bit faster in these fights. I believe he finally got himself up. One more stack will get him to full. He's got about 20 seconds left on that before they initiate. The ult coming up once again for Nocturne. That Paranoia for Nintendo X will be up. The Cleanse is up for Mashme. The ult is up for Mashme. And coming out of that fight, he had 100 health. 100% health, I should say. And he got the Warmogs. He's 7-0-6, about 50 CS above right now. There's 40 CS above. Doublelift. He's having an amazing game. Mashme is really helping to carry the team through this one.
Yes, he is, I think, the biggest impact. Now it's kind of on Don't Mashme's back. He's actually the one to soften up the tanks and enable those first kills. So while Zion Spartan's very explosive, they still got a key off of Mashme.
Link patiently holding the yellow card lockdown. Looks like they're going to back off of this one. Floating around, we do see 1 Oracles, and do we have one onto Afro? Afro does not have one. The split push bottom lane here. Shifter going in very strong on this wave clearing, or Diana at this point is going to be great for him, and it looks like they do pull focus from the team, so it looks like GGU for the first time.
Inhibitor, that is CLG's ace in the hole, is that they can push down buildings and force responses. We'll see if they can collapse on this in time.
That's what he's going to do. A beautiful job putting a wall of people between them and the inhibitor, forcing himself over to Hotshot. Paranoia was used defensively there. Anjo taking a lot of damage, and Mashme is quite the focus as they go into this fight. They are not giving up on him, but they want to turn. They hear Katarina going crazy, and they have a very good initiation on this fight, Freak. Nintendo X goes down. Mashme falls there. Shifter very low. The feast has been used by Cho'Gath, and it looks like Zion Spartan will not make it out of the... Oh! And GGU had a definitive dictating position over what was happening, and CLG really had to work to what GGU was doing, and then they said, yeah, here we go, let's make it happen. That one fight, the strength that they had coming out of that and this is what you can do with it.
Well, Hotshot tanking that turret, getting quite low on health. They've got Tarek alive, Nocturne in 8 seconds. They're going for Shifter. He's Zonia's again. He survives this for now. Let's see if he can go in. He's going to find Afro.
Here comes Tarek. It's going to be in. A very nice job. Shifter takes down Afro. The Dazzler goes down. Anjo taking so much damage. One more auto attack.
Well, GGU is forced to stay in their base to stop super minions. They can maybe stab for Baron, but they need to be so afraid that Link does not backdoor the Nexus. CLG has like 4 cards to play right here. TF can backdoor. They can just slow churn the base. They can, just grab Baron and then just kind of dive it. Or they could just sit there and take bottom lane almost for free because GGU's stuck in their base.
It looks like Nintendo Dex and MashMe trying to do just this. They have quite a bit of damage. They can cycle in and out here. They're going to... And they are going for the base now, Freak. They have Leona there, but not the best siege
They
stopper.
need to send Anjo back to the base because they're going to lose their Nexus to minions if they take too long here. They're going to sit and try to churn out the mid lane. Nope, they're actually going to turn back. They're actually saying, you know what, we can't backdoor this because Doublelift has respawned, Afro is here, and the Nexus is taking damage. Now, Afro and Doublelift can't get into the base just yet, but they need to stop this so soon. They're going to lose the bottom turret and inhibitor, and they're soon going to lose the Nexus.
You know, Freak, I like this move by GGU. They said that was a really good fight. We were able to win the
base and almost just win with minions.
With this Baron, it's going to be a David versus Goliath, but there's nothing for that slingshot that David has right now. With the Baron, with everything down, and only an open Nexus, they're just going to have to blow down the front door.
This is going to be, this is so difficult for them. The Baron is dead. They've got all 5 members of CLG wearing that buff. Yeah, they'll recall one last time and grab items, but this could be CLG's game-winning push version 2.
Yeah, here we go. As they make their way in, the Frozen Heart finally finished on that Cho'Gath. It was Shin who goes to build the Randu and Zoman.
Red Elixir getting bought here by Anjo's Tarek. He's really trying to tank this out, keep himself alive, but CLG, here they come. They've got Doublelift in the rear, everyone else kind of just limping up towards the front of that base. All I can say here is CLG is going to push here, and it's like 90% likely they close the game out.
Pretty much all or nothing as Counter Logic makes one of what could be their final pushes in their second game of the day. Will they go 2-on in the first day of the 2-0 in the first day of the LCS? First game again. 60 seconds in the Death Chamber is going to be too long. The minions are flooding the base, Freak. A triple kill coming in for Doublelift here as everybody has fallen, and that is going to be CLG's second win, game day 1.
Very, very nice job by them. Actually, 19-19 the kill score on that game. That's actually rather impressive. But the strategic play for them, whoever made the calls, had done a very, very good job. Likely Chowster, of course, but the mid lane, top lane push that happened there towards the 80% mark in that game, where GGU ran down mid lane and CLG, they went top, forced GGU to recall back. They lost 2 turrets for 1.
That was definitely a painful aspect for them to hit, especially when TF poured it in for that first inhibitor to go down. That was such an unfortunate position to be caught at, because it's not like you lost the fight at the middle of the base and you get the 20 seconds of respawn time. You lost the fight in your base right away. Yep. That was an inhibitor turret again. That was an inhibitor turret again. And then Baron was pretty much just a walk in the park for them back and forth.
Exactly. When you can win a fight right on the footsteps of your opponent's base, right? We saw the fight you just mentioned. Twisted Fate ults in on top of the Nexus, deals some good damage, and they fight a 5-on-5 and they go 4 for 1.
Right.
It gave them, yes, top inhibitor, middle inhibitor, both Nexus turrets. They backed out. Then you saw Good Game University win a fight right outside of Baron, and it gave them
something at the beginning of the game, playing very well for his team. And you said those first few ultimates, they mean a lot for Twisted Fate. And he didn't do much with them, but he didn't overextend himself to make that have to happen, which is what some Twisted Fates do.
Yeah, he actually found those catches sort of in the mid to late game. He would, as a battle would sort of peter out, he would say, oh, you split up the wrong way. He found Zion Spartan one time by the Wraith camp in the upper jungle. And yeah, Link turned that question mark into an exclamation point. He's done very well for them.
So coming out there, winning his mid lane matchups, Link on what so far? Twisted Fate and Syndra both showing us some stuff. So we've had questions about a few of these guys coming in on these fresh rosters. They've been showing very well. Season 3 has been prepped for by the teams, and we have more to come for you. After the break, we'll have an interview with Hotshot GG, then our final match of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Vulcun Command. We'll be right back with all the action in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Back, everybody. We're joined by Hotshot GG here in the booth from Counterlogic Gaming. How's it going, Hotshot?
What's up, dude?
So, coming into your first match, let's get this one out of the way as we hear. It shows adaptability for you guys and the fact that you have been training a lot and that little things may not mean the end of the game, but you forgot to set up some runes for that first game. You still kind of persevered, though.
Yeah, that was rough because Darius played it pretty well, and the matchup's already in favor of Elise pretty hard. So I got crushed, and I just tried my best to survive.
Right on, right.
All right, so I want to actually talk about the game you just played. So Good Game University, how do they feel as an opponent to you guys?
To be honest, they felt stronger than TSM right now. They're formidable, and they have a really, really aggressive early game. So we held them back, and they start to fall off a little bit later on.
Cool. So what kind of, so I saw a lot of calls from you guys where basically you would trade turrets really well. So there's one where you guys went top lane as they pushed mid and they held to recall back. Double tried to ult them to keep them from recalling. Like, who's making the calls for you guys? Is that Chowster still?
That's Chowster, yeah. If one of us has an idea, we'll chime in, but mostly Chowster is leading the calls.
And you've just been just relying on him, basically.
Yeah. He pretty much outplayed them during the mid game. We tooled them around for quite a long time.
Cool.
So you guys feel like knowing you had the upper hand here, at what point did you just say, let's start going for inhibitors? You know, you were trying to test the Baron attempts back and forth, trying to make them just think that you were going to go for it. Where did you just say, let's go for the base and fight it in there?
So we needed a few key items, like Doublelift needed his Trinity Force. Link was really, really close to Hourglass, and versus Reset comp, you cannot die. So
yeah.
Link really wanted to hold off. We gave up a dragon around mid game because even though we were like ahead, because we didn't want to potentially get a reset on Link. So he got his Hourglass, and then we started playing as aggressive as we could.
No, it's actually really smart to sort of build yourself around items. It's really, really smart. So yeah, we noticed the early Hourglass both times. And I want to go back to game one. So Syndra, you grabbed the Golem Steel off of it, but Syndra's not someone we've really seen a lot in competitive. Why that champion?
Well, see, Link is really, really versatile, and he has some really unique champions, and Syndra is one of them. And honestly, Syndra's really, really strong right now. He plays him well, and I think he's our favorite champion.
So we're going to see more Syndra from you guys.
I think so.
Do you feel like that champion pool that Link brings to the table kind of diversifies things from what you guys had with Big Fat?
Yeah, for sure. I really like Link's champion pool, and it really complements our team better.
Awesome.
What kind of role does he like fill on the team? Like if you had to give like like outside of like he's a top laner, I'm a mid laner, you're like what is everyone's role on that team?
I really think that Link's role in that team is just to prevent bad things from happening. He runs TP a lot, and he stops me from getting dove. And sometimes, you know, like he'll counter the top lane's TP with his own TP. So he really fuels this like mobility, like he stops aggression and stuff like that. It's really good.
What about everyone else? Like so Chowster obviously the strat caller, but what does he do on the map for you guys?
So Chowster's a strat caller, and he plays really aggressive jungles. He likes to make plays and tool around the enemy team during mid game. Doublelift is like all damage. Like we're like, Doublelift, build tanky this time. He buys like a Trinity Force, and he's like, that's tanky.
300 health, I'm good. I can kite.
I play like more of a tanky defensive role. I usually get banned out in my favorite champions, so I opt to just play more of a defensive role and try to, you know, mitigate Doublelift's no tanky style, and it usually works really well. And Afro plays really good with Doublelift. He has a really aggressive mentality, and he wins lane a lot.
Right on. Going back to, you know, when you switched in and out of the jungle and whatnot, just thinking about those times, did it change your playstyle at all when you went back to the top lane? Did you perceive it differently? Did you just take it on differently?
I kind of went back to my old style. You know, I have a few aggressive champions that I just win 90% of my games on, but I really played a tanky role and like a defensive role back when I played top lane, so I didn't really change that much. I'm not a hyper-aggressive style top lane.
Right on. Awesome. Yeah, well, you know, congratulations on your guys' 2-0 start to the LCS. We hope to see, of course, more awesome games for you guys throughout the season, and you know, congratulations once again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cool. All right, guys. Now it's time for Team Solo Mid versus Vulcun Command. TSM was the best North American team last year, but Vulcun is definitely one to watch after their run in the qualifier. This match will be a good measuring stick for Vulcan's chances this season, Freak.
All right, that's going to be really interesting. We saw TSM down to an unfortunate 0-1 start, but Vulcun, you know, we saw Zuna as that AD carry for them, right? He top laned at IPL 5. He was a jungler for CLG Black, and now he's here looking really, really good.
You know what? Well, they have top laners that are strong on both sides because you're going to have Dyrus there as well, and Dyrus has been in the top lane the entire time. But we have also seen in Zuna's case that a lot of teams are picking up members that have been in different positions, and they're actually very formidable because it gives you a little bit better idea of what's always going on around the map. We'll have to see how those two match up within the next match.
Well, on the blue side, of course, it is going to be Team Solo mid here. We just talked about Dyrus in the top lane. You got Awad in the jungle, Reginald for mid, and that KX Nick special bottom lane. We'll see how it fans out for him.
Yeah. So we have this coming in. Vulcun on the red team. It's going to be Psycho Sid up top. Xmithy in the jungle. Mandatory Cloud in mid. Zuna and Muffin Cutie on AD and support.
That's going to be just an awesome match overall, right? These guys are stellar competitors. TSM, you know, down to an 0-1 start, and you know, I like kind of talking about this sort of top 4, bottom 4, because I think there's an easy sort of line to draw where you have the 3 teams that auto-qualified, which was Dignitas, Team Solo Mid, and Counter Logic Gaming, and you expect them to be favorites. You just do. And then you almost want to roll Curse into that 4th place spot because they got 4th place in the North American Regionals. They stopped the competition at the live qualifier here, and you kind of say, yeah, there's kind of an obvious top 4 and kind of an obvious bottom 4, but just look at what Hotshot said, right? GGU looked better than Solo Mid.
Yeah.
Which, going into this one, you've been like Solo Mid, like best team from 2012, like they're going to look really, really strong. And as far as the CLG measuring stick goes, they're like, actually, GG is a top competitor.
They did look really good. They looked strong just overall in the composition. It seemed like when Team Solo Mid was going to initiate, it was a little sporadic. Not everybody was on the same page. It wasn't all happening as it used to. You know, Dyrus didn't live the entire fight. It wasn't very TSM-esque, so we'll have to see what happens as they come in here. Maybe a little bit more careful because that was one of the slowest games we saw throughout the day, was that matchup.
Yeah, and that's, I think a lot of that is CLG forcing their will on teams, right? You, again, look at what Hotshot said, and I would love to pick that man's brain for hours because, you know, you said, yeah, we're against a reset comp. You know what? We're not going to pick fights until we get the items. Yeah, he's going to rush his Zonias because we're against a reset team.
Right.
Like, and you kind of pointed it out in the commentary where it's like, hey, who are you going to go for here? Well, not Doublelift, not Link, not anyone. And again, they picked the team around that and they itemized around that. And that's one of the wonderful things in this game is itemizing around counter picks and itemizing based on strategy. And then again, picking fights based on strategy. Yeah, we're winning, but let's not risk it till our items are there. And that's really important for these guys. CLG, I think more than anyone we've seen so far in our 3 games this season, have been good at game pacing.
Oh, of course. It's one of the things they have to be because the champions they choose for late game, the way they want to fight, and just actually their fight style. They're not a team that is a dead set reinitiation team because we saw them going in for inhibitors. We saw them teleporting in and, you know, making things happen for themselves. But they're a team that'll do it at the, you know, 90% we have a chance of winning this. One person might go down, but we're going to win it. So they choose very carefully which fights they enter.
And they're just so good at coordinating it out as well that, you know, again, the Chowster just yells for his team, both in fights and out of fights, makes the calls. They unquestionably or unquestioningly follow him and do what he says and make those fights happen. You can see Vulcun on your screen right now. There's Muffin. And yeah, you know, I got to hand it to Chowster for, you know, really putting that team together. But let's move on to the match at hand. We talked about it a little bit. Let's go back to it. Solo Mid versus Vulcun. Solo Mid looked a little bit shaken in the first game, but, you know, their individual skills seemed there.
Yeah, they did. Reginald still played well in middle. Link had a very good game against them because who's played against Syndra in quite some time, right? So you're going to be thrown off a little bit there. It happens with champions. We saw it at the regionals with a few like Kog'Maw and whatnot. And, you know, when Jace started being played by Salsi up in the top, or not Salsi.
Which regional?
EU.
The EU regional, the EU qualifier. SOAS top laned it.
SOAS, thank you. I knew it was an S name.
The season
My
2
brain
regional,
just completely collapsed.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, like things like that, just nobody knew what to do against it, and that's what he kind of brought out with that Syndra there. So yeah, Reginald's still in top form. We'll have to see if Kale is a big pick here again for them in mid. It didn't seem to work out too well. Intervention was kind of used at times where it wasn't, you know, most optimal. So we'll see if they decide to go with that again. It didn't seem to work for them too well.
I like it. You're right. It didn't work very well for them. Some of that might have been CLG. Some of that might have been jitters or whatever. But Reginald, like back in beta and early release, was one of the first guys to pick up Kale, actually. If you go like way back to 2009, like legitimately before she had good attack, before she had the old passives and all that, like he was like, you know, I'm going to make Kale like no one plays Kale. I'm going to make Kale work. And he did. He found ways to make it work. And his old team, back when he had Dyrus, like when they were all or nothing, Dyrus would just like play Jax or nothing, Jax or bust. And it was great. Like he would just find kills because his team would initiate. He'd get the ult down. And that sort of part of Kale hasn't gone anywhere. So he's played this champion for 4 years, basically. I mean, he legitimately like tried to main Kale back in 09 and found ways to make it work. So if anyone's going to make Kale work again, it's got to be Reginald.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we remember the MLG when we did the listening with these guys, and they even forgot that like Kale was there to be used. And Dyer was just like, "Oh, bleep, that's right. You guys are great. We'll pick Kale." So it kind of like falls in and out, but when it does, people use it to great extent.
And so I like that. And honestly, I think the way to make that work is to find those big frontline initiators. When you look back at Curse vs Dignitas, one of the fights was won by Elements on Lulu, getting a Kale ult, then ulting himself as Lulu, and then flashing in to be like, I'm going to slow you guys. I'll die, but I'm going to slow you guys so we can initiate. And it just gives you opportunities to do things. Suddenly, you can't get rid of that champion. If you run a Twitch, Kale Twitch was like the old beta combo of Twitch kills everyone, Kale ults him, and you don't stop him until your team is dead. I kind of want to see that come back, honestly. Kale Twitch was kind of fun to watch. But Kale Karthus we saw from Team Solo Mid, Kale, any big frontline guy who tries to kill people, Kha'Zix, etc., they're good combos.
We haven't seen a lot of the Kale Wukong that we actually saw within the past few tournaments as well. Katowice, I think, had some, as well as Brazil. We definitely saw it a lot from Tabs. This guy is choosing the heavy initiators with that Kale ult, and it really does, accentuate the dive composition that these people want. You have the Zins going in, or the Shins going in. You have Lulu to help that out as well.
Yeah.
But we saw a lot of those ultimates being used kind of like Lulu Kale instantly.
Yeah.
It's like kind of doesn't help. They came out of the fight on top, but we'll have to see if these guys can really spread those out. These fights are going to go so much more in their favor. So little mistakes are definitely still being made.
Sure.
And then again, everybody's coming off of kind of like preseason where you haven't been able to play a lot. Like Double have said, we haven't played against all the other teams, so our late game experience may be lacking a little in the bottom lane. So these guys are actually, still getting ramped back up into this as well.
I don't know if I can completely believe that being true, though.
Sure.
Like they've had to have been practicing hardcore for the start of the season. Now, certainly they've been.
Well, how much have they seen each other, though?
Yeah, you're right. That's actually really an interesting point, right? Like, he said that they've scrimmed all the teams in the top 8. I wonder how much, right? Because you look at, I don't know, right? And I'm kind of at a loss for words. Like, do they play each other a whole heck of a lot? Certainly if you're not playing them maybe in that week, so the guys who aren't here this week, Marn and Complexity, maybe those are the guys that everyone's trying to scrim because, we'll work with you guys later on and all that kind of stuff, which, gives them great practice, of course. But yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how it ends up panning out because if you're CLG, how much do you really scrim TSM when that's the first game coming up in the season? Like, do you really do that? Do you hide your main strategies and try the I can kind of see it in that, a team could play like one of 3 ways, right? Like they'll run certain strategies, let's say strategies A, B, and C. And against Team Solo Mid, it's like, okay, against you guys, we're gonna run strategy C, but we're gonna practice A and B against you. And then against Dignitas, we'll practice C. And then we're, if everyone's tight-lipped about it, they'll prepare everything but one strat against everyone else. Then you actually are allowed to kind of play around, and that's how I would expect these guys to play into it.
Yeah, because that first game we saw that both teams were kind of just like locked in. What? Like we don't care what you picked.
CLG knew exactly what they wanted, like, especially. I think TSM took a little bit more time, but certainly looked very focused in their picks. They were very focused in the picks on both sides. CLG, impressively so. I think they took at most 3 seconds for any individual pick.
3 and 4 pick, 3 and 4 were just like locked in. Your turn.
Yeah, exactly. and that's always fun to see. I like seeing champs like that.
Yeah.
And you look back at actually, I forget if it was Curse Dignitas or CLG GGU, but the last ban was at 0 seconds left, which means they were just like discussing it over and over and like, wait, do we ban Shen? Is that what we're gonna get rid of? And then like at the last second they're like, yeah, okay, Shen. And to me that's interesting as well, where sometimes, the ban phase is something you can fairly easily prepare for against teams because there's not a lot of interplay there. You're telling them like, here's the guys we're gonna get rid of, and okay, in case they ban these, then here's like our 6th pick ban. But like, it's always surprising to me when that's like a late ban. They're like, wait a second, they didn't ban this champion we're expecting. Then it's interesting to see that sometimes they get tripped up.
Well, let's talk a little about those bans. We've been seeing a lot of Olaf. He has not been in the game yet. Xin has been jungling in every game that we've seen so far. Usually actually picked by the blue team, I believe.
Blue team every
So
time?
It's
Yes.
either like first or second pick usually.
TSM, yeah. TSM first picked it, CLG first picked it,
Yeah.
and then Curse got it pretty early on. Guys, it is champion select time. The 4th game of the day, Team Solo Mid against Vulcan Command. Here we go.
All right, guys, popping into champion select. Lise gets put down right off the bat. There's the LB once again. I guess Reginald has been wreaking some havoc with that, or it's Alphamu on the support.
Or yeah,
Or
special.
an
Yeah,
special,
yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
Sure. But it is interesting that right away it's just this respect ban, and I like seeing that. And you know, over time we sort of start to see, like the first time you saw AD mids, we're like, oh my gosh, it's an AD mid, and now it's normal, right? And seeing LeBlanc be a standard ban might just come into sort of standard play, but for now it's novel and it's awesome.
Few more. We see Mandatory Cloud on your screen right now as they are deciding what to do. Maokai has been taken out. The odd one will not have fun with him. Nunu taken away from Muffin Cutie as well. So they're just kind of getting most of the generics up.
Yeah, that's the second ban that TSM has put onto Nunu here. The Olaf bowed out against Darius, I believe, for the second time in a row as well. And we're going to see what Solo Mid goes for the first pick here. It was Xin Zhao last time. That's my guess here because, honestly, I like that champion as a pick. Yeah, they didn't win last time, but I think it's still a good champion to grab.
We do still have Shen up on the board. I think this is one of the only times he gets through. It looks like they may be able to pick up that Xin Zhao if they want him. And they look to just hover on this as they discussed. It's going to be Darius, and actually decided to take Tarek first. Maybe they want, you know, to see if Vulcan shows their hand first.
And that's interesting because that was the first grab here from CLG when they played together as well, was the early Tarek grab. So Shen, Xin Zhao, not surprised at all. Xin Zhao in the jungle, Shen up top. Really good picks there. This already opens up a heck of a lot of a playbook here for Vulcan because Xin Zhao can dive in there with Audacious Charge, and right on top of him, they can always have Shen ult and come through, and that opens up a world of pain, really, where you've got 2 initiators on top of you out of nowhere, and up until then, Shen can be split pushing.
We have a strong pick in Kha'Zix possibly coming out. Reginald, known to pick up some of the AD caster mids lately, so we'll have to see if he decides to pick that with himself. We hear the team, we can see him actually discussing with his team right now what they're going to do. They have 20 seconds to lock that in. It'll be the first misfortune we see of the day as well, and it will be our first misfortune and Kha'Zix.
This is really, really interesting, though, because honestly, Odd1 is known for these supportive tanky junglers like Malkin, who was banned out, like Nautilus a lot last season. But remember, Amumu is still available, and one of the big things we've talked about is area of effect teams, Curse the Sad Bullet Time. It's a really, really good setup here. Zuna on Kog'Maw I like a lot. This is really, really nice for them here. The Sona grab I think works too. I would expect a 2-on-1 in this state, but we'll see what TSM runs here. I think they would expect 2-on-1 here, and I want to see what they top lane for it.
I really like what Vulcan's doing with their team. They've given themselves early game pressure as well as late game security with that Kog'Maw in the early game with Sid.
Yes, exactly, where they've got a lot of pressure here. They've got actually a really good defensive team as well, where Sin can knock back really, you know, scary initiators. He can knock away Kha'Zix. We've seen that work done really, really well by Mokate from MYM at the both IEM Brazil and the European live qualifier. So if Xmithie plays Xin Zhao right, he's going to have a lot of really good pressure here. However, TSM are looking super aggro themselves. Ooh, here is a very physical heavy, bruiser heavy team. If they grab Jace Jarvan, this is a team that can pretty much one-shot Zuna.
See what they decide to do. That's like you were saying, that one shot is going to be quite difficult. Zuna already has trouble getting away on, or not Zuna himself, Kog'Maw has trouble getting away. No escape for him. He does throw Cleanse on, but it's like Jarvan, you can't really cleanse a Jarvan ult.
This is going to be interesting, exactly. So yeah, you can cleanse some stuns and slows, whatever, but the only thing you have here for Jarvan is Flash. But what I'm intrigued by is I'm expecting it's Malphite top lane against Shen. Now, what this tells me, right, is to beat Shen, you've got to do something special. You've got to beat a split push. Now, you either pick something who can beat Shen one-on-one, like teleport Needly, or you say, screw the one-on-one, we're going to initiate fights out of nothing. And Malphite is a champion that does that and initiates fights and says, you know what, screw it, we're going in. And they can go off of that with Jarvan, they can go off of that with Kha'Zix, and of course Tarek and Misfortune can follow up there. So TSM are going to look to start fights just bam, out of nowhere. Teleport Malphite, I guess he'll try to go heads up against Shen, I just don't know if it'll work all that well. But they're going to be able to start fights really, really hardcore. Now what I'm interested to see is how well does the rest of this team sort of play together. Because on Vulcun, right, you've got Kog'Maw, the obvious focus of attention, but also Ryze is a great late-game champion who can start putting out damage in team fights. And Sona and Shen, they're on defense duty.
Yeah, they have a great front line for Zuna to just sit back, and if anything actually does go wrong, Muffin Cutie's like, whoa, dance for a second.
Yeah.
We need to back up, reinitiate this fight. But then again, you have the AoE ult coming in from Chaos, that bullet time that we were talking about, and you have ultimates that pretty much, do the same thing. They're going to be kept in a crowded area. Dyrus ulti to come in as well, shred them with the bullet time. So they've kind of like put that Curse of the Sad Mummy back in their composition.
I'm actually really impressed by their champion select. So normally we can kind of look at champions like and be like, yeah, here's like the one thing your team is good at, right? Like, hey, this is a late game team of Kog'Maw and Ryze, and you've got defensive tools. Okay, cool. And to make that happen in early mid game, you've got Shen to split push to buy some time until Kog'Maw and Ryze can scale. Great, Vulcun, that's a good team. But look at TSM's. TSM's got two things going on. They've got an area of effect team, Malphite, Misfortune, Kha'Zix because he'll reset and put out AoEs, and Jarvan to also hold them in place. But you've also got an assassin team, Jarvan, Kha'Zix, Malphite. Well, shoot, now you've got two ways to win the game. You can kill the entire team, or you can just kill Kog'Maw and mop up afterwards. So TSM have a really, really nice team.
Scary teams, the one way to start it off. Like we said, Freak, throwing your team or your opposing team out of their comfort zone is one good way to start the game. And that's what we've done right here. Into the matchup, on to Summoner's Rift for your fourth game of the day. It's TSM versus Vulcun.
Okay, and here we go. We're going to look at the postures, and we see already TSM look defensive, or at least to put some wards down. They've split their team up, and the same here for Vulcun Command. So we'll see what kind of stuff they're going for here. They're looking, Vulcun are honestly looking to get themselves into late game, but their level 1 is honestly really, really good. I don't think there's a lot, like a whole heck of a lot that Jarvan and Malphite do at level 1, nor Kha'Zix, whereas Shen, Xin Zhao, Ryze, and even a little bit of Sona Kog'Maw are very good early game. So I would have almost expected Vulcun to look for an invade here because they would work a little bit better, but right now they're looking defensive.
Well, what they are showing is a lane swap here. It's going to be against that Malphite, and we've seen Malphite doing quite well. Shen does, however, quite well in the lane swap as well, so he's not going to be too bad off in that one. Looks like the AD carries will not be swipping, yes indeed, new words, let's write them down, will not be swapping for TSM side.
Now, it's TSM with a standard lineup here. Dyrus with teleport means he's not going to get really in that bad a shape here. He's got a ward, he's got a potion, he's got that flask, and he's got teleport. So pretty much no matter what happens to him, he should be safe unless something kind of catastrophic happens to him. And of course, for Vulcun, they've got Zuna and Muffin who will be able to push, but also give a lot of free farm to Kog'Maw. So the early lane setup here for Vulcun is quite nice. And then of course on Psycho Sid, he'll be okay-ish on turret. So Shen doesn't have AoE, he can't stop the push from happening. However, by taunting the other champions on the turret, like taunting Xpecial can contribute to a turret kill because he'll get taunted and take a bunch of damage.
Right. So, as they move out of the jungle, looks like the regular help from back and forth on their top laners. We do see bottom lane returning. Chaos and Xpecial are going to be versed. Psycho Sid down in the bottom lane, like you just said. That engagement, they're going to have to be very careful as Shen has that upper hand at the turret with his taunt. And the lane swap coming in, the Doran shield as well, just to start it off.
Yeah, and it's also really on Muffin Cutie here to pretty much prevent Dyrus's passive from re-triggering. So every 10 seconds or so, it's going to come back up and give him another shield. And Vulcan's going to want to keep putting damage down every 10 seconds or so to keep that from regenerating back up. You just saw Sona harass, the shield's back. No actual meaningful damage was done to Dyrus there.
Pushing the lane. Oh, quick in mid from Xmithy. He shows pressure here to Reginald. Now, what is the point of showing, where you're going right now?
Well, I don't think it honestly did a whole heck of a lot. It would have been nice to find like a Rune Prison and do Audacious Charge, maybe run a Flash. There's some damage again on a Dyrus. Look at him down below half health. And this is a very good setup. He's going to burn through all his consumables, and he's going to have to find something.
With that vision of him going into mid, actually Smithy starts to come back down. He pulls a quick U, and it looks like he may actually be completely reading this 3-minute engage here on to Psycho Sid. Sid's actually reading it a little bit early because of that ward. A beautifully placed ward allows them to see this coming in. They are going for a hard engage here. Everything's been used.
They weren't sure, like, hey, are we going to go in on this one? And they kind of went separate directions, and Psycho Sid went back to the turret. And, oh, that 3-on-2 right there is so good. And I think they're going to find Psycho Sid here, too.
They are going in quite hard. Sid's forced to dash out of that one. The Dazzle is down. He's got some good distance made there, but that turn puts them so much closer, actually within auto attack range. Does he have it? Oh, he just flashes out of it. A beautiful flag toss. Almost capitalized on that.
That was a good escape from Sid. Unfortunate for Smithy, had burned his flash very early on to dodge the first flag toss knockup, and then when they re-engaged, they found exhaust, and this is going to be a ton of pressure. This turret could go down on this wave.
Yeah, they will be able to push this one down. Jarvan is staying there, and the Odd One says, guys, let's do this. Let's start pressure in a different lane. Actually, Dyrus is having some trouble up top, so now Dyrus is going to get an open lane to himself as they swap back.
All right, well,
or not. And see Chaotic, Special, and Odd One back right out of this situation and start to head to the top lane. And this is at the point where we see Reginald and Mandatory Cloud going back. The tier grab for Mandatory Cloud. Reginald going for Brutalizer. Doesn't have it finished yet.
All right, so let's see what they can do with this one. So solo mid off to a very, very good early lead. Minion kills in pretty much all their lanes except for the AD carry. However, Misfortune with an assist and a turret kill is still up in gold. So literally every member of TSM is winning right now. We'll see if they can move off from that.
So they may even try to get a gank out of this lane. Dyrus has just been able to hit that flask. He's got some pretty good health here and an initiation off of this lane gank, plus a what would be Odd One coming up. Looks like he stopped making his way up. He's going to head into Smithy's jungle, but they may have a quick 3v2 up top.
All right, well, let's see. They're going to pull on back. You've got great 1v1 there.
With Mandacloud, yes, very low in mid. They know they can pressure this top. He wastes an exhaust. He didn't even engage yet, and they put the exhaust down on him. Odd One throws himself in there, and they are just starting to dominate this laning phase right now. Muffin, Cutie, Nick Smithy, and Zuna pushed out of lane.
That was really, really good there by TSM. Good duel by ManCloud to get that kill off for himself, but solo mid are really forcing the issue with Jarvan jungle. He is finding opportunities to make things happen. Hasn't even gone back to base yet off of his first blood, and they're finding another turret kill.
Super TSM-esque. This is what we saw from them, you know, right when they picked up Dyrus after dropping the Rayman, picking up Dyrus and getting about 7 tournament win streak as they go aggro in the beginning. They get 300, 400 gold up, and they make sure your jungler is always scrambling to get to a lane, so none of the lanes even have
versus cloth armor when you compare the top laners. You've got a lot of damage on your AD carry. They've got a really good opportunity here for solo mid to keep the pressure on.
Now power and numbers means focus in mid for Team Solo Mid here. Very much different from their first game. They're playing this one very methodically, and it seems like they've known what they wanted from the first second.
And it all really keyed off of that amazing bottom lane gank where they burned Smithy's flash. Because now Xin Zhao, he's got to be afraid. Solo Mid have been making all the moves. They've been finding opportunities. They've been finding turrets, finding kills. And Smithy's just going to be afraid every time he runs around here. Solo Mid now are in control of Golem. And look at that, Smithy, again, forced away. This is like TSM's playground right now.
Dyrus had a bit of a tough top lane, but it looks like he's going into the roaming phase with his team right now. Team Solo Mid looks to push this bottom lane a little bit. They have some good.
He's going to take that one out for himself. Actually, Psycho Sid, to his credit, has caught up in minion kills. He's just, you know, down 2 turrets and gold, which is just a kind of a bad situation to be. But again, Vulcun, what they've been looking for the entire time is late game. They're looking to just kind of survive, not get ganked too hard, not get caught out too much. They've got a good ward in that top river, so they will know if Jarvan's coming, and they just need to get Kog'Maw and rise to late game status.
Let's see how Reginald is doing in mid here. We do have that AP caster versus an AD caster, 56 to 49 in CS. Not doing too bad on either side. 1 kill for Mandatory Cloud in there as they did go toes up head-to-head in that last fight. We'll see if they do it again at some point. Like you said, Mandatory Cloud also going to get tanky with this lineup, and they are just looking for that late game right now, biding some time. They are getting, it's getting pretty scary though, because like we said, you know, it was one of GGU's kind of things to win the game, fast, quick, methodical. It's what TSM is bringing out right now.
And that's just a huge thing for them because they're amazing team fighters as well. Solo Mid have had the same roster since, I think, March of last year. 11 months together, and ooh, here comes another fight.
Initiation onto Mandatory Cloud, but they lock down a beautiful Cataclysm, keeps them all there. He's forced to flash out of his own, and they can gap close too. Sid picks up the kill after he gets out.
Yeah, nice attempt there by Odd One. The ult and the flash is a really good defensive tool to keep your teammates alive. However, they still found that kill. Reginald's flash is down. He is level 7 though, so he's going to have the ult for stealth if he needs it, when it comes back from cooldown, I should say. And that's a good counter engage there. Vulcun making moves like that will catch them up.
Let's see what they can get off of that. You know, good moves by TSM have definitely been stopped right now. because they're like, hey, wow, they can re-engage on us. We got to be a little bit more careful on how hard we're going here. That was just under the turret. They didn't know that Shen was there, but Sid was able to change that.
But CSM, I just like this though. Look at that. Once again, they say, hey, yeah, we just gave up a kill. Yeah, we're down in numbers, but ward control and a steal. Like, look at that. Yeah, they got the turret. They got the turret kills, which means minions are now all up in Vulcan's base, which means they can see if they leave. They can see if they go for a gank. They can see if they go for a stop, and they've now stolen their second buff.
And if we can actually just check out the mini-map vision for TSM right now, they have put a complete line of wards across the top side of that jungle. You can see it just curve all the way around. They have so much vision. The steals are easy for them. In and out of the jungle is completely theirs right now. They own 75% of the map.
And that's, again, just sort of the story of TSM here.
Old lead, not even contested here. Smithy throws a ward over. None the wiser that they took Dragon. May have the timer now that they saw MF pull away from it. It's going to be about 17 minutes when that comes back up, but that's now a quick, definitive 2.7 thousand gold lead in favor of TSM.
And that's just massive for them. 3 turrets, the Dragon. Again, the buff steals over and over. They are the ones making all the moves. It's funny because they're playing so aggressively without finding kills. They've got 1. The first blood was good. Very, very strong gank. Every other gank has been basically forcing flashes away, forcing them back to base, and then finding more opportunities to push in. So Solo mid, I mean, they are just absolutely making great moves here. And the next step for them, with Dragon down for another 5 minutes, with all the outer turrets gone, they don't have Baron debate. That's not up yet either.
Oh, maybe he will after, but we'll have to see.
He's got a point in it, and that is some attack speed. This is just the standard Kog'Maw build. You max W for the range. Because you're a late-game type champion, it's not about the Bloodthirster. Like, Bloodthirster is a good mid-game spike item, and sometimes it matters if you have a lot of attack damage scaling skills, like if you're Ezreal or Graves. But when you're like, no, my job is to land auto attacks, when you're Kog'Maw or Caitlyn, it's Infinity Edge.
Vulcun now roaming all in numbers. They are quite scared of what could happen from this team, solo mid team. Like you said, freaking on the wing of it. It looks like they do have enough vision. They are none the wiser on Vulcan's man side. And it's just going to be on the outside. The flag toss into the bush for Vision as he dives himself in right onto Smithy. And it's going to be the stand united to keep himself alive. He tries to dash out to initiate a little bit of damage for the rest of his team to start the fight, Freak. But it looks like it's not going to be enough. Dyrus has just enough mana for his unstoppable force if he comes in after the teleport, and they start to clean up this fight. Rise and Sona both going down. The odd one falls, but TSM picks up 3 for 1.
And great initiation from them, and great disengage as well. The 3 for 1 is exactly right, with people limping away at Baron. Is a good engage for solo mid. Really, really good fight for them. Just awesome.
Double Bloodthirster finished at 13.5 minutes coming out here for Reginald, and Chaos in the assassination part of this team just exploded for these guys. They can start to stack those anytime soon, and it looks like it. Reginald's going to have a fat wave in mid to take right after he gets his blue buff. He'll be able to spam those skills and just take down all the CS he needs to get that fully stacked up. You can see Chaos doing work as well. If you're an 80 carry, you're not farming, you're not doing your job.
No, not at all. And again, that's just kind of the goal on damage items, to make him sort of just AoE the team down, so it's still important.
Reginald thinking he only saw 1 with those spikes as he goes in, takes a bit of damage, and he kind of draws the attention of the team. Not too much movement, and you can just see Special moving in. Odd One's going to move in. They're kind of creating a wall so nobody can just take out Reginald. They want to plan something for this top lane, it looks like. With Dragon down right now, they can focus this area.
And that's going to be, you know, them just looking for that next move, Team Solo mid, right? They've been aggressive early on. They're in the lead. You have to capitalize on an early lead by growing that lead. If you're up 4,000 gold, 50 minutes in the game, no one cares. If you're up 4,000 gold at this point in the game, people care a heck of a lot, and you've got to use that to get it more than 4,000 gold. There's another buff steal. Look for more pushes. You know, that
75% of owning the map still exists for these guys. There may be a few wards in that Wraith bush, but what are Vulcan Command doing about TSM in their jungle? Absolutely nothing. Top lane still being pushed, or bottom lane I should say, still being pushed by Dyrus, and they're really just going around the horn here, trying to be menace.
Yeah, let's see what they can do, right? TSM right there up at the turret. They've got 4 right there. Reginald off on the side. Zuna playing very far back. They are afraid of this.
Void Ooze there, trying to be a quick deterrent, spreading out a little bit of damage. Not the best wave clearing ability from these teams right now.
Yeah, so here we go. So just camping up at the turret. You just want to, you know, see what they're going to look for. I mean, solo mid, they're pensive, which is interesting to me. I mean, it is very hard to siege against Shen, Sona, Kog'Maw, they just have the ability to catch you, lock your team in place for a while, and fighting under a turret is always a hard thing to do. So for solo mid, they're going to make stabs at a turret. They're going to see if the team reacts in time. We've seen the occasional 3-on-1 where a turret falls as the other team scrambles to get in place and they're not able to. That's what TSM's looking for here. It's, you know, can we find a fight here? Can we find it there? Oh, that's a free turret. Let's grab that. Dragon's up. Let's grab that. And they're just looking for targets of opportunity where Vulcan's not ready.
Top wave pushing out quite hard. We have Psycho Sid now with the Sunfire cape. He's going to be able to
push the standard position of Vulcan back and then say, cool, let's go for Dragon. They're spending a little bit of time to get the ward coverage. They're not rushing it. That's the thing for solo mid. They knew Dragon was up. They were nearby. They spent 10 seconds putting ward coverage down, making sure they're safe, and now it's theirs.
Again, uncontested Baron. It's going to be coming back up about 23-30. Jarvan, odd one getting the smite down on that. Looks like they're going to slowly move down towards the bottom lane, and they've really been using that window of Dragon being down great. They were in the top lane last time, wreaking some havoc. Jarvan back down to the bottom lane. Gonna find out where Dyrus is. Looks like he's back in the top lane, so they have a good split push going down for each one of these Freak. He's pushing back what Psycho Sid just did in that top lane, and he himself only has a Haunting Guise into that Giant spell, so he's trying to get a little AP for himself there.
Yeah, it's a good build. Basically, playing Magic Penetration Malphite is really good because they are worried about Zuna. They do care about what Kog'Maw does, and by being a long-range champion, by having Flash, he really won't be part of the AoE all that much. And so Dyrus is looking to, with the Odd One and Reginald, actually burst down Kog'Maw by just engaging onto him.
Strongly pushing on this turret. You can see 4 shots onto the Odd One, take him down about 25% health. With any attack speed within the next few levels, Zuna's going to be able to do that at a much faster rate. This is going to get scary soon here, Freak. Zuna's actually getting quite fed, and his team has become tankier a lot sooner than I would have expected. That Locker of the Iron Solari, Glacial Shroud coming out for Ryze as well. So if he can get any sort of attack speed now, they could really start to turn these fights.
And that's going to be really an important factor for these guys. KX, nice free damage on, ooh, wow, hits Zuna really hard with that double up. That's a lot of damage put onto him. And yeah, you mentioned it, Zuna does not have attack speed yet, which is actually super, super relevant. He's right now.
Still putting pressure on these turrets. It looks like they're going to be able to grab this turret within the next minion wave here. This single one, probably not until they get the next siege wave to push up with a double. So we'll have to see.
Okay, well, they go back for it, right? The minions are there.
Yep.
But solo mid, they are reserved. We talked about CLG a lot about how they respond to dragons. They will willingly give up a dragon if it risks them the game. And Hotshot said it in the interview, right? We didn't have the items we wanted. We were close to them. Yeah, we were winning, but you know what? We don't want to risk it here. And DSM's kind of taken a page out of that book, saying we're winning, we're looking for opportunities, but unfortunately they've just not found them in some time. They've grown their gold lead ever so slightly, right? They're up 4,500 gold now because they're stealing away the jungle very successfully and taking dragons over and over. But they're really slow burning this lead.
And I think we see Reginald a little bit more in his own as well. 199 to 148 versus waiting from the other team. So these guys taking a lot more chances here in their comfort zone.
Yes, the red buff has been theirs over and over and over again. Wow, Vulcan actually having the pink ward inside like their own lanes to look for aggressive wards in lane. Like, solo mid are doing an absolutely amazing job with ward coverage, and Reginald's actually looking for a stab here on Psycho Sid at the top lane.
Pushing back, Reginald is just on the outside of that one. Dyrus is trying to bait this out. You can hear him laughing. They go in for the dive, and you can see him just tearing apart Psycho Sid there. Locker of the Iron Solari goes down, but it's just another attack. The reset coming in for Kha'Zix. Will he be able to get one more down? He's saving something at least to jump out. And there's the exhaust down. He is quite tanky. You can see how much 2 of just doing to him. He is lasting quite a bit, and actually one shot coming in from Zuna and Ryze was enough to blast him down, but they lose a turret for that Freak. They've got control.
They are very good at making those opportunities happen. They get the 1 kill. They got Dyrus out. He is quite tanky, even with the sort of slight magic penetration build, but he's had a good time otherwise kind of farming here. And yeah, right, we talked about it with Hotshot GG as well, where he will, you know, kind of let them get chased by 4 people. On the other side of the map, his team has killed off a dragon or Baron or a turret. And the same thing here. Reginald and Dyrus, they pulled attention, and they got a turret, and now they got another turret.
You know, Freak, that was a perfect example of the fact that it's an assassination team as well as an area of effect team.
Yeah.
They took down Shen in a matter of seconds. That guy is going to be a gigantic shield for somebody on your team that's even less tanky than you are. So if they catch somebody out besides Shen, if that was going to be Zuna right away, he's going to have seconds to live, and that is not good for them.
Yeah, exactly. Psychosid's trying to catch up right here, of course. He, just like Darius, was in the 1v2, but Darius just looked kind of 5, 4, 6, 7. Much smaller numbers on the right-hand side, because pretty much every member on this team for solo mid has about 1,000 gold from turrets and dragon.
Maybe 1,300 gold separates the supports.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money when you're coming out with utility on your team. Reginald pushing up into this top lane. Again, they're getting the split push going down. Dragon will be up in about 44 seconds, as you see on your screen. And that is going to be, again, another part of that contention for these teams to go for. Baron's really not in anybody's eyes yet. 3 Warmogs quickly finished. 2 Bloodthirsters finished first. 3 Warmogs finished first here to 0. And it looks like Shen is still just trying to build tanky. They have so much HP to go through. They have to. These fights need to last forever for Vulcun.
Yes, exactly. And that's going to be hard for them to make that happen, because you've got the AoE team in step 1 and the assassination team step 2 for solo mid.
Right.
And they've got to withstand that. Now, Ryze has got Rod of Ages, he's got Glacial Shroud. Vulcun, they're ready for Dragon, which is nice, but solo mid are ready as well. This is going to be a very interesting battle.
The ward, oh, they just missed the 3rd attack on the ward, and that is going to be one to maybe make them turn their way out of this. They have vision right up top. They can pull it out far enough. They can get some good damage down. Zuna, great right now at clearing out this dragon, but it's not as much damage as they want, and it could be enough for the initiation. Reginald is going to be the aggressive Reginald. He is going in on Mandatory Cloud. They're almost able to drop Ryze right there. Beautiful, unstoppable force popping them up in the Cataclysm. It's going to be Reginald and Mandatory Cloud. He finds himself going down. Chaos to chase down to the bottom. Zuna now trying to kite himself out. A beautiful Void who's placed is going to stop them up in that choke point. Special continues, but Dyrus says we're low, and looks like Chaos wants more, but they both back out. Both teams just biting at each other's neck there, only for 1 each.
Wow, I can't even believe that Vulcun got away with a 1-for-1, because I saw the teleport coming in from Dyrus on the ward right by Golem Brush, and it was like, he's going to find them, and he's going to get a perfect ult. And the Rune Prison happened in time to stop Unstoppable Force. You can't cast that while rooted. ManCloud saved his team from getting aced.
An amazing job there. Really shutting down Reginald right in the beginning was great. Here we see Smithy coming in strong. There are wards in that bush. They have to be careful how much vision they don't know they're giving away. And it looks like they are going to go in. We can hear Zuna in the background just screaming. He's saying, go for it. Zuna is going to be coming up big for his team there. They're chasing him out. It's going to be Psycho Sid waiting for the next dash. He hits the Living Artillery, a second Living Artillery, a third Living Artillery, and he's going to get the double kill. They will continue to push. You can see him on your screen completely shouting it out. They finally back off, and they're going to grab a dragon too.
They should have fixed the headset at the end there. He was shouting so loud, the sound wave moved it off of his head, I feel. And now the dragon is theirs. And look at that. For the first time for Vulcun, they're looking a little bit better. Still 5,000 down, but they found equal parity in kills. They found a dragon for themselves finally. Zuna, he's a massive dude, 8,800, head and shoulders above his teammates there, and above everyone except Reginald's Kha'Zix.
Yeah, that Kha'Zix coming out very strong, but if you're going to be sitting in the back line and you're Zuna, you can completely take that Kha'Zix out before he gets to you, especially with a Sona Crescendo to shut him down. If Reginald isn't going to get his resets, it's going to be hard for these guys. We'll have to see what they can do. An Oracle's being purchased up here by Muffin QD. These guys are going to start going objective heavy. He doesn't have too many other items finished. He actually only has that Ruby Crystal as well as a Kindle Gem.
Yeah, he's not super rich, but you know, he'll be okay here.
He's getting what's needed.
He's getting what's needed. Yeah, you just kind of compare him to a special though, and the guy he's got more stuff. So the thing to point out really is that there's 3 Warmogs here on that TSM lineup, which it would make them tanky against most teams, but they've got Xin Zhao and Kog'Maw here, who both scale off of the opposing team's health bars. And so you look at that team and you're like, actually, they can still kill you. It's not a big deal. So I'm excited to see what happens here for Vulcun, because TSM is very, very tanky, but deceptively almost fragile against the right targets.
The Black Cleaver finally coming out for Misfortune. I don't really recall seeing maybe 1 or 2 ults yet from Misfortune. I really haven't heard that bullet time cackle come out. We'll have to see if they
Here
can
they
get that to
go.
go down. Muffin Cutie almost going down with a single attack as Reginald jumps in. The exhaust goes down. There's the bullet time coming out. The assist to go in. Kha'Zix picking up a kill. The resets as he jumps around the map. They're forced back into their base, and that was the exact assassination start that TSM was looking for.
That was absolutely beautiful, and you saw Sona try to disengage. She got exhaust, the ult, had the Shen ult go onto her, and they said, no, we'll just wait till he pops up. Unstoppable force, and it stopped some people.
With somebody like Kha'Zix, an extra 500 range for you can mean out of place.
Yes, exactly, and that was massive. And here they come back in again.
Psycho Sid taking a bit of damage here. He's faring a little bit better than last time. The cleanse instantly put onto Zuna. There's
I guess they had to do that, right? They did get their health bars low. That was actually really, really wise. That they traded a 1 for nothing, which, you know, it is kind of bad, but not horrible. But they stopped Baron, which is worth way more than a single kill. So, you know, not the best fight for Vulcun, but probably the best decision they could have made.
For sure. 10-7 now, 28 minutes into this matchup. We've got a pretty good back and forth between these two teams. A gold lead is really starting to increase, however, for Team Solo Mid here. And a big point for that for Reginald with 4 kills. 42,000 to 36,000 with 5 turrets to 2. So the global, here you go.
Now, speaking of ovals, we do have Baron Nashor again being contested here. And Solo Mid, they've got damage for it.
They are going to be starting onto this one. Odd One right in the middle of the fray, trying to tank it down. He's actually taking quite a bit of damage here. Reginald just completely jumping out. Dyrus is on the backside with the teleport in. Unstoppable force once again. A great crescendo disengage, but they will continue to fight. The Reginald reset jump misses on that one. He draws a little bit more aggro, but look how much damage each one of these guys can take. Zuna's left on the outside. Can he get him?
Damage output left. Dyrus made sure he basically sat on Zuna, and every time he could, ground slam, getting the cooldowns there and lowering his attack speed, really just shredding his damage output potential. Reginald helping to force him back as well. And now it's kind of on Xmithie and Psycho Sid to try to steal, and I don't know if they can.
Sid coming around the outside. Baron health is about 3,000 right now. They will not have enough time to get in. And a 4-minute pause button put on to Vulcan Command right now as the Baron buff ticks away for Team Solo Mid.
And this is kind of the story of this team, is they keeps themselves in good shape, and right there, they're just back in good shape.
So we see that Rise still trying to stack that tier up. Mandatory Cloud seem to be behind on items right now, just compared. I mean, I guess it'd be all of Vulcan. They've been having quite a tough game here. The fights, however, if they can keep Zuna in the back line, we've seen the damage they can do. He is getting quite fed. He actually decided not to go for Fury boots. He's going for Distortion boots, which are going to give him that quicker flash teleport, which is quite interesting because of, you know, the chase that team has on him right now.
Yeah, he just if there's ever a good ult from Odd One, Dyrus comes in there, Reginald comes in there, Bullet Time comes in there, he's got to flash it.
All right, so the Distortion boot's going to help him in that aspect. You can see that under Kog'Maw. That's going to be Vulcan Command Zuna. If it comes into play for him the next time he flashes, we're definitely going to keep an eye. 11-7 here, 32 minutes just about into this game. That gold lead increasing quite a bit right now. 8,000 gold in favor of Team Solo Mid. They continue to pressure their advantages here. Continue to dictate where the map is going. Reginald just trying to harass from the outside, and Reginald more than likely going to jump in from the side.
Yeah, he's definitely, it's bad news for TSM.
If Reginald can get in after that MF ult and just completely crush, has his brutalizer, he has his last whisper. There's the ultimates going in. There's the ultimate from MF. Will he decide to jump in? Reginald still on the outside. Odd One taking quite a bit of damage. They're not able to trade back just yet. There's the unstoppable force. There's the jump in. The shred from Reginald takes out Zuna. Mandatory Cloud looks like he could follow quite soon. Everywhere. Triple kill coming in, and it's going to be Reginald pulling up the game versus Counter Logic. TSM really thinks the next one through. They pull it out methodically in this one, and they take him out surgically. Vulcan Command loses this one.
Congratulations, Solo Mid. They're 1-1 in the season. Well-deserved win, really. They looked good from minute 1. That bottom lane gank, really well played. Xmithie was there to watch for it. You can see, of course, TSM on your screen right there. Interestingly, Dyrus actually sits in the middle despite being a top laner. I always like pointing out seating arrangement differences. Basically, Reginald and Dyrus swap places, but
those guys eat some cookies.
They do eat some cookies. They really got themselves in a good place there. We actually have some cookies.
At first, like TSM went in, they were kind of like really going hard on it, but Reginald wasn't allowing Mandatory Cloud to move from mid, so they stayed there. They actually had about 2 chances to kill him both. Exhausts were used, not used, and then they finally got him on it. But you're right, the fact that they stuck with that and kind of shut down that lane, took took his tower down so fast and swapped it out into the other lane, just allowed TSM to continuously crush down. They were at mid-turret by about 9 minutes.
Yeah, and that's really just the awesome sort of gameplay from solo mid. I think before fight, cool, we got that one. Mid lane, okay, it's a bit harder. We'll wait on that one. But yeah, they spent a lot of their early game effort just killing off buildings, and that really snowballed them ahead.
Let's see how much it snowballed them ahead. We got a replay of that last push of the Game Freak, and they just made it look so easy. We said Reginald was going to jump in from the side, but it took him a while to initiate here.
Yeah, so they go in, they get some damage on Smithy, immediate flash from Zuna, and they catch Odd One, and that's the really big thing here is they get one free kill to them, and it's okay to be patient. That's the thing, right? You've got Malphite and Kha'Zix and Jarvan. You want to go in there and dive them and deal all the damage, but you don't really need to. Like, yes, they lost Jarvan. Yes, he didn't get to ult, but you want to wait for the opportune time. And Dyrus waited till he could ult 3 people, and reset after reset after reset, they found the kills.
And you know what? This champion select was 100% different from the first one. Things were taken into consideration. Both teams didn't just lock in. Obviously, the Jarvan for the Kog'Maw, the cleanse didn't matter. The assassination and the area of effect team. And I'm going to have to say, this has been my favorite composition of the day from Team Solo Mid.
It's a really good team. It does 2 very different things very, very well. Slug out 5-on-5 in the jungle. AoE just crushing people in the face. Oh, we've got one guy to watch out for who's saved from AoE. That's fine. We'll wait. We'll save the ultimates. Yeah, okay, bullet time we'll use because you're not going to catch him anyway, so soften up the front line. We'll go from there. We'll wait, and then unstoppable force, they're going to stop someone.
Oh, right on.
All right, so after the break, guys, we're going to talk to Reginald from Team Solo Mid. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more live coverage from the North American LCS.
Welcome back. I'm DJ Weed alongside Riv, and we are joined right now by Reginald from Team Solo Mid. Reggie, first off, GG, congratulations. Yep. But you end the day 1-1. So, I mean, was that your expectation? I got to believe that you were expecting a 2-0 today.
We came into this tournament, and we practiced really hard, and we thought that we were going to beat CLG, and they came in with something unexpected. Like, they pulled Golem over with Syndra, and we're just like, oh, Lynx is trolling. Right, and we didn't expect him to pull the blue over, and we didn't know how many people could have been in that brush, and we just got outplayed there. And like when they start off with the blue buff in lane, like you're at a heavy disadvantage.
Right.
So they just innovated, came with something new that we didn't expect, and we lost. And that's something that's not going to happen to us again.
So I mean, with the onset of best-of-1 matches throughout the season, do you expect that you're going to get surprised by more teams throughout the season?
Oh yeah, I mean. like this way makes it a lot more fun, but at the same time really scary. Mainly because every single game we go in, right? Our first game is always not as good as our second game or third game, and that comes in with many factors like being nervous or just not really warming up the right way. And so we came in with Fear, warmed up and ready to go, and Fear played really well. Like they were able to counter some of our moves, and I came in much more warmed up than before, and we came in, we're less nervous, and we just decided to make plays. And we're playing against CLG really scared, I would say, like nervous. And I think we're a lot more comfortable coming in our second match.
I mean, how do you feel like you played versus Vulcun then? Because you did seem a bit reserved. I mean, at 6 minutes 30 seconds, you guys had 2 towers. At like 10:30, you had a third tower, but you still seemed a bit reserved. Was that from the loss of CLG, or was that just like, guys, let's just make sure we get a win this time around?
So coming in to play against CLG, I was extremely nervous. I didn't want to mess up. I played extremely passive. I normally never play like that. I usually farm. I don't miss CS. And when I played against CLG, I missed a lot of CS, and I played poorly. But last game, I played a lot better than CLG, but I did not perform well at all. Like I went all in on the rise, right, and I died with the fort pushing. I should not have died. I missed one of my abilities, and that's unacceptable. And coming into that match, I was extremely less nervous, prepared, and I don't want to let my teammates down in other games. So I'm going to perform much better coming into Season 3.
Well, it makes perfect sense because your Kale play, your Kha'Zix play, obviously Kale not able to be as aggressive as Kha'Zix. Your Kha'Zix was 100 times better than the Kale. But like you said, nervous in that first game. Do you felt like it coming into the second game? You're like, I'm kind of on a more aggressive champion. Let's do this.
Yeah, so I was definitely more aggressive, but like somewhere inside of me died when I hit a wall in my leap at the blue fight. If you guys didn't miss it, like people should probably put that everywhere and just make fun of me. It was terrible play. I was upset at myself after this, and we're working at CBS to make a show called Game Cribs, where they're going to be showing our daily lives as gamer. And people think that gaming is not a difficult job. It's easy. You just sit there and play games all day. It's not like any other job where you have to complete a task. You're always competing against an opponent that's always trying to get better. And you're competing internationally. They're not equating, like in the factors, the Koreans, the Chinese, always trying to stay at the top, and the North American teams that are constantly battling against each other. It's not like a normal job. You're not only playing against other opponents, you're playing against yourself. You're always trying to better yourself. And like these gamers, they play 6 days, 7 days a week, constantly trying to improve.
Yep.
With a much better practice regimen, and they overperformed us. And we're going to change that. We're going to practice even harder, and we want to be the best again. We are going to climb to the top.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I think we just leave it with those thoughts. I mean, practice is certainly going to dictate the pace for this season. Reginald, thank you very much. Congratulations on ending the day 1-1, and good luck for the rest of the season. I mean, Riv, today was definitely action-packed, and let's take a look at where the teams stand after just 1 day of competition. And keeping in mind, this is certainly going to expand quite a bit over the next few weeks, but only one of the teams coming.
Great additions to the team. Link was said to be a consistent player by Doublelift in the interview you had with him, and Alframu, you know, Doublelift just says a complete shining star, and he's so much fun to play with, and that is something that you need to always remember is have fun while you're playing.
And the chemistry is there, and that's the unique thing. You know, you add 2 additional people to your roster. How long is that chemistry going to take to actually form? And in every case, every single player says they're good to go. So as we wrap up our first day of the LCS, let's take a look at what you can expect to see tomorrow.
Well, more action in the first match you'll see is the veterans Counter Logic Gaming versus Curse. And with 3 in the third game, Curse takes on the newly minted pros of Good Game University. Will Curse's confidence carry them through? Experience and confidence did it last time. And finally, Dignitas will take on the newcomers in Vulcan Command. Since Dignitas is one of the most experienced teams in the LCS, the pressure will be on them to win a decisive victory.
Still a lot of great games to come at you here on day 2 of the first week, and that's going to do it for day 1 of the LCS. Season 3 is just beginning, so be sure to tune in tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific and 2 a.m. Central European to see all of our play-by-play coverage here. I'm DJ.